the Hollywood Billionaire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, The Key Link. 52 million. On the way back, Zhao Yaozhen kept pondering the transaction figure revealed by Han Yi. She was so shocked that even Zhu Yiru seemed a little absent-minded when she got off the car at the Vermont and waved goodbye to the two. Han Yi only spent $36 million to acquire 55% of the shares of Depot's already famous record company Mad Decent. This time, Han Yi paid $52 million to acquire the unknown music creator management company Electric Feel Management. Zhao Yaozhen was shocked, not because of the investment amount. After all, there was $190 million in the past. Now if there were no 8 zeros, it would be difficult to cause waves in Yaozhen's heart just by the amount. But what Han Yi bought was just a startup company that had just been established for 3 years. Producer Louis Bell and the so-called founder of Electric Feel, Austin Rosen. Who are they? Zhao Yaozhen believed that not only herself, but even Karen Jiuo would be at a loss if she was present. She is not such a great figure in the music industry, right? Yaozhen flipped through the Google search history on her phone, but after only 3 pages, she was certain of her inner judgment. This company has no honors or accords to show off. At this moment, no matter how much she trusted Han Yi, the girl couldn't help but start to sneak a glance at him with a worried look, wanting to say something but stopping. I understand. Han Yi keenly noticed Zhao Yaozhen's emotional changes. He glanced to the right and saw Yaozhen, who was about to speak with her mouth open, and spoke first. Giving so much is not a decision I made on a whim. Before investing, I had repeatedly negotiated with Todd many times, and he agreed with my point of view. What Han Yi did not reveal was that the so-called agreement was what Todd Gelfand, the commercial manager of music copyright, said helplessly after repeated and vehement dissuasion. You are the boss, and the final decision-making power is still with you. Let's not talk about anything else. They have Post Malone's management contract. This alone is worth a lot of money. Really? Zhao Yaozhen's tone rose a little, not hiding the doubt in her words. Post Malone is indeed a rapidly rising supernova. She herself is also optimistic about this kind of cloud rap and strong melody. It can almost be called a pop rock hip hop music style. But no matter what, it's not worth 52 million, right? Well, believe me, his future development will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. For this kind of conclusion that cannot be falsified or verified in the current time and space, Han Yi has only one way to persuade, that is, the most common authoritative information source in the European and American networks in the future. Trust me bro. Otherwise, how should he explain to Yaozhen? Say that Post Malone's first studio album landed on the 6th place on the Billboard album chart, and the single Congratulations directly entered the top 10. Say that he will later cooperate with 21 Savage, who he is about to sign, on a new song called Rockstar, which will top the Billboard singles chart for 8 consecutive weeks. Or did he say that in 2019, he earned $28.4 million from touring in just 1 month? I can't tell you. I can only trust me bro. Also, the Louis Bell I mentioned is also a very good producer. Justin Bieber and DJ Snake are looking for him to work with you. You'll know when you hear that song. Which song? Let Me Love You. DJ Snake's #1 single, higher than the seemingly insurmountable Mount Inlinon. How do you know? Adrian told me that he has a good relationship with Snake. This kind of white lie. Han Yi just opened his mouth. Let Me Love You was recorded on April 9th, 2016, and released on August 5th of the same year. Therefore, even if Han Yi revealed it to Zhao Yaozhen in advance, it would not seem abrupt. So what would seem abrupt? Peaches released by Justin Bieber in 2021. Without Me released by Holch in 2018. Real Friends released by Camila Cabello in 2018. Havana released by Camila Cabello in 2017. Wolves released by Kygo and Selena Gomez in 2017. Do you know why they spent $52 million to buy Electric Feel? Louis Bell not only signed a management contract with this company, The copyright distribution contract is also in the hands of Electric Feel. There is no need to look too far. The music copyrights produced by Bell alone in the next 3 years are enough to make the price worth it. In the previous life, Louis Bell signed a copyright distribution agreement with Universal Music Distribution Group in 2021. At the same time, Universal also took advantage of the opportunity to acquire the copyrights of his previously created music. How much money was spent in total has not been announced to the public and is unknown. But just after signing the agreement, Louis Bell bought a $12 million Beverly Hills mansion in full. No one is surprised by this. After all, he is the so-called freelancer praised by Billboard magazine as pop music's most prolific, successful, and unfettered freelancer. In the music industry, freelancers are those creators who are not bound by the 3 major publishing groups and work independently with various musicians. Most importantly, Louis Bell is just one of the more outstanding creators under Electric Feel. In addition to him, what other high-quality musicians have Electric Feel signed? Juice WRLD's creative partner Nick Miller. The song Lucid Dreams that has become popular all over the world is the result of their hard work. Omar Fedi, who wrote Mood with 24K Golden and Stay with the Kid Leroy. Carter Long SZA's exclusive producer, wrote Kiss Me More for Doja Cat. By 2023, this behind-the-scenes production team formed by Austin Rosen has become the most indispensable mercenary in the world music industry. Any single they have touched can have a place on the Billboard charts, including TikTok. The music created, produced or co-produced by Electric Feel has a total playback volume of more than 215 billion times and has won 625 platinum singles certifications. The monthly listeners on Spotify alone exceed 173 million people, accounting for 35.4% of the platform's monthly active users. In the past half-month, Kanye has built an operating system of HMG's internal record company, copyright distribution company and artist management company from scratch, introduced professionals in various fields, and reached a contract agreement with artists such as Billie Eilish, Finneas, Holch, Madison Beer, etc. who have the opportunity to shine on stage. In terms of structure, Kanye has completed 95% of the work. But in terms of success rate, the current HMG wants to challenge the 3 major music groups and become the 4th pole force in the world music market. The hope is still very slim, because HMG does not have an internal copyright distribution mechanism. As mentioned before, a complete music ecological chain is composed of 5 types of people. Music creators buy dishes back to the kitchen. Recorders process raw materials into ingredients. Mixing engineers use these ingredients to cook a dish of cooked food, and finally mastering engineers add exquisite plating and decoration to it. Then, R&R managers and other behind-the-scenes promoters can present the dishes to consumers. Now, the waiters have been found, the cooks are ready, and the staff who process ingredients are in place one after another. All that is left is purchasing and purchasing. Electric Feel is the gold medal purchaser that Kanye wants to recruit. With the help of this company and its behind-the-scenes team, HMG can be said to have a real soul. To put it bluntly, as long as there are a steady stream of excellent works, the singer standing in the recording studio can become famous. This is why Kanye is willing to bet heavily on Madison Beer. As long as you can get a pile of good songs, anyone can take off on the vent. Not to mention Madison, who is born with a great sense of the internet and has a fan base of millions of fans. Acquiring Electric Feel means turning the inner confidence when placing the bet into a reality that is within reach. Therefore, unlike Mad Decent, which is used as a signboard for the record sector to attract potential new stars, Kanye, who has $399 million is determined to acquire 100% of Electric Feel's shares this time. Of course, private enterprises are not listed companies, and there is no way to carry out hostile takeovers. Kanye must make Austin Rosen willing to accept the transaction so that his plan can be fully implemented. And being able to go from a small recording studio to the top of the European and American music copyright field, Austin Rosen's ability, talent, ambition and appetite all require Kanye to deal with carefully. In other words, although there are no outstanding achievements in the future, Austin knows how high this company and the group of young creators he has collected can go. If it is not a generous agreement that cannot be refused, it will definitely not impress him at all. After all, music copyright does not require any investment. How much money can a group of people need to write songs behind closed doors? Therefore, after 2 or 3 indifferent email contacts, Han Yi directly raised the price to $52 million US. Every penny went directly into Austin Rosen's pocket. No matter how ambitious and motivated a person is, he cannot remain calm in the face of such a sky-high price. Who can resist the temptation of achieving financial freedom ahead of schedule 3 years after starting a business? Of course, Han Yi's acquisition agreement is not without conditions. Austin Rosen is faced with a full-time subsequent term of office. After the acquisition is completed, he needs to continue to serve as CEO of Electric Feel for at least 7 years and accept the vertical management of Renault Management, HMG and Han Yi in the name of TGO Senior Partner. A strict non-compete agreement was also written into the acquisition memorandum. Through Jordan Bromley, Han Yi required Austin Rosen not to accept any job invitations from competitors or potential competitors within 10 years after leaving HMG and its subsidiaries, and listed in detail the business scope of competitors. However, in California, this non-compete agreement is essentially a gentleman's agreement. According to the California Business and Professions Code, the law prohibits employers from restricting anyone engaged in the practice of law or trade. Therefore, any existing or newly added non-compete agreement in California will be deemed invalid by the court. In other words, the employer can request it, and the employee can agree to it, but if it really goes to court, this clause will be rejected 100%. Therefore, adding a non-compete clause to the acquisition agreement can also be seen as a commitment of Austin Rosen to Han Yi. $52 million to buy his 17-year career in the music industry. In fact, Han Yi does not need his 17 years of hard work at all, and 7 years is too much. As long as the current development momentum is maintained, and the next 2 years are passed, Electric Feel will be able to completely enter the fast lane of development, and Han Distribution will also become a rising star. That creates one traffic miracle after another in the international music market. You are the boss, and the final decision-making power is still with you. After listening to Han Yi's statement that retained most of the advanced information, Zhao Yaozhen pressed the car window and let the night breeze of Wilshire Boulevard pour in, swaying her long hair in a charming arc. As May approaches, Los Angeles has gradually entered its hottest season. Although the scene of sports bras and yoga pants filling the streets has not yet appeared, it is not far away. The climate during this period, as well as the breeze that emanates from driving at a constant speed of 30 miles per hour, is the most pleasant. I will do whatever you do. After a moment, Zhao Yaozhen turned her head, stared at Han Yi, squinted her eyes slightly, and said what she thought was the most gentle words. It is inevitable to have doubts in her heart, but since she has chosen to believe in him, she will not give up halfway. Zhao Yaozhen is no stranger to sticking to her own point of view. So far in her life, she has never considered other options. But the man in front of her can always cross the thorns of doubt, fill the swamp of reality, cut off the vines of reason, walk in front of her, stretch out his hand, and lead her to a deviant path that deviates from common sense and experience. The more she persuaded him to stop, the more determined his steps became, and the harder he held her hand. This feeling is quite fascinating. I believe you. Well, this will definitely work. Zhao Yaozhen's unusually delicate voice made Han Yi look at her subconsciously, and he bumped into her increasingly clear eyes. As if he had been electrocuted, Han Yi quickly turned his gaze back to the road in front of him, and breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Yaozhen, in addition to me, the other candidate nominated by Han Capital for the Utah Board of Directors this time is Karen Guo. Okay. Zhao Yaozhen blinked her peach blossom eyes, seemingly not quite understanding why Han Yi suddenly said this in such a serious tone. Her business scope has no intersection with Utah, but she has enough reputation, and her resume makes her very suitable for serving as an internal director. Moreover, as a nation, Karen has a good relationship with you and me, and we have similar cultural backgrounds and values, which will make it convenient for us to cooperate in the board of directors in the future. I think she is very suitable too. Zhao Yaozhen felt that Han Yi's tone was getting more and more wrong. She tilted her head and asked, what's wrong? Is there any problem? What I want to say is that I actually considered you at first, but I also want to join the board of directors. If the two directors of Han Capital. So that's what you mean. Zhao Yaozhen shook her head with some amusement. Are you worried that I will mind? I have never thought about this. I'm not worried that you will mind, Yaozhen, not at all. Our relationship, whether it is career or life, has been built on honesty, truth, and respect from the beginning. So, I just want to lay everything out and make it clear. I know you won't care about a so-called board seat, but I still want to tell you that you are my first choice. Hearing this, Zhao Yaozhen opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Instead, he listened quietly to Han Yi continue to describe his inner thoughts. I'll be honest with you. No matter how many great things we have done now, Yaozhen, in front of outsiders, the most conspicuous of your identity tags is definitely that you are a student at UCLA. Han Yi's wording was very cautious, but this did not change the frankness of his words. If you are allowed to take up too many high-profile positions now, it will not help your career at all. On the contrary, it will harm you and make your personal image tainted with your stain, right? Han Yi was straightforward, and Yaozhen was even more explicit than him. People will say that I relied on you to get to the top. Yes, I'm very worried about that. In fact, as we gradually improve the team structure, I'm also afraid that newcomers entering HMG will look at you like this. Han Yi paused, then nodded frankly. However, I'm very pleased that, at least so far, no one has thought so. Because your efforts and achievements are obvious to everyone. Yes, because what am I? Zhao Yaozhen asked in a low voice with his eyes slightly curved. Battle Yujin. That's right. Zhao Yujin raised her chin and looked at herself in the rearview mirror. Although she was barefaced, she was still energetic. Battle Yujin, why are you afraid of these? The more they talk, the more energetic I am. At this point, Zhao Yujin raised her arms childishly, tensed her muscles, and showed Han Yi the results of her years of training. She was still slender, but her toned lines were clearly visible. Who did you say I looked like the other day? Candice Swanepoel. Yeah, that's right. Yaozhen nodded, but I'm better than her. I think so too. Han Yi smiled and echoed softly, your diligence and talent should be known and admired by the world. So, I hope that, when you finally step into the spotlight, they can first marvel at your achievements, rather than your appearance, or anything else. After saying so much, what I actually want to express is, Yaozhen, I was a little skeptical at first, but now I'm more and more convinced that you are more like a future superstar than Billie Eilish. One day, it will be your turn to walk in the middle of the crowd, and I will applaud you in the corner. We have to be apart. Why can't we be together? One day, we can walk in the middle of the crowd together and let everyone applaud us. I don't know if the picture in Zhao Yaozhen's mind is the same scene that emerges in Han Yi's mind at this moment. But now, I still need to hone my skills. You have confidence in me, and I have confidence in your confidence. Zhao Yaozhen couldn't help but chuckle after saying this in Chinese. The car just passed by the city lights of LACMA. The 202 retro street lights filled Zhao Yaozhen's eyes with a whole galaxy of bright stars. The day after tomorrow, work hard to handle your first board meeting. Don't worry about the company's affairs. I'm here. Chapter 102 First Board Meeting. 2016 was sunny. At 8:47 am, the sky over Los Angeles still maintained its most classic appearance, with a few high-hanging clouds dotted on the azure canvas. LA has many unsatisfactory aspects, such as the poor road maintenance, the title of North America's homeless capital, and the pancake-like urban development plan that extends endlessly outward, which have been criticized repeatedly in the past decades. But no matter how harsh the critics are, they can't say a word about the weather in Southern California. As Frank Lloyd Wright said, if you turn the world upside down, all good things will fall in Los Angeles. Every time Han Yi wakes up facing such a view, he will sigh in his heart that he finally chose Los Angeles between New York and Los Angeles. What a correct decision. It certainly has nothing to do with Niu's US News ranking at the time. With strange and chaotic thoughts floating in his mind, Han Yi smiled and nodded at King Griffin, and as the other party said see you later, boss to say goodbye, He opened the car door and walked towards the Utah Plaza standing beside the municipal road. Everything was the same as the scene when he first visited here a month ago, except for the people who endured the morning rush hour congestion to come to work on time. The performing arts agency industry has three characteristics: randomness, suddenness, and globality. You don't know when the organizer will send a formal performance offer, nor do you know which performance of the contracted client will go wrong at which stage, and you can't figure out where those strange cities in the mailbox are located. Excellent performing arts agents, especially those who manage many clients, have their own biological clocks and working hours. Some people have a closer relationship with the organizers in the Far East, so their active time will be moved back, and it is normal to send and receive emails in the middle of the night to handle various matters. Some people are mainly responsible for performances in Europe, so getting up early is a good habit that must be possessed, otherwise they will miss many invitations from London, Amsterdam, or Ibiza. As for other regions, there weren't enough performances in those places to make Utah's agents accommodate them. Precisely because of the particularity of the performing arts agency industry, United Artists Agency has never had a unified working time, let alone a traditional attendance system. This is what is called flexible hours in recruitment advertisements. Each agent chooses a specific time of work, as long as the time requirements are met. When Han Yi arrived at Utah Plaza, the agents responsible for the European region were already sipping coffee in the cubicle, while the agents responsible for the Far East were probably still immersed in dreams and would not arrive until lunchtime. At this moment, those who stepped onto the stairs with Han Yi were basically rookie agents who had just joined the company not long ago, as well as non-sales employees in back-end business or administrative affairs. Most of these people did not receive an invitation to the welcome party, nor did they see the young Chinese tycoon who holds 41% of the shares in real life. Therefore, the Han Yi they passed on by word of mouth in the tea room, and at the lunch table was the most exaggerated version. Some people say that Han Capital is a subsidiary of Temasek Holdings, specializing in entertainment sector investment. After all, since 2010, Temasek has jointly carried out a number of pan-entertainment acquisitions in North America with capital management groups. Some people also equate Han Capitals with the booming HNA Group, based on the initials of the two companies. The latter's tourism group has just bought a resort hotel in Cohen, New York, which is about to go bankrupt. The market has widely interpreted it as a test of entering the United States. Of course, a considerable number of people are influenced by The Guardian's David Simpson special report and believe that Han Yi, who has a mysterious background, should be the representative of the will of the Far East countries. After all, on the eve of the storm in 2016, most people could not predict the violent waves that would come a few years later. If the world continues to develop in a spiral upward trend, then the current script should have progressed to the stage of Japan's massive acquisition of American entertainment assets. No matter which version of the story everyone believes, the look in their eyes when they look at Han Yi will always be full of curiosity and speculation about the mystery, as well as a natural awe of the unknown. Most people who passed by Han Yi would involuntarily look at him twice more and subconsciously distance themselves from him. A few people who were naturally active and outgoing or quick-witted did the opposite, approaching him and saying hello, hoping that this Asian who would become a Utah internal director and power master in the future would remember their appearance. "Good morning, Mr. Han." "Good morning." Han Yi turned his eyes away from the screen of his mobile phone and looked at the young blonde broker who stretched out his hand to him with a face full of hope and nervousness and smiled friendly. It took less than 3 minutes to walk from the street side of Municipal Road to the main entrance of number 9346, and Han Yi had already shaken hands and said hello to 5 or 6 such Utah brokers. But unfortunately, he didn't remember the names of any of them. It's not that Han Yi's eyes are too high, but that he is a person who is focused on his work. At this moment, his mind is all on the text messages with Antoine Gatchett, the chief investment officer of Han Capital. Yesterday, Han Yi's $399 million investment portfolio in Carlyle Group officially expired. All of this money was deposited in Carlyle Realty Partners 4th, which was established in 2005 and ended its life cycle in early May 2016. It is a private equity fund under the Carlyle Group located in Washington, D.C., and specializes in finding investment opportunities in the real estate sector in the United States. Although it is a real estate investment fund, the actual investment targets include consumer goods, manufacturing, industry and other commercial products and services. IBM's personal pension plan is the largest institutional investor in the fund, and Carnegie is undoubtedly the largest individual investor. According to their feedback, the rewards that appear in a capital management group do not have to be kept in the private equity fund of the group. As long as it is related to career development, it is also okay to use it yourself. Therefore, Carnegie's choice is to withdraw $50 million and then inject it into Hahn Capital. The specific compliance operations will be completed by Antoine Gatchett, Jordan Bromley and Lau Taylor. Hahn Music, Hahn Distribution and Renew Management, as well as the live performance company that has not yet been established, will all develop by leaps and bounds in the foreseeable future. It is crucial to ensure that there is sufficient liquidity in the company's account. After all, whether it is the advance payment from the signed artists and creators or the production cost of Mad City, it is unlikely to be paid from other channels. The other $349 million is still the favorite of most American companies and capital management companies, Wilmington, Delaware. Antoine Gatchett is currently in Wilmington, supervising the establishment of Carlyle Exclusive Partner Third, or Carlyle Exclusive Partner Third. Although both funds co-founded with Parkway Capital belong to the category of partnerships, there are obvious differences between the two in terms of the actual structure of the company. When acquiring Utah, Carnegie did not have enough funds and had to reach a joint investment agreement with Parkway Capital to advance the acquisition. But on the Carlyle Group side, Carnegie's $349 million in cash is more than enough. It takes $36 million to acquire 55% of Mad Decent's equity, and the final transaction price for Heartbeat's 25% equity is $25 million. In addition, Austin Rosen of Electric Fields will take $52 million, Halsey Incorporated will take $18 million, and the acquisition of Dua Lipa's manager Ben Mossen's artist management company Tapi will cost another $15 million. These acquisitions and investments, added together, will cost a total of $146 million. It is less than half of the initial funding of SEP Third. The remaining $203 million will be enough for the short term. In addition to the Slate deal with Sony Pictures, Carnegie's focus in recent months will be on consolidating and developing existing assets, rather than continuing to wave checks and make large-scale mergers. He has already contacted the investment targets that are currently expected to be acquired. The assets that have not yet been taken are not what HMG and Hahn Capital can take over. The reason for not being able to take over is not only due to limited funds, but also closely related to business performance, industry status and the general environment of the times. The simplest example is that Bob Dylan will never refuse Carnegie's acquisition invitation now. Only when the Live Aid 2016 version discussed with Jimmy Jovan and a series of subsequent operations can be implemented, can this slim hope be raised a little. Therefore, this time with Carlyle's LP, Carnegie contributed 100% of the funds, and Carlyle Group only served as the management party, with 3 senior partners serving as nominal fund managers and holding 1% of the management shares. The actual operator is Antoine Gatchett, the CEO of the partnership SEP Third. In return, Carlyle Group will receive 2% of the total assets under management as management fees and 20% of the net investment profit as carried interests every year, or commissions in human terms. This is the protection fee that Carnegie paid to David Rubenstein. His business is getting bigger and bigger in the United States. With the shelter of a resident at 1001 Pennsylvania Avenue, he will not get into unnecessary trouble. Of course, paying protection fees is not the only purpose of this LP. It has other great uses in future career plans. After SEP 3 is established, I will rush to Los Angeles to handle those acquisitions. It seems that Tapi is missing from the email group you added me to. Oh, sorry, I'll add you later. There are too many groups. It doesn't matter at all. Also, if possible, I hope to meet with Mr. Bromley, Ms. Taylor and Mr. Gelfand as soon as possible to coordinate the details of the agreement and the specific operation procedures. After all, we have to use LP to invest in Han Capital first, and Han Capital will inject capital into HMG's subsidiaries, and then these companies will complete the acquisitions separately. Americans have a lot of trouble, isn't it? I'll have to trouble you, Antoine. It's Milner, Mr. Han. By the way, do you have a place to stay after arriving in Los Angeles? Before he even reached the elevator door, a pretty administrative girl diligently lit the up button for him. Han Yi once again raised a polite and courteous smile and walked sideways into the elevator. I found one. Antoine Gatchet laughed heartily on the other end. It's not far from the company, in Century City 1 West Century Road. Have you heard of it? Wow, man of culture, Mr. Gatchet. Han Yi raised his eyebrows and teased. It's the best apartment in Century City. There are two things that the French cannot compromise on: accommodation and food. After the business was over, Antoine Gatchet also entered the chat mode. Besides, my girlfriend will come with me, and the children will come to see me occasionally. In addition, I have to bring a few cats, so I have to find a 3-bedroom. When Mrs. Gatchet arrives in Los Angeles, you and the two ladies must come to our house as guests. Provençal stew? Provençal stew, sir. And the best dog eyes you have ever eaten in your life. I don't even know what that is. It's beef stew, thick. Hello, Gatchet? Any elevator in the world is effective in isolating signals. Han Yi had to hang up the phone and sent a WhatsApp message to Antoine to contact him later. After doing all this, the elevator arrived at the top floor of number 9346. As soon as the elevator door opened, familiar loud voices poured in like a tide. Tricky, listen. Tell Astral Works that they may be able to help Horch release another album, but Han Music must participate in the R&R work. Process? What process? Helping them sell an extra 500,000 albums is my process. Don't use those lame routines to ruin my artists. Okay, no problem. Let's do it. I'll talk to you later. The boss is here. Good morning, Yi. Karen moved the phone away from her ear and waved to Han Yi. Good morning, Karen. Walking in front of Karen, Han Yi glanced at the half-open conference room door behind her. Are they all here? Peter Benedek and David Kramer haven't arrived yet. The others are inside, and I'm waiting for my boss here. Karen Guo spread her hands, lowered her voice, and blinked mysteriously. Tell me, boss, who are we going to tear apart today? No one needs to be torn apart. We are here to observe today. Han Yi shook his head with some amusement and replied. In the first board meeting, Han Yi would not take the initiative to speak, and there was no agenda to start. He was more interested in the operating conditions of the United Artists Management Company in the last quarter and how the three forces would perform at the board meeting after Bohu Capital and Han Capital joined. In other words, there would be no big moves and small operations would definitely be pulled to the fullest. But there was no need to tell Karen Guo about such small operations. This time, Han Yi just needed her to be an honest listener. Just enjoy your first trip to the board of directors. Supervise them, and then have a small meeting with Warnick from the music department to talk about our artists' touring plans. Then, I'll treat you to a meal at Sujata. Thank you, Yi. Karen nodded and said seriously. Oh, just a meal at Sujata, no need to be so polite. No, not that. Karen smiled. I mean, thank you for nominating me as a director of UTA, which means a lot to me. The directors of United Artists Agency have voting rights, but in most cases, there is not much room for them to play. However, the title of internal director of the 4 major Hollywood performing arts agencies is enough for Karen Guo to be grateful to Han Yi. Karen has been working in the industry for nearly 20 years and has been an R&R executive for more than 10 years, but today is the first time she has been nominated and officially elected as a director. Moreover, she is a director of a world-class entertainment company. From a senior employee to an attending consultant, this kind of qualitative leap has not been achieved in island definition game in 12 years. After all, no matter how much LA Reid relied on her, she couldn't really enter the core circle of this record group, because even her mentor was just a hired mercenary. But in Han Music, within a month, her name appeared in the press release of the industry news together with Han Yi. This time, it was not Karen Guo accepted Han Music's invitation to become the head of the R&R department. Instead, it was due to Chairman Jim Berkus announced, 3 internal directors joined the board of directors. When she forwarded this news from the Hollywood Reporter to her Facebook homepage, the record-breaking speed of likes and the waves of congratulations made her gain the satisfaction and sense of accomplishment that she had never experienced since only girl in the world. Maybe this is the importance of choice. Thinking of this, Karen Guo looked at Han Yi with a softer and more respectful look. It is not difficult to impress a person with a few words, but if you want them to be more obedient in long-term interaction and cooperation, or even to become your right-hand man, you must fully demonstrate your unique value and resources. Let them bathe in your aura and enjoy the ultimate feeling that they cannot get from others. Han Yi also took this into consideration when nominating Karen Guo as a director instead of anyone else in Han Music, such as Victoria White Mason. In addition to the similar cultural background, easy communication and operation, he needs to use this method to let the core leaders of the core departments of the record company gradually cultivate centripetal force towards him. Because before the candidate for the CEO of Han Music is officially determined, he needs to confirm the loyalty of each key role, which is to himself, not to anyone else. Otherwise, even in a company with a clean and single equity structure, there may be a complicated situation like Utah. Han Yi is very happy to stir up other people's muddy water, but it is absolutely not okay to let others fish in his own territory. Your resume does this honor. Han Yi gave Karen an encouraging smile and did not dwell on this topic. After all, if you want others to be grateful, the best way is not to bring this up all the time as a topic of conversation to show off. Without waiting for Karen to answer, Han Yi quickly glanced at the 2 figures that appeared at the end of the corridor and whispered, "Open the door of the conference room and walk in front of me." Karen Guo responded and did as she was told. So, the 8 people who were whispering and waiting patiently in the room saw Karen rushing in through the door and Han Yi following behind with a warm smile on his face. However, when Karen Guo sat down in front of the name tag with her name on it, Han Yi did not sit down next to her. Instead, he seemed to subconsciously glance in the direction of the corridor on the right, then slightly widened his eyes in surprise, turned around, and disappeared from the sight of everyone in the conference room again. Peter, David, long time no see. The next second, Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Berkus heard Han Yi's warm greetings. Chapter 103 Undercurrent. Yi, I'm glad you still remember me, an old fart. Seeing Han Yi, Peter Benedek walked over slowly with his feet turned outward, opened his arms and smiled. Mr. Han. David Kramer has nothing to do with the traditional image of a wild, extroverted, and eloquent performing agent. He speaks slowly and has a gentle and steady temperament. He is more like a university professor than a celebrity salesman. Only the employees of the film and comedy department who work under him know how crazy the vice president's ideas are at work and how terrible his execution is. Utah's midnight raid was initiated by Jeremy Zimmer, but the frontline commanders who actually carried out the mission were actually David Kramer and Jesus. The former played an irreplaceable and crucial role in persuading 11 agents headed by Marty Rezek, as well as famous movie actors such as Chris Pratt and Will Ferrell. Always happy to see you. Han Yi smiled and nodded, shaking hands with Peter Benedek and David Kramer respectively. He deliberately stood by the door of the conference room. The people inside could not see his figure, but they could vaguely hear his voice. Thomas asked me to say hello to you, Peter. He was supposed to fly back from Arkansas yesterday and come to Utah Plaza with me today, but something delayed him. What was he doing in Arkansas? He's the headline guest at the Youth Spring Music Festival. Oh. Peter Benedek turned sideways and glanced at David Kramer with a smile on his face, then turned his gaze back to Han Yi. It seems that we have found a superstar for you, Yi. How is the cooperation negotiation going? It's done, and it will be announced to the public in mid-May. Han Yi followed suit and greeted Kramer with his eyes, then looked at Benedek. To be honest, it was you who brought this together. Peter, I'm very grateful. This means a lot to Han Music. Hey, if you have time on the weekend, come to number 864 again. We have to celebrate this cooperation together. I won't ask for more. I just hope your chef can make Mexican quesadillas again, the spicy kind. Peter Benedek put the four fingers of his right hand together, except the pinky finger, put them to his mouth and kissed them. Best quesadilla I've ever had. David, you have to come too. Han Yi pointed at Kramer, blinked and smiled. Of course, Mr. Han, I'm happy to. David Kramer was a little uncomfortable with Han Yi's sudden enthusiasm. He nodded, and his eyes drifted to his mentor and the supporter behind the scenes. The latter responded to him with a look with the same meaning and shrugged slightly. Peter Benedek didn't know what Han Yi wanted to do. Enough of the small talk. Seeing the change in their expressions, Han Yi patted his forehead, as if he had just recalled the important things of the day. There is still a board meeting waiting for us to attend. Let's talk after it's over. Please go first, Mr. Han. Hearing David Kramer's words, Han Yi and Peter Benedek held each other's upper arms and gave way to each other for a moment. In the end, the elder went first. Han Yi, who followed Benedek, found that all eyes were focused on him when he stepped into the conference room for the second time. Andrew too, Jesus, Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Berkus. Everyone was looking at him carefully with different expressions. Utah's chief operating officer moved his seat, half raised his body, put his hands on the table, and nodded to Han Yi. The vice president in charge of television and news raised his left hand in his seat, stretched out his thumb, index finger and middle finger, and paused in midair to greet him. As for the CEO and the chairman of the board, they turned their heads to look at each other at the same time. Their eyes met at the midpoint, and then quickly dispersed, and stood up one after another. Yi. The two chose the same name. Jeremy. Han Yi tightly grasped the hand of Jeremy Zimmer, who was closer to him, and moved his body closer to him. He deliberately lowered his voice, but most people in the conference room, at least including Jim Berkus, could hear his words clearly. Good morning. I haven't had time to thank you. Thank you for what? Jeremy took a half step back and saw Han Yi's face clearly. He still had a kind and smiling face. Han Yi pointed at Karen Guo with a big smile and smiled. My record company can't run without her. Jeremy glanced at Karen and understood. This is a talent he strongly recommended. Now, he brought her to the board of directors of Utah. What does this mean? When I saw Karen's name on the list of nominees, I knew that she must have completely conquered you with her outstanding work performance. At this point, Jeremy Zimmer held Han Yi's right hand more tightly while continuing to look at Karen. His eyes curved so that the pupils were almost invisible. Many things are destined to happen, aren't they, Karen? The best boss in the world. Karen Guo raised her arm and pointed two fingers at Han Yi at the same time. I should thank you, Mr. Zimmer. Very wonderful, very wonderful. Jeremy laughed at the words, patted the back of Han Yi's hand, and said kindly, please take a seat, Yi, on my right, a seat reserved for you. If it means I can hear your quarterly report more clearly, then I'm happy to do so. After that, Han Yi pulled open the chair to the right of Jeremy Zimmer and the left of Karen Guo, and squeezed into the created gap. After doing this series of actions, he smiled and cast his eyes towards Jim Berkus, who also stood up behind Zimmer and swung his head slightly back and forth to indicate that he saw him. Mr. Berkus. Hearing Han Yi's indifferent greeting, Jim Berkus' smile froze slightly, and he pursed his lips involuntarily. He called Zimmer Jeremy, and called himself Mr. Berkus. There couldn't be a more obvious difference in intimacy than this. Han Yi's series of actions just now, especially his attitude and title towards Jim Berkus, were enough for all the directors to imagine. Jesus took a sip of the ice water in front of him. His eyes drooped, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Andrew still had a harmless smile on his face, and his eyes were not even focused. He stared at the LCD screen in the conference room that was not turned on, as if declaring his absolute neutrality. As for the remaining four core business leaders, Matt Rice, the head of the TV department under Jesus's jurisdiction, the agent of James Franco, Seth Rogen, Chelsea Handler and Paul Rudd, Blair Cohen, who represents the Utah Film and Television Client Group and has a close personal relationship with David Kramer, and Neil Warnock, the head of the music section, and Chris Day, the head of corporate communications. Did not have any excessive reactions, but their expressions were quite subtle. Only Vincent D., who attended on behalf of Parkview Capital, did not react. He just looked at Han Yi calmly and gave him a formal business smile. And this is exactly the effect Han Yi wanted to achieve. It is enough to use a little difference in treatment to stir up a little ripple in the hearts of the original members of the board of directors, so that they have some speculation and expectations. Those who can sit in the core meeting room of the 4 major Hollywood performing arts agencies are all veterans who have fought their way out of this circle. It is nothing but a fool's dream to defeat the enemy with one move or let them be led by the nose according to their ideal layout. For Han Yi, the best strategy is to start with a light touch and then adjust the next plan in a targeted manner according to everyone's reaction. Therefore, after greeting the giants in 3 different ways, Han Yi sat back in his seat, folded his hands calmly, and said nothing more. Okay, it looks like everyone is here. Just as Han Yi expected, Jim Berkus's mind was working quickly, processing the information Han Yi had just released. What was the reason for his different attitude? Maybe it was because the way he treated him before was not the same as Jeremy Zimmer and Peter Benedek, but still treated him as a senior. Maybe it was because he had obtained the resource support of Zimmer and Benedek, and he had not yet played the role he should have. But he didn't ask about it, right? There were many questions in his mind, but Jim Berkus looked normal. He sat in the chairman's seat at the end of the conference room and raised his hand to signal Philip Voss, the 13th person in the room, in the northwest corner. His official position is partner and deputy general counsel of United Artists Agency. At the operational level, he helps Utah's various departments, subsidiaries and joint ventures effectively implement the company's strategic plans, including acquisitions, venture capital management, client partnerships, SPAC affiliations, financing and senior partner affairs. On the board of directors, as the 13th person, he is mainly responsible for supervising and managing the effective conduct of meetings. In other words, he is Utah's board secretary. Let's get started, Philip. Okay, Mr. Chairman. Philip Voss stood up and looked at the faces of the 12 directors. Good morning, distinguished members of the United Artists Agency Board of Directors. I, Philip Voss, as Secretary of the Board, hereby confirm that a quorum has been achieved for this meeting on May 2, 2016. Pursuant to our bylaws, a quorum is defined as a majority of the current board members required for the board to conduct its business and make decisions. On April 26, the previous board of directors resolved to amend the bylaws to increase the number of board members from the original 9 to 12. Therefore, today, the new board of directors has 12 members, and as of 9:02, a total of 12 members attended today's board of directors meeting, meeting the quorum requirement. Having achieved the quorum requirement, we can now proceed with the meeting agenda as planned. Thank you for your attendance and participation. Philip Voss has been presiding over Utah's board meetings for 5 years, and he is already familiar with a series of procedures. He sat back in his leather chair, flipping through the meeting agenda document that was distributed to each board member, and said, "Now please, Chairman Berkus, call the meeting to order. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished board members, thank you for being here today. As chairman of the board of United Artists Agency, I hereby declare this meeting of the board of directors." Jim Berkus put on his reading glasses and read out his prepared script word for word. The agenda for today's meeting includes many important topics that will help shape Utah's future. We will discuss the company's financial performance, growth strategies, new partnership opportunities, and address any other pressing issues or concerns. Before we dive into the details, I would like to express my gratitude to each of you for your tireless efforts and dedication to the success of our organization. It is with your collective wisdom and experience that we can continue to grow and develop in this rapidly changing industry. I would also like to extend a warm and sincere welcome to the 3 new board members, Mr. Han Yi, Mr. Vincent D., and Ms. Karen G. Uo, and welcome you to join the ranks of Utah decision makers and add fuel to the continued sailing of this great company. Now, let us begin the discussion and work hard to make wise decisions that will benefit our clients, employees and the entire organization. Reading this, Jim Berkus breathed a sigh of relief, took off his glasses, and glanced at the board members sitting on both sides. The first task is to ask all board members to review the meeting agenda. If you want to add, modify, or delete the agenda, please submit it to me, and I will submit it to the board for a vote. Philip Voss began to call the roll. COO Andrew 2. No objection. Vice Chairman Jesus. No objection. Representative of Han Capital, Internal Director, Mr. Han Yi. No objection. Han Yi took a look at the densely packed agenda in front of him and replied. Each item was the development direction of Utah that he was very interested in. All members unanimously approved the meeting agenda. Philip Voss said to Jim Burkus while taking notes. Very good. Then, I will ask the CFO to introduce the financial report of the previous quarter and then proceed to other items on the agenda. Please invite the CFO, Jeff Talabita, to attend the meeting. Utah's COO Andrew said loudly. At the corporate structure level, he is the boss who the CFO needs to report to and listen to orders. Jeff Talabita, who has been the CFO of United Artists Agency since 1998, has no idea how many board meetings he has attended. In fact, except for Burkus and Benedek, no one here has had a longer career than him. Talabita stood on the left side of the display stand consisting of 2 screens, called up the presentation with the help of his assistant, and began to narrate in an orderly manner. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the board of directors of United Artists Agency, good morning. I would like to present Utah's financial report for the first quarter of 2016. Including the London office, United Artists Agency recorded a total operating income of $167.4 million in the first quarter of 2016. Direct operating costs of $55.59 million. Sales, general expenses and administrative expenses of $74.439 million. Adjusted earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization of $37.506 million and an EBITDA margin of 22.4%. Chapter 104 Media giant Han Yi, who was attending the board meeting for the first time, was listening attentively to the financial status of his first investment company. The key data that seemed boring to outsiders poured into his mind, forming one after another to help him make decisions. The operating income of $167.4 million means that the United Artists Agency, as a 10-person company, created a total income of 10 times this figure for its clients in the first quarter. Considering that this data was completed in the first quarter, which is the off-season for performances and film and television projects, Utah's performance at the beginning of the year is indeed quite good. Even if this number is multiplied by 4 quarters, Utah can achieve the revenue target of $670 million this year. The most important thing is that in the entertainment industry, most business activities will not become active until April. The summer, Thanksgiving, Christmas and New Year's Eve schedules in the film industry, the autumn new drama procurement in the television industry, and the summer tours, Halloween tours, and New Year's Eve tours in the music industry, all of these will generate revenue in the second to fourth quarters. If the revenue in Q1 is $167.4 million, then the revenue in the other 3 quarters, especially the fourth quarter, will never be less than $300 million. The full year gross profit should be more than $400 million, and the net profit after interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization should also increase compared to last year, and about $70 million should be achievable. Han Yi wrote and drew on his notebook and did calculations. Unfortunately, the Q1 financial report was reviewed by the board of directors today, and Han Yi and Bohu Capital's investment in Utah was not completed until April. This means that, if he wants to get the return on investment value from this acquisition, he will have to wait another 3 months. Having said that, although the EBITDA profit margin is indeed very low, it is actually about the same average value in the entire industry. WMEIMG's EBITDA profit margin is slightly higher, but because of the large-scale debt in the past few years, the actual net profit margin may not be as good as Utah. CAA's EBITDA profit margin can reach 27%, but in recent years, due to various acquisitions and debt factors, the final profit ratio is not far from Utah. This is why the 4 major performing arts agencies are actively raising funds and launching an arms race. Business development alone cannot fundamentally widen the gap with competitors. You earn more this year, and I earn more next year, but in essence, we are all hovering in the tens of millions of dollars. Capital Management Group spends hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, which is the hot money that can change the game. With 140 million in acquisition funds that are immediately available, plus the profits that are coming in, Utah now has the confidence to compete with the top 2 players. Of course, compared with WMEIMG or CAA, Utah's funds are still slightly insufficient. The latter, which is on the defensive as a whole, needs to find high-quality acquisition targets as accurately as possible in order to outperform the top 2 in asset growth and achieve overtaking. Next item on the agenda. After receiving development funds from Bohu Capital and Han Capital, we continue to advance the original cooperation and acquisition plan. We have reached some M&A agreements and are also preparing some new projects. Andrew, please introduce them to everyone. At this time, Jim Berkus, chairman of the board, had temporarily put Han Ye's abnormal behavior behind his mind. Just now, when listening to Jeff Dolabita's introduction of the company's financial situation, Berkus had been distracted by this matter. The final conclusion? It should be that he deliberately expressed his dissatisfaction in this way because he provided too little help. The child is throwing a tantrum. I will introduce him to some resources another day to stabilize this impetuous investor. No problem, Chairman. Informal meetings. COO Andrew always addresses each colleague by his position. First of all, Utah continues to adhere to the development concept of expanding into new fields, new businesses, and new ecosystems, and has reached an acquisition agreement with 2 esports industry brokerage companies, PressX Agency and Everyday Influencers. Please read the introduction in front of you, which contains their detailed introductions. Andrew to continue to introduce us. Han Ye opened the copperplate color page. As we identified and began to learn early trends in the digital ecosystem, we realized that acquiring PressX and Everyday Influencers would be a forward-looking opportunity for Utah. The first company, PressX, represents many outstanding clients in the professional esports agency field, with a primary focus on the professional league and professional athletes of League of Legends. 100 Thieves support Zachary Aframu Black Fanatics, top lane. Paul Essos Poya, Echo Foxes support Adrian Ma, are some of the more shining names on the list. For Andrew too, this unfamiliar gaming vocabulary was indeed too difficult for him. As for Everyday Influencers, they focus more on cultivating game stars and managing the commercial activities of former professional esports athletes after retirement. Their clients include Michael Amakpeace Santana and Diamond Pokemanon. In addition to us, other agencies have also made a lot of moves in this field in the past few years. Jeremy Zimmer spread his hands and supplemented the directors. WMEIMG acquired Universal Esports Management Company in January last year and announced a few days ago that it would launch an esports league with TBS at the end of this month. Which game, Andrew? Let me look at Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Thanks, Andrew. Jeremy Zimmer gave Andrew a smile and continued. Our old rival CAA has also acquired Barrett Sports Group and has launched in-depth cooperation with Riot Games. Last fall, the application process for the North American League franchise of League of Legends was followed up by CAA. So, it's the right time for us to enter this field, or even a little late. Next, we will contact different game manufacturers to strive for their business support. At this point, Jeremy Zimmer turned his eyes to Han Ye, and his smile was still kind. Jeremy knew very well that Utah's actions in the fashion industry would most likely get the support of Han Ye, who belongs to Generation Z, focusing on promoting business in the digital field, of course, is first of all for the consideration of further development of the company, but if investors can be satisfied on this basis, it is not a bad thing. And his guess did not fall through. Noticing Jeremy Zimmer's gaze, Han Ye nodded, smiled encouragingly, and even raised his thumb slightly and gestured to Zimmer. The esports industry is indeed a promising brokerage service field, but Han Ye is not so interested in it. His slightly exaggerated praise was meant to be seen by the other 2 people. I agree, Mr. Zimmer. We need to move forward more boldly in business areas that we have not yet entered. Looking at Han Ye, Jim Berkus forced a smile and whispered to Jeremy Zimmer. In another field, it seems that our team has also expanded, right? Berkus pronounced the word team very clearly. With High Times, Dragging the ending sound of S a little longer than normal, Jim Berkus folded his hands on the long marble table and looked at Zimmer leisurely. Do you think the forward-looking Generation Z likes esports? What about high times? Will that Chinese kid who doesn't even smoke support Utah's trial in this field? Yes, this is our next topic. Chris, you are in charge of the public relations and publicity of this matter. Do you want to talk? Jeremy Zimmer threw the bomb to Chris Day, the director of corporate communications, without any expression. Okay, Mr. Zimmer. Chris Day was not promoting the specific business. He was only responsible for doing some positive public relations for this matter of different nature in the eyes of different groups of people. Therefore, Chris Day had no burden when talking about this topic. We have reached an unprecedented and wide-ranging media, content, licensing and consumer product endorsement agreement with the world's leading green plant media and event company. Oh, no wonder. Looking at Jeremy Zimmer, who lowered his head and seemed to be carefully reviewing the meeting agenda, Hanyi understood. Green plants are indeed not something he can accept. In the 4 years since I came to the United States, I must have smelled them everywhere on campus, but I have never tried them once. The concept remains unchanged. Only by not letting the senses become dull under extreme stimulation can we make clearer and more rational decisions and judgments, and the way to obtain happiness will be wider. Isn't it more fun to go around the world looking for food with Azaoru and Yaozan? However, Hanyi doesn't care too much whether Utah is involved in these aspects. After all, in North America, this is a recreational activity that is gradually becoming legal. As a Chinese, Hanyi had no motivation, let alone the need, to undertake the responsibility of purifying the social atmosphere of other countries. The action that had been repeatedly defeated since the 1970s in Miami must not be related to him. Moreover, how could Hanyi not know the meaning of Jim Berkus's initiative to ask Jeremy Zimmer about this cooperation case? Although the business scope involved is relatively wide, the cooperation with High Times is just an ordinary brand agency business. Is it worth mentioning it deliberately at the board meeting? Berkus knew very well that as a Chinese and a non-smoker, Hanyi was definitely on the side of hating green plants or even against green plants on the cultural spectrum. He wanted to use this method to plant the seeds of alienation from Jeremy Zimmer in Hanyi's heart. Don't underestimate the power of cultural differences. This power is infinitely magnified in the American society of the 2010s, which may be the most politically correct place in the world. In 2016, the so-called cancel culture was in its infancy. From this point on, every public figure's behavior was carefully scrutinized under the magnifying glass and spotlight. Accidentally said homophobic words at the dinner table? Jason Bourne is a classic, but Matt Damon, you are banned. Implied Britney was cheating in the MV. Cry Me a River, Justin Timberlake, you are banned. Opposed gender pluralism, even if you are the author of Harry Potter, you are banned. In terms of ban culture, the two major countries facing each other across the ocean have many similarities, but there are also some subtle differences. In the United States, bans are usually not official actions, but spontaneous actions of a certain ethnic group or community. Each race, each city, and each individual has a different definition of who should be banned. Whether you can gain widespread support depends on whether your ban spectrum can extend to both ends. Jim Berkus, who saw Jackie Robinson play, maybe from several eras ago, but he has been immersed in the entertainment and media circles for many years, so he knows very well how to use culture to manipulate people's hearts. But unfortunately, he met Hanyi, a person from 2023. This move of Berkus may be very effective in Los Angeles in 2016. But in Chengdu in 2023, these politically correct clichés have long been sneered at. Facing the look that Jim Berkus inadvertently glanced at him, Hanyi did not say anything, but just sat forward a little and glanced at Karen Jiuo, who was sitting on his right. High Times, right. This seemingly carefree Korean woman has been carefully observing the situation on the court. The similar cultural background also means that she can fully understand Hanyi's situation and thoughts at this time. She laughed heartily twice and cleverly resolved the embarrassment for everyone in the conference room in a way that only her personality could explain. As directors, will they give gifts? As soon as this was said, the whole room burst into laughter. The ones who laughed the loudest were naturally Jeremy Zimmer, Peter Benedek and David Kramer. Jim Berkus just pulled the corners of his mouth and sat in his original position. Ms. GUO, they only do marketing and media activities related to green plants, not sales. Chris Day, the smooth-talking communications director, smiled and helped Karen smooth things over. But I think I can get you a few 420 sweatshirts. I have a closet of clothes with this theme at home. Karen GUO waved her hand nonchalantly, then smiled apologetically at Jim Berkus and said softly, "Sorry, Mr. Chairman, you shouldn't joke in such an occasion. Please continue with the next topic." "Ah, yes." Jim Berkus licked his lower lip, looking a little annoyed. "Let's ask Andrew to continue with the next topic." "Okay, Mr. Chairman." Andrew too, who was wandering in space, quickly pulled himself back from space. "Let me continue to report to the directors on the company's developments in the last quarter. We have prepared a gallery called Utah Artist Space at 403 Fort Hill Road, where the company's advanced art department will display a series of paintings by Utah's clients. This will not only provide our artists with a more customized exhibition hall, but also allow us to break the shackles of traditional galleries and communicate directly with consumers." The news from the London office is that they have reached an agreement with Michael Asindigan, an executive of Fasabooks UK office, and Jamie Leeming of Capitol Records London branch. The two will join Utah's London office at the end of the year and be responsible for the digital marketing of the company's international clients in the UK and Europe. We at the headquarters will continue to support the strategic decisions of our British colleagues. Kanye West, an important music client of our full-service agency, recently signed a management contract with Scooter Braun. It is said to be a management contract, but it is actually a loose consulting agreement. However, the subsequent work needs to be carried out by us together with the SB Projects team. St. Pablo. The preparations for the tour are proceeding in an orderly manner. This will be one of our biggest concert tours of the year, especially the 3 shows at the Inglewood Forum, which are expected to become the benchmark fall of entertainment in LA this year. In February, our senior partner Lisa Jacobson left the company and started her own business. We will always remember and be grateful for Ms. Jacobson's 21 years of dedication. Utah's brand department will not be affected by this. On the contrary, we will continue to cooperate with Ms. Jacobson in various fields to strive for better exposure and publicity opportunities for our clients. Sonam Kapoor, one of the most famous actresses in Bollywood, has just signed an international agency agreement with us. This is our first international agency in the Indian film industry. In the following 40 minutes, Andrew talked completely and clearly repeated to the directors present the important measures of United Artists Agency in various sectors. Harney listened very carefully while taking notes. When he made up his mind to acquire Utah, he mainly valued the company's strong influence in Hollywood, especially in the field of music, and the status and reputation that the Golden Sign Board of the world's 4 major performing arts agencies would bring to himself. Until now, he has a more macroscopic understanding of the agency in which he holds a 41% stake. United Artists Agency is more than just an entertainment agency that helps artists find performances and film contracts. Up to now, Utah, which ranks among the top 3 in the agency industry, has become a full ecosystem media giant loaded with various clients and various businesses. From music to comedy, from movies to news, from high art to esports, it can be said that the active figure of United Artists Agency can be seen behind the scenes in various cultural activities of modern human society. This company should not be just a springboard for one to join the music industry. It itself is a majestic Roman city. The roads extending from it lead to the entire Roman Republic. And if you want to turn the Republic into an empire, the first thing to do is to turn this eternal city into your own territory. Mr. Suis, now please report to the board of directors on the business progress of the television, radio, news, and cultural sectors. Okay, thank you Andrew. First of all, in the field of television literature, we will welcome a heavyweight figure, Lina Brannan. She will leave the Jewish agency and is expected to join us at the beginning of next month. Mr. Kramer, please report on the business of the film, comedy, distribution and screening sectors. Of course, Andrew. First of all, in the field of film and television agency, Sofia Vigler has confirmed that she will leave CAA and sign an agency contract with us. The entire agency case is expected to be completed by the end of July. In addition, colleagues in the film and television department are in contact with Rob Carlson of WME. Mr. Warnock, it's your turn. Thank you, Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, the music sector has reaped great rewards last quarter. Chris Brown, DJ Khaled, and 2 agents from Nashville, Kurt Motley and Toby Keith, have joined us one after another. The music department has never been like this. The reports of the heads of each core business sector were still lingering in his ears, but Hanyi's eyes had gradually lost focus. Such a complex business line, such a huge department structure. How can I make this company truly obey me? Can my plan proceed smoothly as expected? Hanyi bit the pen of a black signature pen and glanced at the faces of Jeremy Zimmer, Peter Benedek and Jim Berkus. None of them looked back at him, but Hanyi knew that they must have felt his gaze. In the next few years, whether it will be an alliance or a coalition, the victory of Elysia or the conference of Pompeii Curia, it all depends on how these 3 giants who have just made their first bet will act. Chapter 105, the first person in 20 years. Give the entire HMG client list to Utah. Sitting in the top floor conference room at 10202 Washington Avenue in Culver City, Kevin Hart chatted with Hanyi while replying to a message from Dwayne Johnson on his phone. Sony's conference rooms, whether it's Sony Music, Sony Pictures or the Sony Group itself, all have the same color scheme and layout. Bright red tables, white wheelchairs, and no other extra decorations except for the speakers, LCD screens and a row of filing cabinets in the corner, fully reflecting the concise style of Japanese companies. Yes, including all the artists under the companies to be acquired next. Why do you want to do this? Sorry, I know you are a shareholder, haha. Kevin Hart put down his phone, raised his hands and laughed. But brother, that is one of your identities, and the other identity is the founder of HMG. From this perspective, wouldn't it be better to disperse the entertainment contracts and let WME, CAA and even ICM serve you? Kevin Hart's suggestion is not unreasonable. Each agency has fixed resources and channels. In other words, whether it is WME, CAA, Utah or ICM, the value they can provide is capped. Dozens of musicians from the same company signed with an entertainment agency at the same time. Although resources can be allocated as reasonably as possible, there will inevitably be conflicts of opportunity and interests. It is one thing to let artists compete in a healthy way, and it is another thing to be trapped in a pool and waste internal energy. From the perspective of pure performance realization, it is like this. Hanyi also closed the chat window with Zaworu. The girl from Taiwan was asking him about the trivial details of the graduation ceremony in great detail. He put his phone upside down on the table, smiled and answered, without further explanation of the details. Why put all the HMG client lists in the United Artists Agency? Hanyi naturally had special considerations. First of all, the performing arts agent will take 10%, not more, not less. In the European and American music industry, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, whether it is Iceland or Gibraltar, as long as you perform, you must have the services of performing arts agents. And as long as the role of performing arts agents exists, this 10% of income will be lost in vain. Considering this point, Hanyi certainly hopes to put all the artists in Utah, because no matter what, he can still get 41% of the equity dividends from this 10% income. Others don't know, but Hanyi himself knows the value of this batch of artists in his hands. 10% may not seem much, but in a few years, 10% of Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, Halsey, any one of them, will be enough for the performing arts agency to eat greasy. Secondly, Hanyi's decision making has higher dimensional factors. That is, he hopes to further enhance his voice and actual role within Utah through the rising commercial value and influence of HMG artists. How to understand this sentence? Imagine that if more than a dozen dazzling stars with future annual incomes of more than $10 million were stuffed into Utah's music department at one go, how much would the profitability of this sector be pushed up? Can it surpass WME and CAA, at least in this field, and become the industry's #1 in the 2020s? As the head of the music department, Can Neil Warnock gain a greater voice within the company? And what attitude will Neil Warnock have towards Han Yi, who helped him accomplish this feat? Will Han Yi have another loyal voting machine on the board of directors who will always follow him? Once Warnock no longer obeys, even if he makes a little dissatisfaction, and only verbally warns that the performing contracts of these artists will be transferred to other brokerage companies, the music department will change instantly. After all, Han Yi is very sure that in the 2020s, no agency can bear the pain of Dua Lipa and Billie Eilish changing their agencies at the same time. There is no need to move other artists. Just these two names are enough to make any company afraid. By providing Utah with a large amount of cash cows and gradually linking Utah's growth with HMG's growth, the United Artists Agency will become more and more dependent on Han Yi. At that time, Han Yi's control over Utah will not only be reflected at the long table of the board of directors. According to the same strategy, gradually infiltrate each department. At that time, his will be Utah's action program. Such a method is not complicated and anyone can think of it, but the main reason why no one can put it into practice is that this is a legitimate conspiracy that can only be completed by the combination of advanced information and overwhelming wealth. The future superstars who will definitely shine plus a huge amount of funds to pocket them all. One less will not work. With this trick alone, it is difficult for the three giants of Utah to resolve Han Yi's gradually growing internal influence by any means. Not to mention, Han Yi has other tricks up his sleeve. However, it's hard to separate a person's identity, isn't it? Han Yi spread his hands lightly. Don't ask what Utah can do for you. Ask what you can do for Utah. Okay, Mr. President. Hearing Han Yi's deliberate avoidance, the perceptive Kevin Hart no longer continued to delve into the same topic. For him, making suggestions is a good intention as a partner, but not a responsibility. It is enough to let Han Yi know that Kevin is always on his side and put on this gesture. As for how Han Yi chooses to deal with the cooperative relationship with Utah, it really has little to do with him. Dwayne is also in this building now, negotiating with them. Jumanji, right? Han Yi nodded. If I'm not mistaken, it should only involve this one. Unlike us. Yes, he is negotiating with Jake Kasdan, the executive producer of the film. Kevin Hart glanced at his phone and gave a positive answer. In the Jumanji project, he wants the same as us, co-production and share of shares. For Dwayne Johnson, who has just accumulated industry reputation and original capital through several successful action films, Jumanji, which costs less than 100 million yuan to produce, is the best time for him to stand on the broad stage. He doesn't know whether this movie will be successful, but like Kevin Hart, the first opportunity to sit at the negotiation table for a commercial blockbuster is more important than anything else. The first project for his 7-block production company to practice is the documentary The Dilemma purchased by HBO. The second project is a step further, which is the movie version of Baywatch that can be released in mainstream theaters with a total production cost of about $60 million US. It is currently being filmed in Miami. The third project is Jumanji, which can finally be called a real level movie. The production cost is about $100 million, but not more than 100 million. There are themes that are popular at the box office, and even if it fails, the losses are within a controllable range. More importantly, for Dwayne Johnson now, the profit or loss of a movie within a reasonable range does not affect him at all. After all, he starred in the HBO hit drama Ballers, and his salary for one episode reached $700,000. In 2016, the only people who made more than him in the television field were the 5 main actors of The Big Bang Theory. Why don't we form an alliance? Han Yi pointed at Kevin's mobile phone screen and said, "You and Wayne have successful cooperation cases, and you are the most suitable candidates at the moment. In my opinion, we can advance and retreat together, both participate in the production, or reject the invitation together. In this way, the two companies together should be able to get all the released equity shares. I was just communicating with him about this." Kevin Hart touched his chin and smiled. Dwayne meant the same thing. Our two production companies will first take down 50% of the investment shares together. The specific distribution can be discussed later, but the general direction remains unchanged. If there is a third investor, we will withdraw directly. Correct thinking. Han Yi gave an approving look. Let's combine our strength first, so that Sony won't defeat them one by one. This is also the reason why they don't want us to have a meeting on the same floor. Don't worry, he's a smart guy. Don't look at his big size, but he's strong enough. Kevin Hart pointed to the position of his temple. He knows how to get to where he should go. I have no doubt about that. Han Yi raised his eyebrows and said, people are always deceived by the disguise of appearance. It seems that big men are always associated with stupidity and impulsiveness. How many people know that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's acting income from June 2017 to June 2018 is the highest record tracked by Forbes magazine in 20 years? $124 million before tax. This is another factor that inspired Han Yi to invest in Jumanji. If he can take advantage of Dwayne Johnson's acting career through this movie, Han Yi doesn't mind giving him more benefits. By the way, Dwayne asked me to tell you that he has to return to Miami for filming immediately after the negotiation ends today, so he may not have time to meet. But the next time he returns to Los Angeles is expected to be in mid-May. I hope the three of us can get together. Of course, I'd love to. Han Yi smiled slightly at the corners of his eyes, but he didn't show his inner excitement. In fact, this is what he wants in the film and television industry. He doesn't need to be the alpha wolf, just the driver of the sleigh. Gentlemen, I'm sorry for the delay. Before they had chatted for long, Philip Rowley hurried back to the conference room and waved his hand to apologize to Han Yi, Kevin Hart and Jordan Bromley. The three of them were here to discuss the details of the slate deal. Kevin Hart's deputy Tyran Ralph and Manor Entertainment's film and television lawyer Christopher Chazin were in another conference room discussing the investment details of Jumanji. If we add Dwayne Johnson, Danny Garcia and their lawyer Harold Brown, who were on different floors of the same building, there were 3 film and television investment meetings held at the same time in the Sony Pictures office building. This is the attitude of Sony Pictures, or most Hollywood companies, towards investors. They must not have the opportunity to meet each other and prevent information exchange so as to better deceive. No, to promote the project. I just called the higher-ups. Philip Rowley put his old BlackBerry back into his pocket, adjusted his outdated black-framed glasses that only old accountants from the last century would wear, pointed to the ceiling above his head, and said, but unfortunately, the answer is still no. There is currently no investment quota available for Spider-Man: Homecoming. Then, there is no investment quota for The Crown either. Rowley added before Bromley could speak, Netflix and Left Bank, our production company in the UK, co-produced this TV series, but 100% of the investment was borne by Netflix. So, from this point of view, Left Bank is just a mercenary. It doesn't matter, it's always a good thing to ask. Han Yi sighed with some regret and smiled at Philip Rowley. Spider-Man: Homecoming was just a slim hope, but as for The Crown, he really wanted to get involved. A 2-season production of $130 million is a super project that requires debt to raise funds, even for Netflix. Maybe, in the future, we can cooperate with Netflix in a different way. Don't they have a post-IPO debt financing plan every year? Is there any other way to help them solve the debt financing needs for content procurement? Then let's continue to look at this list. The idea flashed through his mind, and Han Yi raised the thick stack of project information in his hand and said, yes, Mr. Han, Sony Pictures has prepared a lot of investment opportunities for you. Philip Rowley looked up at Han Yi, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, because of the wrinkles of aging skin. Then he lowered his head and buried his reading glasses in the paper documents. The first project, Jumanji, is also the project we are most determined to participate in, right? Yes, my 2 clients, Mr. Han Yi and Mr. Kevin Hart, need a 50% investment share. Jordan Bromley, as a lawyer, is a representative of the specific negotiations. He glanced at the Sony Pictures representative and another senior lawyer of Manor Entertainment sitting across the long table, Natasha Azawa, who represented Sony Pictures today, and Philip Rowley, the vice president of Sony Pictures in the middle, who was in charge of finance and financing. His tone was firm and indisputable. Azawa on the other side was responsible for maintaining the relationship with Sony Pictures, and what he had to ensure was that Han Yi and Kevin Hart saw the dedication and investment of Manor Entertainment. as long as they didn't go to court. In the world of Hollywood, there was rarely a saying that the attorney needed to be temporarily replaced because of a conflict of interests. In fact, in private negotiations that did not need to be made public, both parties wished they had used the same firm so that many things would be easier to discuss and easier to advance. Jordan Bromley on this side and Natasha Rizal on the other side. Even according to the 1.7 rule of the American Bar Association, it was not a direct violation of the conflict of interest principle as long as both companies were informed in advance. This was the case with the investment agreement between Sony Pictures and Perfect World. Manor Entertainment represented both parties at the same time and facilitated the signing of the agreement. And this is also the reason why Manor Entertainment is gradually becoming bigger in the entertainment industry. Snowball effect. Another proposed leading actor, Mr. Dwayne Johnson, and his 7 Block Productions also need investment shares before they are willing to act. Natasha Rizal took over the conversation and spoke for Sony Pictures. As the #1 leading actor, we must of course give priority to his investment request. Yes, that's why we became partners with Mr. Johnson. Jordan Bromley smiled and answered slowly, we were partners in The Man from Nowhere and in Jumanji. Heartbeat and 7 Block Productions need to be the only 2 investors in this movie, otherwise it will be difficult for Mr. Hart and Mr. Johnson to agree to the performance contract. As for how to distribute the 50% investment share, this is something we can talk about after we determine the general framework. Hey, isn't it a good thing for an A-level blockbuster to save the trivial matters of financing? Of course, Mr. Bromley, it's good for both parties. Drawing a line on the document in front of him, Philip Rowley continued to maintain his weird smile. We usually don't release so much investment quota to individual production companies we cooperate with. You know, first of all, it's for financial security, and secondly, Sony Pictures is a brand with a deep historical heritage and brilliant achievements. There are always investors from all over the world who want to cooperate with us. In order not to damage the cooperative relationship, we have to keep a part for them. At this point, Philip Rowley subconsciously glanced at Hanyi from the Far East. If you want to get 50% in Jumanji, we also need you to prove your sincerity in the cooperation in the Slate deal. For example, Blade Runner 2049. God damn it. Hanyi sighed in his heart. The Sony film project he was most afraid of finally came. Today's Wind Vane recommendation. 3 more. Thank you everyone. Recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, food tickets, meal tickets, crabs. Chapter 106, Rotten Appetizers and Big Bones. 2023. Although it is not the worst failure in Hollywood history, it can also have a place on the list. Hanyi held his chin and listened carefully to the conversations on both sides of the conference table while silently complaining in his heart. Please describe the project in detail. Jordan Bromley looked down at the information and said, although all the details are in the prepared documents, it is also a competitive strategy to make the negotiating opponent lose his edge or become exhausted in the lengthy introduction. Alcon Pictures has reached a joint financing agreement with us. They invested $90 million and we invested $90 million. They asked Warner to be responsible for domestic distribution and Sony to be responsible for overseas distribution. Therefore, our box office share in North America will be less and more overseas. This cooperation model is quite similar to 9. Hanyi couldn't help but recall the night in the private cinema. In addition, the Hungarian government has agreed to give us very favorable tax exemptions and refund policies. Since the entire film will be shot in Budapest, we should be able to save a lot of budget in terms of taxes. How much? About 15% of the budget, which is about $27 million US. This tax will be returned to us in full. The actual production budget should be between $150 million and $160 million US. So we can also say that from the beginning, the 2 investors have a guaranteed return of 15%. Estimated P&A expenses? At least $75 million US are expected to be invested. According to the actual situation, it may fluctuate between $60 million and $150 million US. It mainly depends on the film's commercial performance worldwide. $75 million? It should be more than that. Hanyi was doing calculations on his notebook. He still remembered that Alcon Pictures announced that it had suffered a huge loss of $80 million after the film was released. The domestic box office of Blade Runner 2049 is about $92 million. According to the production cost of $150 million, Alcon Pictures will be responsible for an investment of $75 million. So, using the simplest and crudest calculation method, all domestic revenue belongs to Alcon Pictures, and all overseas revenue belongs to Sony Pictures. Then, from the $92 million box office, Alcon Pictures can recover about half, that is, $46 million. Subtracting the investment, there is already a loss of $29 million. In other words, Alcon has lost $51 million in publicity and distribution and actor sharing. So, it can be seen that without calculating the box office share of the leading actors, the P&A cost of Blade Runner 2049 should be around $120 million in the end. The actual total cost of the entire project is $270 million. The global box office is $267 million, and nearly half of it, $133.5 million, can fall into the hands of the producer. Net loss of $136.5 million. Since Alcon has borne a loss of $80 million, Sony should have a loss of about $56.5 million. Still the simplest way to calculate, if both parties share the P&A cost, then each company will have to pay $135 million. Loss of 41.8%. If I pay 25% of the production cost, which is $18.75 million, then I can get back $10.9125 million. It doesn't seem to be that much of a loss. Although Alcon will never take no overseas box office money as calculated above, Sony Pictures' actual loss must be higher than $56.5 million. But similarly, the income from VOD, streaming media and TV broadcasts is not included. In general, the loss range should not be far from Han Ye's estimate, losing $7.84 million in exchange for an opportunity to enter Jumanji and other film and television projects. It seems acceptable. After all, if you can get a 50% investment share in Jumanji, according to the box office performance of the previous life, you can get at least a 246% return on investment. Han Ye gradually began to understand why investment institutions are willing to take on some projects that are obviously difficult to make money. Only after eating the fried eggs that are burnt can you wait for the cream cake to be served later. Isn't that what I'm doing now? Blade Runner 2049, which needs more than $400 million to break even, is actually a little tempted. We hope to know the specific distribution ratio of various types of revenue. For overseas revenue, Sony gets 66.67% and Alcon gets 33.33%, and the domestic revenue is the opposite. In addition, the non-theater box office revenue is also distributed by both parties according to the regional source of the revenue. Hearing this, Han Ye glanced at Kevin Hart and pushed the notebook in front of him. Kevin Hart has decided to put all the $25 million investment into the Slate deal. According to their expected total investment of $100 million, Heartbeat needs to bear 25% of the losses. The loss of $1.96 million, as Kevin Hart said, can be earned back by a few talk show tours. In fact, after discussing the investment case of Sony Pictures this morning, he will fly to Charlotte immediately and bring a whole night of joy to 13,000 people at the Time Warner Cable Arena at 8:30 on time. This performance alone will make $1.41 million in box office. In following the Sony Pictures Slate deal, Kevin Hart not only has Han Ye's capital support, but also his own comedic appeal as a backing. Throughout 2016, Kevin Hart made $85 million in acting income, of which $70 million came from talk show tours. Therefore, no matter how much he loses, Kevin can help himself and Han Ye make it back. Then he can use Heartbeat instead of Laugh Out Loud to invest in a few talk shows. Thinking of this, Kevin Hart nodded to Han Ye. After responding with a smile, Han Ye's knuckles knocked on the conference table in a seemingly random and chaotic rhythm. Okay, then, we have preliminarily confirmed that we are willing to bear 25% of Sony Pictures' investment in Blade Runner 2049 according to the mentioned structure, method and proportion. This can be recorded. Jordan Bromley signaled the paralegal to record it and paused for a moment before continuing. However, we also need to select another film that we like. I thought Jumanji was the film that you liked. Philip Rowley looked at Han Yi, then at Kevin Hart, and laughed hoarsely. Jumanji is a film that my client wants to be deeply involved in the production process. Jordan Bromley corrected him with a smile. The reason why we invested and want to get the right to participate in creative decision making is because it is related to Mr. Hart's acting career. And Mr. Hart's career is very important to Mr. Hart himself and Mr. Han. Our investment considerations go beyond the project itself. Then, Mr. Bromley, Natasha Azzolla and Jordan Bromley confronted each other. Tell me, which project of my client is a high quality resource you dream of? Philip Rowley and Han Yi turned sideways at the same time, looking at their respective attorneys leisurely. Everyone knew that this was a negotiation drama jointly presented by the two senior partners of Manor Entertainment in tacit cooperation, but it was indeed interesting. I won't say high quality resources. For investment, I will only use the expression targets with value. Jordan Bromley flipped through the pile of documents and said, we understand that you are currently producing Hotel Transylvania 3. Hotel Transylvania 2 is the record holder for the first day box office of films released in September. Natasha Azzolla smiled and shook her head. It is also the record holder for the box office of animated films under Sony Pictures. Our funds will give priority to the production of this film. In fact, it has a higher priority than Spider-Man. You have to throw in some small bones, Natasha. Jordan Bromley leaned back in his seat and spread his hands. If you want us to make a 9-digit offer. This is not a small bone, Jordan. Natasha Azzolla did not give in. You know this is the biggest and most delicious T-bone. Hotel Transylvania 1, released in 2012, cost $85 million to produce and grossed $358 million worldwide. The second film, which was released last year, had a production cost reduction of $5 million, but the box office revenue reached $475 million. This kind of animated film brand that has already established a foothold in the market and has a group of loyal teenagers and children's audiences is a real cash cow for any film company. But you also have to know that we come to this restaurant just for the T-bone. Jordan poked the table with his index finger. We buy a $300 tasting menu and endure the lengthy appetizer process just to have a 22-ounce T-bone, ribeye, or any steak you offer as the main course. We want to eat meat. Jordan Bromley leaned forward, glanced at Philip Rowley, and continued to stare at Natasha Azzolla. No entree, no tips. You can't expect us to invest $100 million without any incentives. Give us what we want, or we'll leave, including the invitation to shoot the movie Jumanji. There will be a main course. Natasha Azzolla tilted her head and squinted slightly, but you have to have an appetizer. The emoji movie. This appetizer is really bad. Han Yi subconsciously touched his philtrum to cover his sigh. This movie, which cost $50 million to make, is actually a big gamble for Sony Pictures. In 2011, Apple added the built-in emoji keyboard to their iOS system, making this Japanese emoji package that came out in 1997 popular around the world. In 2015, Sony Pictures defeated Warner Bros. And Paramount to get the adaptation rights for the emoji animated film. At this time, 4 years have passed since the popularity in 2011. What's even more exaggerated is that, as an animated film, the production cycle of the emoji movie was as long as 2 years. It was originally a Hot Topic movie, and it was delayed to mid-2017. Many people are worried that the film will be outdated before it is released due to new technological trends. Why did this animation take so long to make? It has nothing to do with whether the production team is procrastinating or not. The main reason is that Sony Pictures has no money and can no longer make losses. Lone Star and City, two big sponsors, also ran away with their sister-in-law. The project was established and production began in September 2015, and the first voice actor was signed in July 2016. The following voice actors did not sign contracts until October. The delay of the emoji movie was mostly caused by the tight financial situation. Of course, judging from the quality of the film and the final reviews, it is not a bad thing to let it come out later. One day later, one day less criticism. Rotten Tomatoes has 134 professional reviews, with a support rate of only 6%. 5 days after the release, the most widely circulated news about the film was published by Christopher Rosen, a reporter from Entertainment Weekly, with the title "Due to this positive review, the Emoji Movie loses its 0% Rotten Tomatoes rating." The flood of bad reviews caused the Emoji Movie to lose a large number of potential audiences, and of course, it also attracted a group of curiosity enthusiasts at the same time. The final global box office was fixed at $218 million for this animation, with a cost of $500 million, and its promotion and marketing all depended on bad reviews. It was enough for Sony Pictures to make a small profit. However, Sony Pictures in May 2016 did not know these things. The lagging production progress, as well as the poor script and midterm quality shown so far, have caused the group's confidence in this project to drop sharply. Now Sony Pictures urgently needs a sucker to help them take over this plate. Guarantee 50% of the investment amount of the Emoji Movie in exchange for 20% of the share of Hotel Transylvania 3. 30%. 30%. Jordan Bromley offered an outrageous price right away. 50%. 25%. 40%. 25%. Jordan, we insist on the 50% investment amount. The lawyers of Manor Entertainment are all stubborn. Opening up the investment share of Hotel Transylvania 3 is already a huge loss for us. If we can do 50%, 25%. Han Yi took over the conversation at the right time. Then, I can guarantee that the Emoji Movie will get $25 million in production funding. In addition, if you are willing, I can take another 10% minus 15% of the investment share to help this animation be released on schedule. But I have two requests. Two very reasonable requests. That is, if we become the main investor of the Emoji Movie, then first, I hope we can have a certain say in the specific arrangement of the voice actors. Second, I know you have another project seeking financial support. 2 or 3 months ago, you contacted Ma, Jordan, hoping to let them promote the financing. I also want to add this project to the slate deal. 5 movies, a total investment of $130 million, is 30% higher than our previous psychological expectations. Which movie are you talking about, Mr. Han? Although he already had the answer in his mind, Philip Raleigh still chose to ask this question. Some things can be tacitly understood, but some things are better to be said explicitly, especially in the negotiation stage. I'm talking about the movie you're working on with Marvel. Han Yi flipped to the last few pages of the document and pointed to the bold words at the top. Venom. I know you need an investor to cover 1/3 of the production cost, and that'll be us. I've prepared a mind map for everyone. You can take a look. Chapter 107, first ranking. Iced Americano for you, and Madison's extra large cup of matcha latte, skim milk, no sugar. Braving the scorching sun, Han Yi got into the Bentayga and handed the cardboard tray with 3 cups of coffee to the 2 girls. Thank you. Thank you very much, boss. It's what I should do. Seeing Zhao Yaozhen insert the straw into the cup, impatiently drink a big mouthful, and then successfully freeze herself to a headache, pouting and frowning, quietly rubbing her temples, Han Yi couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Whether eating or drinking, this Korean girl is amazingly fast. Often, he is still shaking the syrup in the cup, and Yaozhen's iced Americano has already gone halfway. Madison Beale's movements are obviously much slower than Zhao Yaozhen's. The Long Island girl sipped the matcha latte in small sips and exhaled with satisfaction as the ice cubes collided in the Starbucks polyethylene cup. You really like matcha? Han Yi glanced at Madison Beale in the rearview mirror, stepped on the accelerator, and continued to drive towards the destination. On Friday, May 6, 2016, Han Yi, who had just submitted a final paper in the morning, waited for Zhao Yaozhen to get in the car at Gale Avenue on time at 1:45 p.m., and then went to Santa Monica, which was about to be jammed like a can of sardines, to pick up Madison Beale, turned the car around, and rushed to the Griffith Observatory 2675. Rutherford Road, Diplo's newly purchased 4-story villa in the Hollywood Hills is nearby. Today is the recording day of Cold Water. Haven't you heard that sentence? Madison winked playfully. Everything is so much better with you. Ah. Han Yi smacked his lips, a little speechless. I didn't expect that in the United States. I would love again and still be attacked by homophonic puns. Have you been to Little Tokyo Market? The matcha de fuku there is really good, and the other desserts taste great too. Next time. Oh, wait. Is there Ultraman? Han Yi frowned, touched his face, and suddenly got an idea. Before he could finish his words, his skin was about to be burned through by Zhao Yaozen's fiery eyes. Without having to look at those blinking peach blossom eyes, Han Yi knew what the other party meant. Yaozen had never been there either. Next time I'll bring some for you all. Hearing this, Zhao Yaozen looked away with satisfaction. That's more like it. Just bringing some won't work. It won't motivate me. Madison Beale sat in the middle of the back row, put his hands on the backrests of the front seats, leaned forward, and smiled. You should say, when my new song is on the Billboard charts, please invite me to Little Tokyo Market to do some shopping. Okay, no problem. Han Yi raised his right hand and made an okay gesture. The song Cold Water? Aha. I promise, if this song wins the championship, please go directly to Tokyo to purchase, not Little Tokyo. Are you so confident? Major Lazer, Benny Blanco, Ichiran, Justin Bieber, Madison Beer. On the unobstructed I-10 highway, Han Yi couldn't turn around to show Madison his confident smile, but still chose to raise his voice, to make his voice full of energy. Why are you not confident? Except for the last person. I agree with you. Speaking of the Billboard charts, Madison suddenly remembered a good friend who was getting closer and closer to her. By the way, Yi and Eugene, congratulations. How do you feel about your first song on the Billboard singles chart? What do you feel? Han Yi shrugged. Top 40, basic requirements. Top 20, worth celebrating. Top 10, you can get a reward. Top 5, that's an achievement you can show off. Now it's only 96th. You still need to work harder. He's just pretending. Zhao Eugene immediately broke the news and whispered to Madison Beale. On Tuesday, someone was grinning in the office for a long time. He immediately said he would increase investment and help Ocean Eyes get more radio stations and playlists. It sounded like she was teasing Han Yi, but even though they were already friends, Zhao Eugene knew clearly what to say and what not to say in front of Madison Beale, a signed artist. Her words, whether in terms of meaning or tone, focused on the second half. For an artist, continuing to invest more, just after it's on the charts, this is a good boss who is worthy of trust. Madison Beale didn't know that the promotion budget had already been allocated $100,000. Of course, she didn't need to know. As a partner, cooperation has become Zhao Yaozen's subconscious reaction. Wow, how much do you plan to expand? 4 radio stations. Try to help Billy promote nationwide, especially in several metropolitan areas on the east and west coasts. Victoria and others are already working on this. Once it's on the Billboard charts, not to mention heavy rotation, at least in most places, it can get a medium rotation playback frequency. After all, even Ryan Seacrest has played it. The plan was in Zhao Yaozen's mind, and she answered fluently. The playlist here will be expanded to 150, and we will strive to increase it to around 80 next week. Playlist promotion is really effective. Madison Beale nodded thoughtfully. Yes, 691,000 plays on Spotify, plus Apple Music has already exceeded 1 million. For a new artist's first single, it's quite amazing. Zhao Yaozen agreed, and this is the result we achieved before the cooperation agreement with Apple Music was officially signed. Once the acquisition of Mad Decent is officially completed, the promotional cooperation between Han Music and Apple Music will start immediately, and at that time, the platform will allocate more traffic to us. For Billie Eilish's first song, profit is a secondary goal. Han Yi glanced at Zhao Yaozen and added, we will push the debut single to a high level as much as we can, and then use this ranking as a springboard to accumulate resources and momentum for her second, third singles, and first album. Just as Han Yi said, for Billie Eilish, which is also the first single released by Han Music, profit is indeed a less important secondary goal, and it can even be said that it is not at the top of the priority list. You know, 1 million streaming plays, converted into royalties, is only about $2,500 US. Kanye spent $12,000 on channel promotion fees for iHeartRadio Los Angeles and New York alone. Add in 150 playlists, what will be the loss ratio? The difference between promotion costs and royalties is actually the most critical factor that hinders newcomers from climbing up in most cases. As long as you are willing to spend money to expand channels and promote, even the worst songs can climb to the middle and upper reaches of the charts. However, this is the most subtle part. Who can get the real full-scale promotion from the record company? The answer sounds a bit ridiculous. Only those who have already achieved success and do not need these promotions will get the real strong promotion. Because if you are Adele or Taylor Swift, even if this single is given away for free, there will be record companies willing to spend millions or even tens of millions of dollars on global promotion, because they know that the investment in these superstars can always be recovered through various channels and in various ways. But what about newcomers? Who dares to place such a heavy bet on a newcomer like Billie Eilish? Don't forget the 90% rule in the music industry. Even if you only pay artists advances and don't care about anything else, 90% of artists will make record companies lose all their money. In May 2016, in the eyes of most people, 15-year-old Billie Eilish was closer to this 90% rather than the 10% on the spectrum. In this hopeless situation, how many people would be willing to pay Billie and Phineas a $100,000 advance to continue making songs, and then invest another $100,000 specifically for publicity and promotion? This is what Kanye has been reminding himself repeatedly in his heart. The biggest advantage of his rebirth, in addition to money, is knowing where to spend money. Others spend money, and only 1 out of 10 investments may succeed. He spends money, and 10 investments can directly activate 20 projects. The characteristics of the time traveler who crushes his peers in the present world are fully demonstrated here. This is why Ocean Eyes and The Previous Life had to wait until Bill's second album became a global hit before it finally reached the 84th place on the Billboard Hot 100 singles chart. In This Life, it won the 96th place on the chart in the second week of its release. Because there was a person who had seen the dark craze she would set off in the future. With his own endless financial support, how long will it take for Billie to become popular all over the world this time? What heights can she reach in the end? What about Dua Lipa? What about Holch? What about the frustrated Madison Beer? Can I play the role of God? Just this thought made Kanye toss and turn last night, and he was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. Reach a height. Madison Beer savored Kanye's words carefully. What do you mean specifically? Top 40. Kanye stretched out 4 fingers to show Madison Beer. This is the minimum standard I envisioned. Then, what about cold water? Madison pointed to her chest and asked softly. Young lady, you were not paying attention just now. Kanye shook his index finger and smiled. When I said the top of the charts, I was serious. So, I can start looking for tickets to Tokyo now. Madison Beer slid her fingers on the dark screen of her mobile phone and teased. Can she see the ticket now, Eugene? Yes. Eugene smiled and nodded. Just record your interlude perfectly and leave the rest to us. That's right. The Bentayga turned right onto the ramp, turned around on the roundabout, and slowly merged into the gap of I-110 and Kanye leaned on the back of the seat and glanced back. Are you ready for your part? Ready. Madison subconsciously straightened her back and answered loudly. Really ready? She originally thought she was. At home, every lyric, every turn, and every breath of every measure were memorized by heart. But after arriving at 2675 Rutherford Road and seeing a room full of professionals in the recording studio on the first floor, especially the 2 familiar faces, Madison Beer felt that her vocal skills, fragmentary memories, and rationality were all collapsing and necrotizing bit by bit. She stood at the door in a daze, watching Kanye stride towards the southwest corner of the room, where Diplo was whispering with Ed Sheeran. Thomas. Kanye raised his arms and smiled brightly. Hey, Yee, long time no see. Diplo pulled Kanye over and gave him a warm hug. It's a beautiful home. Ah, yes, I just paid the down payment 2 months ago. Diplo grinned, touched his forehead, and said, at that time I didn't know I could get a lot of money. subconsciously looking at Ed Sheeran beside him. Diplo was glad that he stopped at the critical moment. Let me introduce you. This is Ed Sheeran, my good friend, creative partner, and the greatest living musician on the planet. Ed, this is Han, the most visionary boss in the world. During Diplo's exaggerated introduction, Ye and Ed Sheeran shook hands and smiled at each other. He's always like this. Ed Sheeran pointed at Diplo. Let me reintroduce myself. Ed Sheeran, a musician. Thomas does like to exaggerate, but this time he's right. The greatest music creator alive on this planet. Ye patted Ed's arm and smiled. On the way here, the radio was playing Thinking Out Loud all the time. Ye's words were indeed a bit exaggerated. The most popular song on American commercial music radio stations now is actually DC Ina's Panda. Yes, it's the Utah client who performed at the welcome party. In this week's chart, in addition to Panda, which successfully topped the chart, Me, Myself and I ranked 10th, is also a single by Utah clients G-Eazy and B-Bricks have. Therefore, from another perspective, although HMG's artists can only hover at the bottom of the chart now, Ye already has a hot star who has topped the singles chart. As for Ed Sheeran's Thinking Out Loud, it is the third promotional single of the previous album X. It has been almost 2 years since its official release and has long been out of the radio station's heavy rotation list. However, many hits are deeply loved by radio audiences. When they are played, they will greatly increase the audience retention rate. Therefore, even if they are not on the heavy rotation list, the radio station will play these music repeatedly. And Thinking Out Loud is one of these classic hits. Whether it is afternoon or early morning, as long as this music is played on the Kiss FM channel, it will always cause the audience to sing in chorus. Even if they are sitting in their own cars stuck on the highway, even if they may have gritted their teeth and honked at each other just a second ago. This is the power of Ed Sheeran. This red-haired, plain-looking, short and strong British guy who looks completely unrelated to a pop star has been fighting his way through the European and American music scene since 2011 with his extraordinary musical talent. If Finesse is a genius, then Ed Sheeran is even 2 levels higher than him. The former has a fixed style, and the scope of production he can radiate is limited to his sister Billie Eilish, while Ed Sheeran is not only a world-renowned singer-songwriter, but also a creative mastermind behind the scenes that countless singers flock to. Taylor Swift's Endgame, Horch's East Side, BTS's Make It Right, Justin Bieber's Love Yourself, and Mary's 2002, including the current Cold Water that is about to be recorded, all have Ed Sheeran's active participation in the composition of lyrics. Ye does not need to sign Ed Sheeran. Of course, he was born again too late and could not sign him. But Ye must establish a close cooperative relationship with the other party in order to make his artist's classics become a reality one after another. No matter how time and space change, some things cannot be changed. Ye is not a musician. Even if you put the Ableton project file in front of him and let him copy it, he can't explain it. Which tone to use, what FX, how to adjust Melodyne, which plugins and what parameters. Perhaps Ye is a well-deserved expert in music management, but after all, different trades are like different mountains. In the field of music production, he is a complete layman. He knows all the professional terms he should know, but he is immediately exposed when he starts to practice. Ye can't envy those predecessors who can automatically come up with music scores and even tracks in their minds after rebirth. All he can do is to reproduce the original production team as much as possible, glue them together with the power of money, and make these music that still shines through time and space become a dazzling collection in his copyright library. Haha, thanks, buddy. Ed Sheeran laughed twice, cleared his throat, and responded politely in his slightly mockney-colored British accent. Lean On is something you can hear on any radio station in the world at any time. You bought yourself an unimaginable treasure. At this point, Ed Sheeran hugged Diplo and patted the latter's chest. How long will you stay in Los Angeles? Ye asked. I should be here for a month or 2. I just finished the tour, and next I'm going to work with Benny to make the next album. Benny? Benny Blanco? Yes, he's the main producer of my new album. Ed Sheeran pointed to the recording room on the other side of the heavy soundproof door. Benny is debugging the equipment in there. You'll see him when you come out later. That's great. Han Yi looked at Diplo. When we have time, the four of us should get together and see if we can create any sparks. Hey, do you have a company? I'm addicted to acquisitions now. Oh, I wish I did. There's no need to take the obvious joke seriously. Ed Sheeran just smiled and shook his head. Maybe in the future, who knows? Yes, it's time for you to be your own boss. Edition. Great suggestion. Not just getting together, but also starting a company. Look at me, Ed, I'm a role model. Diplo put his hands on the backs of the two men. As the host of today's recording, he needed to arrange everyone's conversation time reasonably, so that his partner, Matt the big boss of Decent, can greet everyone he needs to see. Then let's get ready and start recording directly. By the way, before that, I have to introduce you to two absolute big names. Diplo's right hand exerted a little force, signaling Han Yi to look in the direction of his gaze. On the long sofa in the northeast corner, there were two men chatting. One was very young, and the other was still young. Mr. Justin Bieber and his manager Scooter Braun. Both are business experts who are keen on development and mergers and acquisitions. You should have a lot of common topics. Today's Wind Vane recommendation. 3 more. Thank you everyone. Recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, food tickets, meal tickets, crab. Chapter 108 Justin Bieber's Future Boss. 2023-05-15 Chapter 108 Justin Bieber's Future Boss. Hey, Madison. Before Han Yi's sight was cast over, Justin Bieber had already spotted Madison Beer, who was standing at the door and hesitating for a long time, and her manager Zhao Yaozhen, who was by her side and comforted her with the warmth of his palm. Nice to see you again. Justin raised his hand and greeted Madison. His eyes passed over Zhao Yaozhen's face, and he couldn't help but bring a bit of surprise. This may be the most beautiful Asian girl he has ever seen. No one else. Of course, no matter how much he admired, he would only suppress it in his heart. Not to mention that Justin Bieber was struggling with Hailey Baldwin, Selena Gomez, Sophia Richie, Nicola Pez and Chantal Jeffries at the same time. Even the lover with a big appetite would fill his plate. More importantly, Justin Bieber, who has been in the industry for 7 years and has experienced more ups and downs than most people in their lifetime, knows the difference between work and private gatherings. Although the recording site of Cold Water today is not as world-renowned as the Met Gala or the Grammy Awards, the room is full of managers, musicians, R&R and public relations managers. Any movement will be seen by people outside the team and spread as gossip to TMZ or the New York Post in a form that he could not expect. Therefore, after thinking for a few seconds, he just stood up and spread his hands in front of him to Madison Beer. It's nice to see you again, too, Justin. Madison took a quick deep breath, then high-fived Justin and forced a smile. Is this your manager? Manager. Zhao Yaozhen took a half step forward, put her hands in front of her, grasped her Jimmy Choo handbag, and nodded politely. Yaozhen Zhao. Yaozhen, a nice name. Justin nodded, turned his eyes back to Madison, and smiled. Hey, at least the new manager is much better looking than the old one. Maybe Justin Bieber had no ill intentions, but the joke with a strong fuckboy flavor still made both girls feel a little uncomfortable. From different aspects. Zhao Yaozhen did not respond to Justin Bieber's teasing. She just continued to maintain a polite smile and quickly scanned the other person. The golden hair parted to the right, the black short-sleeved t-shirt with another oversized grey long shirt, and the dense green tattoos on both arms were clearly visible. Owl, old-fashioned speakers, the Chinese character Kwa, and the word representing his personal identity, believe. There is not one that Zhao Yaozhen likes. It's not about any specific tattoo, but the whole style. Unlike most girls, Zhao Yaozhen is not attracted by the so-called ruffian or street style. This kind of dirty bad boy image has always been the type she stays away from. In South Korea, tattoos are not allowed to appear on radio and television, and men with more than 1/3 of their body tattoos are not even allowed to serve in the military. Zhao Yaozhen, who is quite progressive in her thinking, disagrees with many social norms in East Asian culture, but not this aspect. She only has a crush on gentlemen, and gentlemen will not show all their identity and cultural characteristics on the surface. This is the source of Zhao Yaozen's natural sense of rejection, and Madison Beal standing next to her is obviously different. The Long Island girl has no negative views on tattoos. In fact, although not as exaggerated as Justin Bieber, she also has a few cute little loggers in inconspicuous places on her body. The image of the little boy from the giving tree on her left ankle and the 3553 on the inside of her right middle finger, which records her and her brother's birthdays, are all manifestations of her girlish feelings and family values. In addition, her right foot is engraved with C137. Anyone who has seen Rick and Morty knows that this is a dimension in the cartoon. On the inside of her left foot is a classic line from her favorite movie, The Truman Show. How's it going to end? How will everything end? Therefore, what makes Madison feel uneasy, cramped, and even a little panic is not the green-faced ghost all over Justin Bieber's body, but the guy he mentioned just now, who is standing up and walking slowly towards them. Madison. Scooter Braun stood in front of Madison, his eyes always half open and half closed, his mouth corners raised, and his smile, that only shows the upper part of his teeth, always with a bit of indifference, that seems to be deliberate. Scooter is definitely not a traditional manager who always wears a suit and is very formal. Brian Epstein's British aristocratic elegance has nothing to do with this greatest music promoter of the 21st century. He wears a black Zara jacket with a simple white t-shirt. If it weren't for the deliberately grown beard on his face and the silver Audemars Piguet Royal Oak on his left wrist, he would be no different from the fraternity members that can be seen everywhere on the USC campus. In fact, Scooter Braun's career began with a fraternity party. When he was studying at Emory University, Scooter was active on the Atlanta campus as a party organizer. His excellent organization and planning skills won him a job to organize an after party for Ludacris and Eminem's joint tour, the Anger Management Tour. The celebration party was a great success, and he also took a step into the entertainment industry. In 2003, he participated in hosting the NBA All-Star Game, negotiated a $12 million Pontiac endorsement agreement for Ludacris, and then met Usher and signed Justin Bieber together. Scooter Braun's career was precisely stepped on the right rhythm in the midst of alcohol, cheers, and brotherhood, and he climbed up little by little to finally achieve today's honor, achievement and wealth. Therefore, Madison Beal's confusion, analyzed from the cultural core, is actually a very simple story. The rich girl who grew up in Jericho and Hampton met the fraternity leader and student union president who grew up in Coscob, Connecticut, when the former was only 13 years old and the latter was already over 30 years old. The huge gap created by knowledge, experience, and skills made Madison only a puppet of Scooter from the beginning. Scooter Braun managed her in his way for 5 years, and even the pitiful resistance was calculated by the manager. Moreover, in the end, it was Scooter Braun and Island Records who gave up on her, not the other way around. From the beginning to the end, Madison Beal had never had a chance of winning against Scooter Braun. How could the girl not feel intimidated when she saw him again? How are you doing recently? Fine, Mr. Braun. Madison tried her best to keep her voice calm, but her fingertips trembled slightly uncontrollably. Recently signed a new company. Oh, yes, I heard about it and saw your Instagram. Scooter Braun smiled very calmly. A beautiful cake. Scooter was talking about the Instagram status that Madison Beal posted after signing the contract last Friday, a piece of chocolate cake sent to her by Han Music, with the words "Welcome home, Madison" written on it. I'm glad to see you cheer up so quickly, and I'm glad to have someone. I was just talking about you, Mr. Han. Scooter Braun saw Diplo walking towards him with Han Yi from the corner of his eye. He stopped talking, opened his hands, and greeted the young Asian tycoon who had repeatedly attracted his attention in the past month. First, he acquired Utah, then bought Mad Decent, and it is said that he will also invest in Electric Feel, which has been very close to them recently. Although this is the first time he has met Han Yi, Scooter Braun feels that he has been with him for some time. Hello, Mr. Braun. Han Yi subconsciously glanced at Madison Beal, who was pursing her lips, and then stretched out his hand to Scooter Braun with a warm and friendly tone. I have wanted to see you for a long time. I should be the one to say this. At this point, Scooter Braun turned sideways and pushed his top star in front of Han Yi. let me introduce you, Justin Bieber. I think this is the most unnecessary introduction in the world. Han Yi blinked, smiled and bumped fists with Justin. Good afternoon, Justin. Just call me Yi. Good afternoon, Yi. Justin Bieber looked at the young man who was about the same height as him with a little curiosity. Scooter Braun's knowledge of Han Yi came from the business dynamics of the music industry, but Justin Bieber's understanding of Han Yi was actually earlier and more personal. On March 20th, when he went to O'Gara's luxury car dealership to pick up the LaFerrari, Justin Bieber heard this name in the casual chat of the staff. The mysterious Chinese who bought 2 top sports cars in one go. He thought about his own LaFerrari for half a year before he made the move, and then waited for another half a year before he got the car in stock with a total price of $1.7 million US. And this Chinese man named Han Yi, who is about the same age as himself, is said to have booked a perfectly tuned McLaren P1 in 10 minutes, and then 15 minutes later, he ordered a retro Ferrari 250 GT SWB, a total of $3.3 million. This is a large amount of spending that even Justin Bieber needs to communicate and negotiate with his business manager repeatedly, and even make a statement before he can approve it. But Han Yi picked and chose like buying avocados at Whole Foods, and then checked out and left without saying anything. In the next 2 weeks, all kinds of news about him leaked out at lunch tables in Hollywood. A $190 million acquisition, a $39.5 million Bel-Air mansion, and today, a $36 million investment to become a major shareholder of Mad Decent. Justin Bieber is very clear that, even though he is already a world-famous superstar, the wealth he can control is still several orders of magnitude behind Han Yi. Han Yi lives at 864 Stradella Road. What about him? This month, he just rented a house in Toluca Lake, north of Universal Studios, $80,000 a month. It is not a good time to invest in real estate. He is not old enough to buy a house yet. He can make any excuse, but Justin Bieber knows that most of his assets cannot be converted into cash in the short term, and most of the cash is kept by the business manager. The most important thing is that, even if every penny is taken out, it is still not enough to buy 864 Stradella Road in full. Han Yi, after buying the mansion in full, took out more than $100 million for investment, and threw $36 million in Diplo's face. Thinking of this, Justin, who always looks lazy, can't help but look more serious. If you don't pay attention, this person may become his boss, or even Scooter's boss one day. Justin was on to last time, so he couldn't come to 864. Diplo tried to find a common topic for both parties. I thought that, when we both have time, we can get together at your place. Justin, Scooter, the chef at Cheese House, is from Noma. Wow. Scooter Braun exclaimed in cooperation. That's like hiding a food museum at home. I went to Copenhagen 4 times, but I never got a reservation once. My seat is always open. Han Yi is very happy to have more contact with Justin Bieber and Scooter Braun, especially the latter. In 2021, this guy sold the company to the Koreans for $1 billion. In 2016, or later, would he be willing to sell it to the Chinese? This is a topic that Han Yi wants to explore further. Great, Justin and I will definitely find time to visit. Oh, by the way, congratulations on signing Madison. Scooter Braun, who wanted to deliberately show his demeanor, spoke in a tone that was even half a point sharper than usual. She's a girl with a promising future. I'm sure you won't regret it. Scooter's praise sounded ironic to Madison. You won't regret it, right? That's why I brought her here today. Han Yi also heard the obscure but harsh part in Scooter's words. His expression remained unchanged, with a bright smile on his face. I told Thomas that with Madison's participation, cold water will definitely become more eye-catching. I have no doubt about it. Scooter Braun crossed his arms and nodded with a smile. Yi, let's watch the wonderful performance of the children. Of course. Han Yi stepped forward and stood side by side with Scooter Braun, turned his head and looked at Diplo. Thomas, let's shut up first. Now it's your stage. I hope you can witness the magic coming. Diplo raised his hands, overlapped his index and middle fingers, and made a gesture for good luck. Benny, Ed, are we ready? Yes, sir. Benny Blanco, with a messy hair, pushed the door, and walked out of the recording room, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "We can start anytime." "Okay, then." Diplo hooked his finger at Madison Beer. "Madison, let's go first, okay? Justin has recorded a demo. You can follow his vocals. It's only 8 bars. Let's solve the simplest parts first." Okay, no problem, Thomas." Madison Beer swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty and pointed in the direction of the recording room. "Shall I go in now?" "Anytime you're ready." Diplo spread his hands at his side and gave an encouraging smile. Then, he trotted a few steps and sat down in front of the production table. On his left was Benny Blanco, and on his right was Ed Sheeran. As for the recording engineer, no need, he was one himself. "Madison?" Opening Logic Pro and opening the project file that had been prepared long ago, Diplo turned his head and found Madison Beer still standing there. "Whenever you're ready." "Oh. Okay." Madison Beer glanced at Zhao Yaozhen and Han Yi in panic, then lowered his head and walked quickly towards the recording room. "Use a little force." "Yes, that's it." Madison Beer put his hands on the soft soundproof door and pushed hard. The gas in the gap was completely discharged, leaving only Madison in the small recording room at 2675 Rutherford. This was originally Diplo's private studio, where he designed his own sound equipment. As an electronic music producer, he allocated more space to the creative studio outside, rather than the actual recording room. Recording is only done occasionally by the cooperating singers when they come home. The most common thing Diplo and his production team do here is to use Ableton Live to arrange music. Madison Beer turned half a circle and looked at the room. The soundproof wall, composed of double-layer calcium silicate board and damping glue, was painted dark red, tightly wrapping the entire room. Several music stands were piled in the corner, and the Norman U87 microphone with the wires connected was held high by its complex bracket and hung in the air. She hadn't been to the recording studio for a long time. The soundproofing effect was so good that Madison could only hear her own breathing and heartbeat. After staring at the microphone for a long time, Madison Beer's eyes finally noticed that in the blurred background, Ed Sheeran and Diplo were pointing at the edge of the room and saying something to her. The monitoring glass was very small and slender. Through it, Madison could only see the 3 people sitting in front of the production table. As for Justin Bieber, Scooter Braun, Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen standing at the end of the room, as well as all other staff, only the lower half of their bodies were left in her sight. Looking in the direction of the 2 people's fingers, Madison caught a glimpse of the black Audio-Technica ATH-M50X headphones hanging on a music stand. "Put it on." Benny Blanco's non-material performance can be understood without language. With the skin around the ears completely wrapped in comfortable leather, Madison finally heard the sound from the outside world. "Okay, Madison, can you hear me?" Diplo pressed the intercom button and asked. "I can hear you. How is the sound?" "It can be a little quieter." "Okay, now." "Okay, just right." Madison Beer gave Diplo a thumbs up. "Then let's listen to the accompaniment first." Diplo put his hand on the space bar. "If it's too loud, tell me." This can be turned down a bit." "How's the volume?" "Perfect." "Great. Then next, I'll play the accompaniment first, and you sing along, to get a feel for it. Should we start 4 bars or 8 bars earlier?" 8 bars would be better." "Okay, then it's about here." Diplo found the right time on the track and quickly pressed the space bar twice. The leaked drop music made him sure he had found the right position. "Are you ready? Let's start now." Without waiting for Madison to respond, Diplo pressed the play button directly. The 3 producers on the other side of the monitoring glass lowered their heads at the same time, tapping the beat to the rhythm of the music, waiting for the first recording effect of the day. Standing in the distance, the 4 people, who could only see half of their bodies, also took a few steps forward at the same time and cast their eyes on the lonely Madison. "I'll be your lifeline tonight. I won't let go." The 8 bars starting at 2 minutes and 5 seconds are not long. With Justin Bieber's vocals as a prelude, the interlude that Madison Beer needs to record soon arrives. Madison holds the monitor headphones with both hands, takes a step forward, and puts the tip of her nose in front of the microphone. The drum beats fade away, and the vocals should sound in time. But Madison Beer opens her mouth, but finds that she can't make any sound. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, In a Demon, Part 1. Madison, this is your part. Diplo paused and reminded softly. I know, She wanted to defend herself, but she couldn't find a reason. Sorry, can you do it again? Okay, I'll be your lifeline tonight. I won't let go. Same paragraph, similar situation. Madison Beale found that she could speak normally, but when it came to the part where she was supposed to sing, she couldn't make any sound. She opened her mouth wide, but there was no sound, like a drowning puppy. Diplo rubbed his eyes, stopped the music again, and tried to suppress the urge to sigh. Do you need to put a metronome at the beginning? No. Madison put her hands in the back pockets of her jeans, lowered her head, and panted very slightly. What's wrong with her? The Norman U87 dynamic microphone has a good ability to block background noise. Madison, who didn't point her mouth to the sound port, would not be heard by people outside, no matter how loud her breathing was. But unfortunately, the quality of the Audio-Technica ATH-M50X monitoring headphones is also top-notch. Benny Blanco frowned, and Madison heard clearly what he whispered in Diplo's ear. Yeah, what's wrong? Where's my voice? Madison, did you sleep too late last night? Diplo asked in the softest way possible, but he felt a little regretful. For the female part of the interlude of Cold Water, Diplo originally wanted to directly use M, the partner of Lean On. He knew her well, and had successful cases. This simple passage was perfect for her to get some results. But when Han Yi saw the production clip he sent to his friends on Snapchat, and asked about it intentionally or unintentionally, Diplo finally decided to give the choice of the female vocal to the former. The reason is simple, using this insignificant decision to show Han Yi that he treats him as a close business partner. After Diplo told Han Yi about this, the Asian tycoon thought about it for 2 days, and then asked Karen Guo to send Madison Beale's one-sheets to Diplo via email. She has over 3 million followers on Twitter and Instagram, and has released a single before. Although it's not very good, at least Scooter Braun and Han Yi are both optimistic about her, and she can also get closer to the new boss of Mad Decent. Why not? What's more, it's just a few lyrics. How bad can it be? Too stupid. Diplo slapped himself in the face. Never think of such a thing. That will trigger Murphy's Law in the future. I was prepared to overhaul the vocals, or even slice them directly, if it doesn't work. Who knew that this girl couldn't even make a sound? Madison Beer's abnormal state can be seen without any keen observation. Seeing this scene, Justin Bieber and Scooter Braun looked at each other and gave each other a subtle smile. Oh, sorry, my question. Unexpectedly, Han Yi raised his hand. Excuse me, everyone. I should have listened to Madison. After the attention of the whole room shifted from Madison Beale to him, Han Yi calmly straightened his sleeves and said with a smile. She told me a long time ago that matcha powder would make her throat uncomfortable, but who could have guessed? I still bought her a cup of matcha latte. After saying that, Han Yi patted Scooter's shoulder without waiting for everyone to react. How about we let Justin finish recording his part first? That way you can get busy with other things earlier. You have other plans later, right? Yes, after recording, we are going to Philadelphia. There's a concert tomorrow. How could Scooter Braun not hear the excuse Han Yi was trying to give Madison in his words? He patted Justin on the back and said, "Come on, man, get out when you're done." Yeah. Justin Bieber put his right index and middle fingers together, put them in front of his forehead to make a salute, drank the warm water in the paper cup in his left hand, and walked quickly towards the recording room. Madison, come out and take a break. With Han Yi's gentle comfort, Madison Beale, who was in a daze, took off her headphones and walked to the soundproof door. Before she could touch the handle, the door was pushed open with great force, bringing a strong wind that made her close her eyes and dodge backwards. Oops, didn't see you here. Justin Bieber turned sideways and made way for Madison. You go first. Thank you. With a mosquito-like weak response, Madison Beale did not dare to look up at her former idol and fellow student, and fled directly to the outside of the recording room. Relax. Justin's meaningless persuasion came from behind, and Madison's pace involuntarily quickened a few points. Passing Scooter Braun, Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen, the Long Island girl rushed out of the studio. Okay, Yi, you can let her rest upstairs. The living room on the second floor. Diplo turned around and pointed to the ceiling. Okay, you go ahead, Thomas. Han Yi smiled and nodded, then stretched out his arm to stop Yaozhen, who wanted to follow Madison. Let me do it, Yaozhen. I know what to do. For some things, only after living for 7 more years, he knew where the source was and how to deal with it. Where are you going, Maddie? Madison Beale, who was in the front, did not take the stairs or wait for the elevator to go to the living room, but left the villa directly through the side door. This is the special design of 2675 Rutherford Road. Because of the mountain, there is no need to go through the main gate. The underground floor can lead to the road alone. Han Yi and his group arrived just now and entered through the white metal door on the far right. Don't quit on me. Following Madison outside, Han Yi squinted his eyes under the strong light that suddenly hit his retina and smiled at the slender back. I'm not giving up, Yi. Madison turned around and put her hand on her forehead to block the sun. I just want to get some fresh air and warm up my voice. Okay, I'll go with you. Han Yi nodded, hurried over to Madison's side. Where are you going? I can just walk by myself. Madison Beale lifted her hair from her ears. You go and get busy. I don't have anything to do, and the one in there isn't my artist. My artist is here. Han Yi glanced at the cracked grey road surface under his feet and pointed to both ends of the road. Up the mountain, or down the mountain? Both roads lead down the mountain. Madison was amused by Han Yi's description. This was a cul-de-sac, which is what is called a dead end in Chinese. There is only one way to go, down the mountain. To the left, there is only a ridge and a cliff with a gentle slope. It's just that way goes down faster, and you die faster. Sometimes, going down the mountain is to climb better. Han Yi said something that sounded very philosophical. The Hollywood sign is right next to it, right? It shouldn't be far. We can go there. The Hollywood sign is indeed not far. Madison Beale nodded, took a step, and motioned Han Yi to follow. But it will take at least an hour to go up from the Chapel Hill Trail. 3-minute song, 2.5 minutes of vocals. Han Yi looked at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. We have about an hour before Justin finishes recording. So, how about we walk until I start shouting for help? What a comedy master. Madison turned her head and glanced at Han Yi with a smile. This is an important way for you to open other people's hearts, right, boss? Yes. Han Yi nodded happily in admission. You can tell the truth now, or I will continue to blurt out my collection of cheesy jokes one after another. What truth? Madison blinked. I didn't lie to you. Really? Yes. They don't know, but I can see it. Han Yi took 2 quick steps and walked side by side with Madison, walking downhill. Did you really terminate your contract with Scooter because you insisted on your own artistic style? Why do you think it's not? Madison asked curiously. Your attitude towards us and how you get along with your mother and grandmother in Long Island. Han Yi's index finger circled near his temple. You are not the kind of girl who is rebellious by nature. I don't want to make any negative comments about you, but I think for you, entering this star-studded world is much more important than pursuing a musical style that suits you. Oh, how you know me. Madison smiled and shook her head, and her bright brown ponytail swung out several irregular beautiful arcs behind her head. Yes, you caught me. I lied. Madison put her hands behind her back and slowed down her pace, not rushing to reach the T-junction that was just a few steps away. The reason I terminated my contract with Scooter Braun was because of a scar. Mental? Of course it's mental. Madison shrugged and smiled. If it was because of a physical scar, I would terminate my contract with my manager. Then Oh, I understand what you mean. No, both Scooter and Justin respected me very much, and I was still a minor until the termination of the contract. You are still a minor now. Right, so there is no physical scar. You can rest assured about that. Standing at the T-junction, Madison Bill once again asked Han-Yi's opinion. So, do you want to go down or go up? What scar? Han-Yi did not answer Madison's question, but looked directly into the other's eyes and asked persistently. It's not healed yet. Madison lowered his head slightly. Are you sure you want to uncover it? If I don't take a look. Han-Yi looked at the endless Hollywood ridge. How can I be sure if I can cure it? You want to cure it? You can try. Madison stood at the intersection of the uphill and downhill roads, looking at Han-Yi for a long time. Han-Yi just looked back quietly, letting the scorching sun burn his back. After several minutes, Madison breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Okay." Before he finished speaking, Madison took another step and headed towards the top of the mountain. As the only girl in Jericho High School, or in the entire Long Island, who was retweeted by Justin Bieber and then signed a contract with his company, my life was not always full of praise, envy, and blessings. During that time, I was actually confused enough. When I first signed the contract and started working in this industry, I encountered a particularly big culture shock. I needed to separate the fantasies I had since childhood about the entertainment industry and the music industry from the reality I was experiencing, and it was a very difficult learning curve. Like what fantasies? My imagination was that I would move to Los Angeles, live by the sea, and immerse myself in the whirlwind of music and performances. I would meet a group of girls in similar situations as me, and we would become best friends. People in the industry would welcome me warmly and be very excited to work with me because I was young and talented, and they would do their best to guide me on the right path. Oh my god, for a while, it really felt like that. Like Hannah Montana? Yes, exactly like Hannah Montana. But as time went on, the truth came out. Instead, I would go to parties and watch people who hated each other to their core pose intimately together, giggle together and take videos, and then sit back in front of their phones in silence. I saw Justin, Ariana, and other friends, how they smiled perfectly in front of the camera, and how they looked gloomy the moment the camera moved away. I would attend various creative meetings related to me, but I was too young and too inexperienced, and every idea I put forward was rejected. I knew they had legitimate reasons for doing so, but this was not the new life I thought I would start. I felt like I was cheated. But it's still not your scar. Han-Yi pulled Madison to his side to avoid the car that was whizzing down. The Hollywood Ridge Road is very narrow, and with the vehicles parked haphazardly on the right side of the road, there is no room for two cars to drive side by side, but this did not stop drivers from risking their lives on the mountain road. The Madison Beal I know won't feel sorry for herself just because reality isn't a fairy tale. What about this Madison Beal? Madison turned on her phone, skillfully typed a few keywords into Google, and then held the video she found in front of Han-Yi. This is a 6-second Vine short video. Madison said softly, "Click it and take a look." Han-Yi clicked the play button, and a dizzying short video began to play. There was nothing special about it. All he could see was two girls laughing wildly in a restaurant. Then, the camera was switched to rear mode, and a slightly younger Madison Beal appeared on the screen. She covered her face with both hands, and the tears in her eyes seemed to be about to flow down in the next second. "This is you. 15 years old," Madison Beal responded. "15th birthday." "Birthday?" Han-Yi sighed. "If I'm not mistaken, this is Kylie Jenner. That day, you were in your own house, and you got angry with your mother, just because you heard her name, right?" Han-Yi suddenly remembered a memorable scene in New York. "This group of girls your age don't have similar circumstances as you. They were born into famous Hollywood families. In these people's eyes, you are the poor class who broke into their world, even if you were actually born in the Hamptons." You summed it up so succinctly, I don't know how to continue. Madison Beal's mouth curled up in a self-deprecating smile. "I asked for it. I wanted to have friends in this circle so much, and I wanted to get the recognition of those high-ranking big stars who have their own reality shows. And to them, I'm just a clown who can be used to belittle and make fun of me at any time. I clumsily learned their dress, imitated their accent, put on the same eyeliner, and even drank the same lat. Matcha lat is what they like. Ah, no, this is. I would only order it in front of you. I really like matcha myself." Madison Beal took a breath with some fear. You don't know, when you are with them, if your eating habits are even a little bit out of the ordinary, the whole social circle will know about it the next day. I was ridiculed by them for a whole year for dipping bacon in syrup. So, I did whatever they did, and I thought that this made me one of the girls. But on my birthday, I realized that they just treated me as a not so perverted stalker fan. Then, did you stay away from them? Hanyi asked seriously. Did you find a chance to fight back? I did stay away from them. I did this. Madison looked down at her legs that kept moving forward. Since that birthday, I have never been to any of their parties again. Of course, they haven't invited me again. But I never thought about fighting back. I didn't dare. Why? Because Madison Beer stopped, turned her head stiffly, and pretended to be strong to face Hanyi. From his perspective, the smile she forced was so bleak and powerless. They have seen the worst of me. The whole internet has seen it. Don't worry about the last sentence. There is nothing poisonous in this book. Just wait for tomorrow's chapter. It will explain what it is. It has nothing to do with Beer Girl herself. Chapter 110, Inner Demon, Part 2. Your most unbearable thing. Hanyi frowned. In his memory, there seemed to be no scandal related to Madison Beer that could be associated with this word. Sorry, this sentence is not quite accurate. To be precise, that is not my most unbearable thing. It just has my name and face on it. Madison's words were very vague, forcing Hanyi to ask further. Specifically, nudes. Hanyi felt as if the whole world had quieted down, with only the sound of him and Madison's feet crushing dry leaves every time they touched the road. In May, there was rarely any wind in Los Angeles in the afternoon, and even halfway up the mountain, there was no coolness. Only when passing through the shade of the trees could you temporarily escape the scorching sun. Or, it's my face and other people's bodies. If you don't want to talk about it, we can skip this topic. Hanyi put his hands in his pockets, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. But this is the real scar. I have already uncovered half of it, and it is bleeding. Madison smiled and answered in a low voice. As I said earlier, life at Jericho High School is not always full of praise, envy, and blessings. Every girl wants to be the best friend of Justin Bieber's approved child prodigy. They will approach me with great enthusiasm first, but as long as I don't respond to them with the same enthusiasm, fully accept them into my life, and let them experience the feeling of being friends with Hollywood celebrities, even if it's just a little bit, all hopes will immediately turn into resentment. It doesn't take too many people like this. 3 or 4 are enough to ruin my reputation. They said that I got Justin Bieber's reposts in favor by sending explicit photos to him. The reason he signed a contract with me is because he needs a plaything to entertain himself when he is on and off with Selena Gomez. I don't know if this is it. Some people told their speculations to the tabloids, or all dirty-minded people have the same idea. But ever since Jericho High School started spreading rumors about Justin and me, the tabloids have also been spreading the news that I'm dating Justin. But you never have. Never, 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 never. Madison's tone was firm. I've met Selena many times, and she always stays with Justin. At least in my opinion, the two of them are, or were once a very happy couple, and I will never be the one to destroy other people's relationships. The most important thing is that I know exactly what happened. In other words, after signing the contract, I figured it all out. Before retweeting that tweet, Justin had never seen my cover video. It was Scooter's team who discovered me on YouTube and thought I had potential, so they asked Justin to retweet it to create hype and attract me to sign the contract. So, our relationship before was not as close as the media imagined. Yes, we would meet in creative meetings or recording studios, and we would take a photo together after the recording was completed. But that's all. He has his own life, and the past 2 years. You also know that Justin has been through a lot, whether it is in his career, relationship, or spirit. In that state, it was hard for him to notice me. But most people don't care so much. Hanyi wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and said, life is boring enough. What they want is an exciting story that can cheer them up. Justin and Selena's breakup and reunion. It's interesting. What if there is another underage girl? Great. Yes, after entering this industry, everyone's life has become Gossip Girl. I will be the girl, and they will write the gossip. Madison Bell glanced at Hanyi walking on her left, and the small shop across the ridge road. The dark sign read Idalia Dog Walking and Pet Care. At the half-open entrance, a middle-aged Latino woman was walking 7 or 8 pet dogs of different sizes, calling them out loudly to go out for a walk. Madison couldn't recognize all the breeds of the dogs, nor did she know which residents of this road they belonged to, but she knew that each one was much more energetic than Hanyi, who was gradually starting to pant. How about we turn back now? It's okay, I haven't started calling for help yet. Hanyi waved his hands and exhaled. Let's continue. I remember reading a report saying you and Justin went hiking together. Oh, God, yes, hiking. Madison raised her chin and lamented with some amusement. That was a group activity for the entire SB projects. Everyone was there except Ariana. I deliberately walked to the end of the team. Justin came down the mountain 5 minutes earlier than me, and there were many people in between, but the paparazzi only took pictures of Justin and me. They also kept asking me, how is Justin? Did you have a good date? Again, people will only see the stories they want to see. Hanyi summed up succinctly. Yes, the headline of the next day was Madison Beer and Justin Bieber climbed a mountain together and left in a car. In that car, there were Scooter and 2 assistants. Madison Beer shrugged. When this news got back to Jericho High School, everyone was more certain about my relationship with Justin, and this annoyed some people. There is a boy in school who is crazy about you, right? Hanyi captured the key information from Madison's words. I don't want to mention his name, but that guy is very good at using computers, especially Photoshop. He took all the official promotional photos of Jericho High School. Madison's voice was terribly low. Ever since I entered the school, he has been writing me love letters, sending me messages, and inviting me out on dates. At first, I thought he was just a boy who liked me. Although I didn't have that kind of feeling for him, he didn't do anything out of line. That report angered him, didn't it? Not only that report, but also the increasingly exaggerated rumors in the school. For him, the two corroborated each other and proved to him what a shameless slut I am. At this point, Madison's voice, like her shoulders, began to tremble uncontrollably, so he decided to punish me the way he was best at and reveal my true face to the world. He spliced my face into porn stars, and he specially picked girls who were close to my height and body shape. He made my face and their bodies the same color, so that people couldn't tell whether the photos were real or fake. To be honest, I was shocked when I saw it for the first time. If it wasn't for the fact that it had never been taken, I would have thought it was a photo of myself. Where did you see it for the first time? Twitter. Madison took a deep breath. Someone forwarded an anonymous account with a default avatar and @edme. I will always remember the user who forwarded it. Lovebeer334. He said, I really hope you can die right now and burn to ashes in hell. I'm sorry, McGrady. Hanyi stretched out his hand and wanted to pat Madison Beal's shoulder, but it hesitated for a moment in midair and finally did not fall. When I saw the first retweet, the whole Twitter was already all over, and the Instagram private messages were filled with those photos. You know, that person didn't just take the photos, he also took screenshots of Snapchat, and then put the photos in the screenshot frame to increase the authenticity. Madison didn't notice Hanyi's actions, she just walked and told the story mechanically. At this point, it's useless for me to clarify it personally. Whether it's Jericho High School or my fan community, everyone has a set of photos. Even if I specifically tweeted to tell everyone that it's not me, the comment section would instantly drown out my defense. They said in the comment section, nice A*S. Where did you get those B***BS? Love the way you grab your. Okay, don't say anymore. Hanyi hurriedly stopped Madison from crying. He touched his pocket, but didn't find anything that could be used to wipe the girl's tears. In the end, he could only step back and give Madison more space, hoping that this would make her feel more comfortable. So, your conflict with Scooter originated from here, right? Hanyi speculated, based on the possible situation. He didn't take it seriously? No, as soon as it happened, they started crisis public relations. First, they ask Google and those social media platforms to delete and block the photos in the name of spreading inappropriate information about minors, and then they directly called the police to arrest that guy. How many years was he sentenced? He is also a minor, so the maximum sentence is 5 years, but because he has a positive attitude towards confession, and he is also a, haha, can you believe it, an excellent student with all A's. So, the jury finally gave a verdict of 2 years and 8 months. If you calculate it this way, he can be released by the end of the year. Madison wiped the corners of her eyes and laughed. It only takes him 32 months, so that I can bear the stigma of a slut for the rest of my life. This will at least let him know that all actions in the world must bear corresponding consequences. Han-Yi sighed softly, but this is really unfair to you, Maddie. Once again, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter if this incident has taught me anything. It is that there is no so-called fairness in this world. Don't think about why it happened to you, because there is no reason. The stars are connected in a line. The moon disappears and reappears, and humans are unlucky again and again. It's normal. Fate is like a strange, unwelcoming restaurant filled with weird little waiters who bring you things you never asked for and don't always like. I like this sentence. Madison tilted her head and savored it carefully. I like it. The Unfortunate Adventures of Lemony Snicket. Han-Yi gave the source of this famous quote, and then the tone of the painting changed. But I still don't quite understand. If Scooter stood by you from the beginning and helped you deal with the negative impact of this matter, why would you have to terminate the contract with him? His speed of response to emergencies of his artists, it was really quick. I remember that, as soon as he found out that there were photos circulating on Twitter, he notified my parents immediately and came together to solve the matter. Madison recalled, although it was not a real photo, it was really a terrible experience to face my parents, especially my father, because of this matter. When I returned home, I will never forget his face, with pity for me, anger towards the perpetrator, resistance, and confusion to those online hate speech. My parents had never looked at me with such eyes before. Although I was a victim, I couldn't look my father in the eye for the rest of the day. The three of us sat on my mother's bed, and Scooter was on the other end of the phone, discussing our next move. I remember clearly that every time Scooter spoke, my father would bury his face in his hands and rub his temples. What is the next move? Han-Yi asked. What is Scooter's plan? He hopes that I can stand up bravely, accept media interviews on this matter, and say that I have forgiven the criminal, because I'm such a generous, tolerant and loving person. As they talked, the two arrived at a T-junction again, and Madison looked up at the Blue Lambert Road sign. Go down from here, or continue up the mountain? Go on. Han-Yi pointed to the yellow sign that the girl ignored, which read not a direct path to the street. This is also a dead end. Okay. Madison continued to climb up along the brown wooden fence. Where were we just talking about? Oh, Scooter wants me to act like an angel who was accidentally injured by humans in order to win praise from fans. In addition, he hopes that I can change my music style and personal image, become more adult, more like The Weeknd, or now Ariana Grande. Isn't that what you want? But not in this way, nor in this situation. Madison's hand casually brushed the red wildflowers on the roadside. The route they originally set for me was to be a vibrant, sunny and healthy Disney pop princess. Because someone photoshopped my photos, I have to become dark and mature, right? Not only does he want to spread rumors about me, but he also wants to influence and change my entire career. Scooter probably doesn't think so. After hesitating for a moment, Han-Yi decided to follow his true thoughts and speak for Scooter Braun. I think he should hope that through this approach, the public will see a stronger Madison Beal, and it will be more difficult for similar things to hurt you in the future. I know, that's why I said that Scooter and Justin respect me very much. Maybe I didn't understand it at the time, but now I think about it calmly. The path Scooter chose for me may be the best, the good one. If I had followed his plan, I might have been a big star by now. So, I have a bigger problem in this matter. But you are the victim. That's true. But my problem is that I have made myself the victim. Later that week, we went out for dinner and my mom parked the car, but I couldn't get out. It felt like everyone passing by on the street was staring at me, as if everyone had seen those pictures, as if they were posted on a billboard in the middle of Times Square. I lowered my head and walked into the restaurant as fast as I could. I didn't dare look up at the customers, because if I made eye contact, I was afraid that, if they made eye contact, they would say something worse than what was on Twitter. I used to like you. I don't have a problem with her, but I want to say that she is famous because of this. I'm German, although I hate to say this, but take her to the bathroom. What the fuck? Han-Yi cursed in surprise. Did someone really comment like that? Yes, 26 likes. Madison couldn't help laughing. In front of me, World War II is a small problem. You can't kill all the Jews, but for me, okay, do it immediately. These comments have gone beyond the scope of hate crimes. And this is a daily life of the 14-year-old me. Sorry, excuse me. Politely dodged several pool cleaning workers who were resting in the shade. Madison Bill stood there waiting for Han-Yi to catch up before continuing to walk. So, I really can't. Even now, I can't be tolerant, even if I pretend. If I took those photos myself, I wouldn't refute anything they say. But why should I bear the evil deeds of others, smile and accept the abuse of online trolls, and finally bow and say to them, thank you for forgetting those photos I didn't take? God, you don't know how much I fucking hate these people. These words can never be told to outsiders, but I hate them so much that I want to take a hammer and smash each of their damn skulls to see what kind of dark and twisted things are inside. Madison Beer began to vent her long suppressed negative emotions little by little. I hate online trolls, I hate so-called classmates, and I also hate those who make fun of me, no matter how I try to please them. You know, Kelly, oh fucking Kylie, after what happened, she came to show concern for me. How did you show concern? She picked one of the photos, without covering anything, and sent it to me directly, saying, just got the news, stay strong, girl. You will always have the support of your whole family. BTW, you should always have positive beliefs. At least everyone thinks you have a very hot body now. Snapchat is really unsafe. You gave birth to 2 children without getting married, and you still have the nerve to talk about others. Han-Yi complained in a low voice in Chinese. Ah, what? Madison blinked in confusion. It's okay. It happened in 2018, and there is no point in talking about it now. Han-Yi cleared his throat and continued the topic. From then on, everything was different, right? I can imagine, when you suffer such a great trauma, it should take quite a long time to heal and trust others again. Completely different. All this hatred and malice made me want to take off my skin, crawl into my own heart, and never come out again. I just want to lock myself in the room and hide in the quilt. I don't even want to look at myself in the mirror or change my clothes. Even though no one has seen my real body, I still feel violated. I began to doubt everyone in my life. What is their attitude towards me? Did someone really take pictures or videos of me, even if they are not explicit? I once tried a cigarette at an overpass party. What if some girl took a video and deliberately spread it? I can't trust anyone, and I don't believe that anyone will support me. I don't expect anyone to want to hear my voice again. Somehow, I'll let those photos that don't exist at all ruin my life. The amazing thing is that the higher you go to the top of the mountain, the more vehicles there are. Seeing Han-Yi and Madison walking on the road, most drivers will choose to honk twice as a reminder. Madison Bill was dizzy by the sharp sound echoing in the valley. From then on, I no longer trusted my team, and I was no longer willing to listen to any advice from Scooter. What's more exaggerated is that I have a natural aversion to all boys of my age who intend to approach me. I would think, are they approaching me just to prove that I'm a slut? So, until now, you haven't established a relationship with anyone, let alone establishing a relationship. I'm even afraid of letting them get my phone number. I know this idea is stupid, but at that time I would think, what if they hack into my phone through my phone number and steal all my secrets? Madison stroked her ponytail and smiled sheepishly. It's embarrassing to say, but sometimes I pray silently, hoping that I will wake up the next day and start to like girls instead of boys, so that I don't have to be so embarrassed. It's also a good choice. It was a rare light-hearted topic, So Han Yi quickly made a joke. Have you met the right girl? Not yet. Madison smiled and glanced at Han Yi. There are a lot of people I hate. Carrie, Ariana, every privileged child who grew up in Hollywood. Actually, Han Yi's expression became more and more straightforward when he found that Madison Bill would not be angry because of the truth. In this way, you can also be regarded as half a privileged child. So, I even hate myself. Madison shrugged nonchalantly and said, after the nudes incident, and after Scooter and Island Records gave up on me, I often feel panic. Not for anything else, but just one thought. Why am I here? In Hollywood? In this world? Madison corrected calmly. I have been working hard for a pure and beautiful dream all my life. When it is polluted, what is the meaning of my continued existence? Have you tried to commit suicide? 3 times. Once I wanted to jump off the balcony of the apartment, and the other 2 times were both with alprazolam and alcohol. Maybe I was too weak and too scared. Every time I was at home, I was rescued by my mother or brother every time. At this point, Madison took a deep breath and showed Han Yi a smile that she thought was the most perfect and healthy. Don't worry, I don't have this idea now. It won't affect my work. Even if you have this idea, it doesn't matter. It's okay not to feel okay. There were more and more debris on both sides of the road, and it felt narrower and narrower. The 2 of them, who had no way to avoid the sun by leaning against the shade of the trees on the edge, were sweating profusely. But the open-hearted talk and the rapid secretion of adrenaline during exercise made them all feel an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Madison, do you know what would happen to you if I hadn't shown up and signed a contract with you? What would it be like? Madison asked curiously. She wanted to hear the other self in Han Yi's mind. You will continue to sink in this mood for several years, unable to sleep all night, taking tablets of alprazolam, until you become deeply addicted. Tracy will give up her career and come to Los Angeles to help you save your precarious career. But the power of the 2 of you is too small. Scooter used to allow you to take glamorous promotional photos in the top studios in Hollywood, but when the team was left with only you and your mother, you found that even the cover of the next single was taken by yourself while sitting on the bed with a camera. It will take 3 or 4 years before a label is willing to accept you again. By that time, batches of newcomers will have already walked ahead of you. Even if you try hard to catch up, even if you have tens of millions of fans on Instagram, even if everyone thinks you are one of the hottest female singers of this era, your music career is still hovering at the starting line. This Madison you are talking about. Madison put her hands on her hips, pretending to be angry. How miserable. Is this the me in your mind? This is you who will become a reality if there is no me. Han Yi spread his hands and smiled. But fortunately, I'm here. This is the most arrogant thing I've ever heard. Madison put her index finger on her lips, her eyes slightly curved. What can you change now that you are here? Everything. With your bottomless wallet? With here. Han Yi pointed to his chest and took a deep breath. Of course, the most important thing is money. Ignoring Madison Beer who was laughing so hard, Han Yi continued his narration calmly. With me here, you will find that you don't need to feel good all the time, because this is the norm in life. You will find that hatred in your heart will not lower your level as a human being, it will only inspire your fighting spirit. You will find that it is not important whether you trust others or not, because companionship is a real antidote. When she said the 3rd sentence, the smile on Madison's face had completely disappeared. She stared at Han Yi in a daze, listening to him throwing out one parallel sentence after another. Madison, I'm here to help you fuck. Help me what? Madison shook her head and suddenly widened her eyes. Fuck. Han Yi repeated firmly. Fuck Kylie. Fuck Ariana. Fuck S. No, don't fuck Scooter. He's not half bad. I will help you surpass everyone who has bullied you. Kylie Cosmetics. Let her know that Madison Beer's purple eyeshadow palette is the most popular beauty product in the world. Dangerous woman. Maddie, let's use the chart results to tell Ariana that she can be a dangerous woman, but you are the terrorist woman. Terrorist woman. Madison laughed dumbly. It sounds stupid and cool. What should my wrap-up pseudonym be? Osama Bin Laden? Why can't I be a terrorist? Think about it. Which terrorist would be afraid of cyberviolence? Han Yi smiled and blinked. Since they like typing, let's blow the keyboard to pieces, using music, not real C4. Okay. Madison thought about it seriously, and nodded excitedly and vigorously. Then be a terrorist. Madison Bill stroked his chin and deliberately performed a dangerous expression. What is the first target of attack? That. Han pointed to the Hollywood sign hanging above their heads. Find your voice and blow it up. Is it here? Madison glanced at the several lovelers in front of her, a little hesitant. What are you worried about? Han said nonsense seriously. We will run away after singing. They can't catch us. Okay, I'll try. She gathered her breath into her dantian, and the beautiful singing voice that could not be found at 2675 Rutherford Road naturally floated back into her body. Come on, rescue me from this capsized ship. I'm alone, and don't want to sink into the deep sea. I hope someone can keep me away from this extremely cold and deep water and take me home. Take me to a place where I can rest my soul. I really need to know. You won't leave me. At the last sentence, Han also sang softly with Madison. High and low octaves, without any harmony techniques, but the two voices echoing and the Hollywood Valley intertwined together. But it was extremely pleasant to the ears. Hey. Madison narrowed her eyes in surprise. Your voice is pretty good. A bit like The Weeknd, plus Adam Levine. I know. Han nodded complacently. Your voice is also excellent. I mean, of course there is room for improvement. If you have another year or two of professional training, you will become one of the best singers in the world. But for cold water, the current Madison Beal is enough. Then, Madison breathed a sigh of relief and giggled at Han. Shall we go down the mountain? Okay. Han nodded, then put his hands together and put them to his mouth. Help. Keep walking until he calls for help. This sense of ritual is necessary. Oh my god, I cannot believe you. The deliberately imitated Valley accent quietly disappeared, and Madison held her stomach and bent over with laughter. Seriously, do you want to call an Uber? I feel like you can't walk anymore. Why do you say that? Hearing Madison's words, Han subconsciously straightened his back. I can walk like this for a whole day. Because, look at how much you sweat. Madison took a half step forward, lowered her voice, stretched out her hand, and touched Han's forehead with her fingertips. Like a waterfall. My metabolism is better, and I don't. Han's defense came to an abrupt end. Because Madison Bill put her hands on his shoulders, gently tiptoed, and blocked the mouth that had been talking non-stop with her crystal soft lips. Today is a big chapter. Only one update. Chapter 111 Zuxo. This is to exorcise the devil in my heart. Letting go of Han who was a little stiff, Madison smacked her lips, lowered her head, and spoke in a thin voice. It doesn't mean anything. When she raised her head again, the Long Island girl had put on a bright and sweet smile. Maddie, I know, you are the boss and I'm an artist. Any relationship beyond this scope is neither moral nor professional. Using the classic lines from Keeping Up with the Kardashians to accurately summarize the current situation of the two, Madison touched her ponytail again. Don't worry, this matter is only known to you and me. In fact, forget it. Kiss, and don't tell. After saying that, Madison turned around and went back the same way. Han Yi, who was stunned in the spot, his brain was still frantically processing information. He could only see the girl's glittering hair fluttering on his shoulders in the sudden early summer breeze. What Han Yi could not observe was Madison Beal, who was facing away from him, with a face as red as a cooked Louisiana lobster, a slightly trembling index finger placed on her lips, and lips that were still open and unconsciously moving. Madison had always liked a sentence in Karen Mary Morning's novel Blood Heat. One day you will kiss a man who can't breathe when you leave, and then find that breathing is insignificant. This man, will it be him? There is no precedent to compare, and Madison Beal does not know the answer to this question. But she knows that in the hot and lazy afternoon in Los Angeles, at the end of the mountain trail, where no one disturbs her, the crystal clear sweat beads on the tip of her nose, the unexpected intimate contact, the masculine scent of rosewood and patchouli. This was a hasty, imperfect, and unknown kiss. But it was the best way to start her late youth in her heart. Who cares what will happen in the future? At least at that moment, I'm his, and he is mine. At least at that moment, breathing is insignificant. Thinking of this, Madison Beer turned around and waved to Han Yi, who was still standing there. How long are you going to stand there? If we don't get down the mountain, we will miss the recording. Come on, come on. Save me from the rocking boat. I just wanna stay afloat. I'm all alone. I hope someone's gonna take me home, somewhere I can rest of my soul. I need to know you won't let go. The G-5 strong note was no problem for Madison Beer, a mezzo-soprano. Standing in front of the microphone, she didn't need any auxiliary movements or painful preparation expressions. The 8-bar segment originally prepared for M was as easy as sleeping and eating for her. If M's voice is like the winter in his hometown of Odense, Denmark, cold and rough, with a Nordic peak texture, then Madison Beer's voice is the Long Island summer that all New Yorkers flock to, mellow and warm, but never too humid, with a gentle breeze blowing on the face, bringing a velvety smooth texture. In 2016, Madison, who was not yet an adult, was far from the level of proficiency in vocal techniques, control of the vocal area, and awareness of her own voice condition 7 years later. But talent is talent, even without polishing and modification. The brilliance that a rough diamond can radiate is not comparable to ordinary sandstone. She is really good. Benny Blanco pulled the corner of his mouth down, nodded in approval, then turned around, pointed at Madison in the recording studio, and said to Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen, "This girl has a great voice." "Thank you, Benny." Han Yi nodded and smiled. "She is indeed one of the most impressive singers here. What did you talk to her about?" Zhao Yaozhen nudged Han Yi with his elbow, asking with a hint of curiosity in his voice, from being too nervous to make a sound at the beginning, to now being able to basically sing it in one go. "How did you make her come to her senses?" "We talked about her inner demons." There was nothing unusual in Han Yi's expression. He still had that calm smile that was humble and confident, but his heart was beating fast. "How did you make her come to her senses?" He didn't know whether to attribute the credit to his persuasion or, however, no matter which way it was, it should be able to prove that his mouth has the effect of opening the throat, right? Thinking of this, Han Yi couldn't help but pursed his lips. This buttery and honey-like taste, does it come from her lipstick or from herself? Inner demons? Well, something's related to her childhood and growing up. Hearing Zhao Yaozhen's question, Han Yi subconsciously covered his mouth with his hand and stroked his non-existent beard. "It's more complicated. I'll tell you slowly when we get back to the company. Oh, by the way, Justin and Scooter left." Han Yi still had to ask, even though he knew the answer to the question, of course, to change the subject. "Their part has been recorded. Justin's actions are still quite fast." Zhao Yaozhen replied, "They should be on their way to Lax now. Scooter asked me to tell you that next time you have time, go to his office, or find a place outside, to sit and talk about whether there is any opportunity for cooperation." "Okay." Han Yi chuckled twice and said, "Let's talk to him, and see how to buy SB Projects and Ithaca Holdings step by step. I want to buy everything." Zhao Yaozhen smiled and glanced at Han Yi, not taking the latter's words too seriously. "Justin Bieber plus Ariana Grande plus Kanye West, which is something you can buy just by saying so? I need to know, Madison, can you try this part again? This time, add a little more breath, otherwise it will sound a bit dry." "Okay, edition. I'm all alone. Is this part a bit difficult to get down to? Do I need to change the melody line? I feel okay, maybe I didn't think down. Try it again." "Okay, I'll give you 2 bars in advance." The section that Madison Beer needs to record is not complicated, because in the final analysis, in terms of vocal melody, Cold Water is the work where Justin Bieber sings the absolute protagonist. This shows the strength of Scooter Braun, the status of Justin Bieber, and the commercial appeal of this artist brand. If he can't get the feature of 2 verses and all the choruses, Justin would rather give up the cooperation. But even with such conditions, Diplo and Mad Decent are still happy, because they know that, as long as Justin Bieber helps out, this song will at least secure a spot in the top 10 on the Billboard charts. This is also the main reason why Han Yi wants to insert Madison Beer into the guest singer loop. If her name can appear together with Justin Bieber and Major Lazer, then even if there is only an 8-bar segment, and even if she doesn't get a penny of royalties, the role of promoting Madison's career is immeasurable. For newcomers at the beginning stage, no matter who they cooperate with, or how they cooperate, in the end there is only one purpose. Take advantage of the situation. This is the first situation that Kanye has taken advantage of for Madison Beer, but it is definitely not the last one. Next, Madison, who is comparable to Ariana Grande in music, still has many ripe fruits waiting for her to pick. Let me see, there should be no problem. After replacing the main track with a few modified parts and roughly checking all the backup vocals recorded and placed at the bottom of the project file, Diplo pressed the call button with his left hand and gave a thumbs up to Madison Beer in the recording studio with his right hand. Are there any other changes you want to make, Madison? If you guys have no problem with it, I have no problem with it. Okay, then come out and listen to it. Diplo took off his monitor headphones, breathed a sigh of relief, and casually glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Only 20 minutes had passed since Madison stepped into the recording studio at 2675 Rutherford Road for the second time. When do you think it would be a good time to release this single? Pressing the play button, Diplo played the studio version of Cold Water from beginning to end before post-production. When it came to drop, he stood up and walked towards Kanye and Zao Yaozen, sitting on the far right side of the sofa. What did Scooter say? They want to release it in July, preferably at the end of July. Diplo recalled the reason Scooter Braun gave him. Their US tour ends on July 19th. After that, in early August, I think they will be in Japan, officially starting their world tour. So before that, Scooter hopes to have a new single to help build momentum for the upcoming tour. At the same time, the potential energy of the world tour itself can also help Cold Water perform better on the charts. By the way, I always forgot to ask, how much royalties do they want for guest artists? 10%. It's full. Kanye raised his eyebrows and said, generally speaking, if it is a guest appearance by a small artist, or there are not many singing parts, then the royalties of the guest artist will be between 3-4%. And if it is a superstar of Justin Bieber's level, and there are so many parts to be recorded, then the share will generally be raised to 10%. As for Madison Beer, who has a lower status and few singing parts, of course, it is a friendly guest appearance. It's full. Diplo nodded, but then he agreed to perform 2 of our music festivals for free to perform this song. Mad City? Kanye suggested. That's what I was thinking. Then let's do it at the end of July. Is there any problem with post-production? Block party is about to start, and you have to go to Europe. By the way, do you have a performance today? I remember Kevin told me. Yes, they will drive me to Las Vegas later. I will stay there until May 30th, and there will be 4 performances. Oh, I have to go to Virginia Beach to participate in Shagfest in the middle, but it will only be one day, arriving at night, and flying back to Vegas in the early morning. Diplo looked at the dense schedule in the memo on his phone. When are you coming to Vegas? I can arrange time and go to see the venue together. Probably around May 15th, around the 16th. Kanye thought for a while and said, can I catch your performance? I'm performing at Wine on the 13th. I probably won't be able to make it. That's a pity, but I guess I can't go too early because I have other arrangements. At this point, Kanye also opened the screen of his phone. He used to record all his schedules in his memo, but since they have been living in his phone for a long time, in order to reduce the probability of being discovered, he moved all the records of work and life to the calendar. Click on any date in May, from 9 AM to at least 7 PM. Every hour is filled with work. Only May 13th is blank. There is only a red line at 8:30 AM, with only one English word written on it. Commencement. When will the aunt's plane arrive on the 11th? Sitting in a dark private office at 864 Stradella Road, Kanye was staring at the news page on the screen of Digital Storm laptop and a day's 2016 USC graduation ceremony, graduate representative speech, Sulika Ramaya 2016 USC graduation ceremony, Oracle founder, honorary Dr. Larry Ellison. No, why do I remember that the graduation speaker was Will Ferrell? My memory is wrong? Or is it the butterfly effect? Han Yi was lost in thought, and it took him a long time to notice the push notification on his phone on the table. He unlocked the screen and automatically jumped to the 3-person chat group on WeChat. After returning from New York, Xiaoru had set up this small group with only her, Han Yi, and Zhao Yaozhen. Usually they would make dinner plans, send images and current hot news, but in the past few days, the name of the group was changed from Professional Dinner Team given by Han Yi to Yi Graduation Ceremony Organization and Planning Group. What to organize? What to plan? Xiaoru didn't know. She only knew that this was a big event that she couldn't miss. The importance of the event was not in the graduation ceremony itself, but in the people who were going to attend the graduation ceremony. Han Yi's mother and grandmother, CZ327, arrive at 7:40 p.m. Han Yi knew the exact time of landing without looking through the order on trip. Whether it was his mother or himself, every time he came to Los Angeles, he basically took China Southern Airlines CZ327. There are two reasons. First, since 2012, CZ327 has been operated by A380. The business class cabin is large and spacious, which is convenient for est. Second, China Southern Airlines business class has large bowls of beef noodles. This is one of the few in-flight meals that Ling Lan, who is not used to airplane meals, can accept. Okay, I have a final at 4 o'clock, and I'll come to you after the exam. Sister Yujin, how are you getting there? Add YOOJINCHO from the company. When sending the message, Zhao Yujin was still in the office without any suspense. Just as she promised Han Yi, since moving to room 1000 of Xinghu building, she has spent more time here than in her own apartment. Unlike Xiaoru, Yujin, who has a car, can come and go freely, and does not have to worry too much about the nights in Los Angeles. Do you want to go to Atelier the day before? Our Grace HSU, can you make an appointment? Sure, I just called. Okay, let's go together. Do you want a diet or something? I'll just wash it. You two don't have to go. With a gentle smile on his face, Han Yi interrupted their conversation. I'll pick them up myself. Of course you have to go, Xiaoru said firmly, not giving Han Yi any room to refuse. Just tell us directly whether you want to meet at Bel-Air. At school, I have an exam on the morning of the 11th. After that, I have to go to the company, and after lunch, I'll pick up Yaozhen, and we'll leave from there. Han Yi thought about it, and gave the safest method. Mom and grandma are coming, and it's the kind of trip that can't be shirked. You can tell outsiders that this windfall is given by the family. So what should I do when facing my family? There is no particularly good way. He can only make his wealth accumulation look reasonable in front of his family members who know him best, step by step, as planned before. Therefore, when his mother and grandmother came to attend the graduation ceremony this time, Han Yi had to show a persona that just graduated, found a good job, has a good boss worth following, and is learning to make money. Therefore, from the beginning, Xiaoru and Zhao Yaozhen, the two girls who are closest to him, the closest to him in life, and who must participate in the graduation ceremony in full, must return to their normal student life in advance. Instead of meeting at 864 Stradella Road, they gathered at University Gateway, where they still paid rent every month, in order to prepare them psychologically, and gradually describe the current situation that they want to show in front of their families from the perspective of Xiaoru and Yaozhen, making it real and fake. Therefore, Han Yi did not need to communicate with Xiaoru and Zhao Yaozhen in advance to ask them to help keep it secret from their families. In fact, if he did that, it would only make the two girls suspicious and cause unnecessary trouble. A true balance master is not afraid of Xiaoru and Yaozhen telling the truth in front of their family. He will quietly add fuel to the fire and exaggerate the story, and what his mother and grandmother hear will be a completely different version of the story. This series of operations has been brewing in Han Yi's mind since he just returned to this world and learned that he still has more than 2 months before graduation. Whether he can successfully conceal the truth depends on these few days. I haven't asked you yet. Han Yi officially took action according to his plan. He pressed the voice button, his voice calm. What are your plans for the summer vacation? Oh, you told me, Xiaoru, you're staying for summer school. What about you, Yujin? There's still a lot of things to do at the company. Seo Yejin thought seriously for a while and sent another message. I probably won't go back this summer. I'm very busy. Oh, okay. Hearing Seo Yejin's answer, Han Yi breathed a sigh of relief and put the phone to his mouth again. Let me tell you, after my mom and grandma come, I plan to take them on Highway 1 to San Francisco and then drive directly from San Francisco to Las Vegas. You told me before. Zioru replied with a voice message. Then, Han Yi asked tentatively, are you going? We can fit in a car. There was half a minute of silence in the trio group. Then, 2 text messages from Yu Jincho popped up. Aren't we going to see the music festival venue? Zioru, let's go together. Okay. Grace HSU replied instantly. Is it still cold in SF at this time? At YOOJINCHO. What clothes should I bring? I checked. The temperature during the day is okay, about 25 to 26 degrees, but I think I still need to wear a coat at night. Then I'd better bring more. I'm afraid of the cold. Seeing the 2 girls get on the pirate ship as he wished, Han Yi chuckled twice, in the private office with no lights on, like the little black man about to commit a crime in Detective Conan. But soon, his smile of success was forcibly erased. Because, in another instant messaging app, a push message popped up. From user Madison Beer. Hey Yi. Whatcha doing, Zuxo? Thanks to the leader Shenyan Kian for the extra update. Chapter 112 Ian McGrady. This little girl flirted with me. Han Yi was stagnant for a moment when he saw Madison Beale's WhatsApp message. It's fine if she came to trick and sneak attack, but she actually. Taking a deep breath, Han Yi instantly thought of countless ways to counter the flirting or preaching, but in the end, Madison Beale's identity as a fully contracted artist of HMG, and the taste of butter and honey still lingering on the tip of his tongue at this moment, made him change his mind. Hey Maddie. He decided to ignore Madison's 4-letter suffix. At home, are you? Me too. Lazily lying on the balcony of the 2-bedroom apartment at 1221 Ocean Avenue, in the rattan chair that Han Yi once sat on, Madison put her bare feet on the railing, adjusted her black framed glasses, and replied. Quite a day, huh? Yeah, someone lost her voice today. Wow, I never thought you would tease me about this. Not cool bro. But when she found it, everyone found that it was the most beautiful treasure in the world. Staring blankly at Han Yi's white dialogue box, Madison Beale felt that at least 4 Haribo bears were whipping her with gummy candy bars. Her forehead, face, and heart were all hot and sweet. Thank you today, helping me find strength and courage, and encouraging me to be a terrorist. Seeing these 3 messages sent in a row, and the picture of Michael Jordan with tears streaming down his face, Han Yi almost lost his grip on the Arizona iced tea in his hand. You're welcome, beer laden. Not original at all. Think of one yourself. Rick and Maddie. So what you mean is, you're Rick. Without a pause, Madison Beale sent another emoticon package, which was Rick drooling and saying his classic line, wubba lubba dub dub. Actually, they're quite similar. In what aspects? I'm a cynical, drooling mad scientist, traveling through countless real worlds with the kind and vulnerable Maddie, until I find the best one. After checking the text he wrote, Han Yi nodded with satisfaction and pressed the send button. So, Yi and Maddie, like Rick and Morty, seem to be quite similar. Well, thank you for using your teleportation gun to teleport me to a better world today. I think you will live in a better world every day. Han Yi replied, because it is not the teleportation gun that teleports, but your own heart. How did I perform today? Great, impeccable vocal performance, but I still say that, if you are given another 2 or 3 years, you will be more perfect. That's not what I'm talking about. What was it? The kiss. For the next 2 minutes, Madison Beale bit her nails unconsciously, stared at the dead silent dialogue box, and giggled. She didn't need to be next to Han Yi to know how embarrassed the other party was now. She couldn't find the reason, but Madison just liked the feeling of teasing him. I thought you wanted me to forget it. Can I forget it? Madison replied quickly, without blinking, waiting for Han Yi's answer attentively. No. A new bubble popped up in the dialogue box soon. It's not every day that I can be attacked by a fish. Han Yi was not to be outdone, and sent an emoticon package. 3 simple lines of text, which read, the queen is reborn as a Pisces. Madison covered her mouth and laughed, but a moment later, a trace of loss that could not be concealed was revealed in her eyes. She looked up at the moonlight that was particularly bright tonight and thought for a long time before putting her fingertips on the keyboard again. Very good, sir. You are also the first human I have attacked. Now I'm about to die. That's a bee, not a fish. Got it, Teacher Han. The joke was almost done, and the appropriate meme pictures had been used up. Madison walked back to the bedroom, fell on the soft bed, raised her hands flat in the air. Her expression was serious, and the message she sent was equally serious. Anyway, I want to say thank you for indulging me today. It means a lot to me. I don't often have the opportunity to express my thoughts so freely and frankly. If my behavior is inappropriate and offends you, I apologize to you. The text, which was much longer and heavier than before, made Han Yi stunned. After spending more than 10 seconds to collect his thoughts, he carefully considered his words and slowly replied, "Not at all, Maddie. I have always been very grateful for being in your life. What I want to say is that I should thank you for accepting me and letting me see the different, but more lovely Madison Beale. I also want to thank you for letting me participate in such a private but beautiful moment today. When we are immersed in emotions, there is no right or wrong in any expression, and you should not apologize for it. If I'm the first target of your fish, then I'm honored, but don't die, okay? That will really bother me. This guy. Why do you have to add a joke that ruins the atmosphere after the extremely mature, considerate, and warm care? Are you so afraid of a heartfelt conversation?" Madison has never seen anyone who is better at handling sensitive relationships than Han Yi at this moment. But at the same time, she has never seen anyone who is less able to express his inner feelings than Han Yi at this moment. If you have to find an analogy, Madison feels that Han Yi's kindness to others is like a little hedgehog who is afraid of being hurt, but can't help but release kindness. The spikes on his body were erected to form a seemingly indestructible protective shell, and then he carefully stretched out his claws, wanting to hand her a long treasured pine cone. So contradictory, and so cute. The Pisces princess, who is good at fantasy, has already written several emotional and growth dramas related to Han Yi in her mind. But after struggling for a while, Madison chose to leave this topic for the next chat. You are indeed harmful to your health. I may have to seek help. But don't worry, I will be fine. Okay, it's a little late. I'm going to bed. Me too. Then. Good night, Rick. Good night, Maddie. Exit WhatsApp, turn off the phone, and lie down. She was wearing the most comfortable grey sweatshirt and grey trousers on her body, and the air conditioner in the room was fixed at an eternal 64 degrees Fahrenheit. All the lights were turned off, leaving only the purple sleep aid lamp on the wall and the base-scented candle on the bedside table with a soybean-sized flame that flickered. All Madison's usual bedtime rituals had been completed, and she was only a little sleepier than usual. It was far from enough for her to fall asleep. After counting hundreds of sheep, the girl sighed softly and finally propped herself up, threw 2 alprazolam tablets into her mouth, and swallowed them with water. Sleep induced by chemical reactions is always better than no sleep at all. Corey, I probably won't be back to live in the next few days. Putting the black Ramau suitcase next to the art installation in the front hall, Han Yi said to Corey McIntosh, who was standing beside him. Understood, sir. Corey would not ask any details that Han Yi did not make clear. The latter nodded slightly, and his British accent could almost be described as ironing. I'll take care of 864 Stradella Road. Do you need to let Fei Yamu or Jan follow you? No, they can take turns this week and wait for me to come back. They don't need to show up, they can follow secretly. That, no problem. If the time is right, we can arrange for Fei Yamu to go with us. Han Yi thought about it. Just in case, it would be better to let the retired Albanian special forces go on the road together. If there is no need to increase the risk, it should be minimized as much as possible. Okay, then it will be from May 11th to May 19th. 8 days. I'll write it down. While talking, Corey helped Han Yi pull up the suitcase, followed the owner of the mansion to the outside, looked at the white Jeep Grand Cherokee parked quietly in the front yard, hesitated again and again, and finally asked, Mr. Han, are you sure you want to use this car next? Han-Yi didn't need to finish the next half of the sentence. He also knew what Corey McIntosh meant. The Bentley Bentayga that he just bought has not driven 200 miles yet. We've been outdoors for too long this time, so the car will be worn out. I'd rather rent it than not feel bad. Han-Yi patted the front cover of the Grand Cherokee and smiled as he threw out the reason he had prepared long ago. $270 a day, renting for a week, is not even as high as the insurance premium for the Ferrari. It sounds like a wise choice. The boss had already spoken, so Corey McIntosh naturally wouldn't say anything more. He stepped back and stood in front of Bobby Lewis, Johanna Jansen, Sophia Ortiz, and the couple Sorensen and Hansen, who were gathered in the front yard, and waved goodbye to Han-Yi. "See you in 8 days, Mr. Han. Have a nice trip." Live Ritz-Carlton. Zhao Yaozhen, who was sitting in the front passenger seat of the Grand Cherokee, looked down at the matte black room card that Han-Yi handed to her and asked with some confusion, "I know why we have to stay here the night before graduation, because it's closer to USC. But the graduation ceremony is over on the 13th, so why not go back to Bel-Air? It's obviously closer to Highway 1, so it will be more convenient to leave then. It's so troublesome to move luggage around, especially for the elderly, who have difficulty walking, so we should try to do it as little as possible. Think about it, isn't that the truth, Zhao?" Han-Yi lied calmly, or to be more precise, it was his usual trick, 100% lies, covered in the shell of 100% truth. "And my mother especially likes the orange juice at Marriott for breakfast. If you like Marriott's orange juice, why don't you live in Marriott?" Yaozhen was even more confused. The two hotels are next to each other. The Ritz-Carlton is on a higher floor and has a better view. Alas, it's so hard to find a parking space on campus during the finals. Han-Yi muttered as he turned right from South Figueroa Street into the number 10 parking garage, burying Yujin's topic in his complaints about the busy graduation season at his alma mater. "Is this your first time at USC, Yujin?" "Well, I usually don't go to schools that are one level lower than UCLA." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Yujin couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really fun to belittle your city rivals, and Korean girls are no exception. Especially when your city rival is Han-Yi. Isn't your American news ranking exactly the same as ours? What about QS? Who looks at that kind of wild ranking? Oh. Zhao Yaozhen nodded in understanding. Then SC should be about the same as LA. What do you mean about the same? Obviously ours is better. I haven't asked you, Yi. How many points did you get on the SAT? I can't talk to you about this. There are too many tricks involved. You can't grasp it. Han-Yi waved his hand, turned the front of the Grand Cherokee inward, and parked it in an open-air parking space on the top floor of the parking lot near McCarthy Square. In Los Angeles, no matter whether it is winter or summer, no one will park their car on the top floor, unless it is absolutely necessary. The reason is simple. Under the strong sunlight in LA, the car will immediately become a steamer in less than a quarter of an hour, lowering the air conditioner temperature and turning up the wind speed. Han-Yi turned his head and looked at Zhao Yaozhen, who pulled down the sunshade above his head and moved the seat back a few inches. "Are you afraid of getting tanned? You're asking even though you already know the answer." Yaozhen's accent had been slightly distorted by Zhaoru. She pulled her arms back and crossed her arms across her chest, minimizing the exposure of her skin to the sun. "Wait a minute." Han-Yi put the car in P gear, half stood up, and took out two cardinal red items from the brown paper bag of the SC bookstore in the back seat. "Cover this up. It was originally a souvenir I bought for my mom, so you use it first." Han-Yi spread the ugly oversized short-sleeved shirt with the 3 Chinese characters USC on it on Zhao Yaozhen's chest. "And, put this on." Then, he put on a SC-style Nike baseball cap for Yaozhen, looking at the Korean girl, who instantly turned from a black fan into a die-hard fan, with a wronged face, and dared not move, because of the fear of ultraviolet rays. Han-Yi held his chin and smiled foolishly. "Wait until you come to UCLA." Zhao Yaozhen twisted her body, so that the short-sleeved shirt completely covered her upper body. "I'll make you blue from head to toe. As long as you treat me to a meal at the Asian canteen, I'll dress up as your mascot." After laughing for a while, Han-Yi found that his arms were also starting to burn, so he quickly covered himself with a short-sleeved shirt. Then he adjusted the seat back and lay down like Eugene. Is there a kind of sunbathing that is done through clothes in a car with the air conditioning turned up to the maximum? It feels more like dying in battle. The two little red men tilted their heads and looked at each other, unable to help laughing. For the next 30 minutes, Hanyi and Zao Eugene kept this weird look and chatted casually. Workaholic and foodie attributes go hand in hand, and Zao Eugene, who is growing exponentially, didn't say a few words before bringing the topic back to his career. The new week's chart came out yesterday, and Billie Eilish moved up 7 places and is now at 89th. I know, I read the briefing this morning. Is the growth curve of the playlist average? The additional playlists haven't shown any effect yet. We only added the playlists on Friday, and it will take at least next week to see the results. The increase in ranking is mainly due to the increase in the frequency of radio broadcasts. We have now increased the number of radio stations that have put Ocean Eyes on their playlists to 12, with a frequency of 153 times in 7 days. The radio index on All Access is 12.69, ranking 93rd nationwide. I feel like it's going to be difficult to go up any further. After all, it's a slow song at 72 BPM, which doesn't quite fit the tone of today's commercial radio stations. Yeah, James said the same thing. As for this song, with its ranking on the Billboard singles chart, the radio index can go up a little bit. After all, many radio station managers and program directors arrange songs based on the charts every week, but it's not realistic to expect it to go up too much. It's mainly because it doesn't fit the driving listening habits of most people. That's right, songs with a slightly faster beat, or at least stronger drum beats, are more likely to perform well. How are they preparing for their album now? How many songs have been released? There are about 5 or 6 demos now, but only 2 are close to completion. They are the 2 songs you heard at the creative meeting this Monday. 6 Feet Under and Bel-Air. Yes. Which one do you like better? I think that, if we want to continue the artistic style of the previous single, then 6 Feet Under is more suitable as the next promotional single. Zao Yaozin thought about it seriously and said, however, from the perspective of performance alone, Bel-Air is more suitable. The beat is faster, the chorus is more catchy, and the attitude expressed is closer to the younger group. Hanyi added, the most important thing is, it's suitable for live performances. That's right. The scene is also an important factor. Yaozin nodded slightly, trying not to move the baseball cap on her head. So my idea is, of course, Karen's idea is the same as mine. Let's make Bel-Air the second single and start releasing it in July. Then communicate with Utah and put her and Madison on the list of guests for Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato's tour. Speaking of Madison, Hanyi subconsciously glanced at the iPhone 6s Plus hanging on the phone holder on the left side of the steering wheel. This heavily addicted girl is now the person Hanyi chats with most frequently online. It is no exaggeration to say that the main way Hanyi reviews the hot memes of 2016 is Madison Beer's WhatsApp dialog box. I've already talked to Neil Warnock about this after the last board meeting. It's not a big problem. Hanyi lay flat on his back, without moving his neck, and glanced at Zao Yaozin out of the corner of his eye. Each person will have 15 minutes for 3 songs, or 4 songs at most. Bel-Air's side is no problem. Ocean Eyes, Bel-Air and the unreleased 6 Feet Under are enough. But does Madison have so many songs in reserve? At the beginning, we can use the music previously released on Island Records and pay them and the distributor the performance royalties. It's not much money. Then, for the song Cold Water, we have the master copyright and performance rights. When the time comes, let Madison sing Justin's part on the spot. As long as a solo version is not released publicly, there will be no problem. Scooter won't mind. Okay, but before Yaozin could say the next sentence, she was interrupted by Zaoru, who had just finished her final exams and jogged to the parking lot to meet the two of them. What are you doing? Zaoru put her hands on her forehead to block the sun and peered through the car window on Hanyi's side. She looked at the pair of mamas wrapped tightly in scarlet and in a very peaceful posture, and her eyes widened. Are you making roast duck burritos? Chapter 113 Meeting the Parents. Who designed this thing? In the crowded arrival hall on the first floor of the Tom Bradley International Terminal, Han Yi leaned against the stone wall on the far right, looking down at the passageway, where Chinese faces and Chinese language were constantly pouring out, and sighed softly. When landing at LAX, especially for overseas flights in the international terminal, the route of security check is extremely strange. First, you have to pass the customs, which has a capacity that is completely insufficient, and has to queue for more than an hour if 2 flights arrive at the same time. Then take the elevator to the basement and identify your luggage in front of the old luggage carousel. Finally, you have to go through a long and narrow passage, forming 2 rows that I don't know why it is not widened. Under the lifeless waving of the inspectors, you have to line up obediently and hand them the declaration forms you have filled out in your hands, and then make a huge U-turn and return from the basement to the low and cramped arrival hall on the first floor. After completing this series of processes, you can be considered to have truly arrived on American territory. At this time, at least 2 hours have passed since landing. Of course, this is still a relatively lucky customs clearance experience. If you accidentally answer the questions incorrectly, or if there is anything suspicious about your passport and visa information, you will be invited to a small dark room, where you will be strictly prohibited from using mobile phones for 3 or 4 hours, looking up at the muted Spanish TV series, waiting for the customs officer to ask again. Don't worry, here, drink some water. Zhu Yiru patted Han Yi on the shoulder and handed him a bottle of iced smart water. If Tom Bradley's departure floor still looks like an international terminal, with Bulgari, Guxi and EFS duty-free shops all available, then this arrival floor is simply designed according to the commercial scene of Compton, with only one 7 to 11, which is always crowded. While Han Yi was anxiously waiting, Xiaoru and Yaozhen had already bought a large bag of things from 7 to 11. A bottle of iced smart water was given to Han Yi, and the other 4 bottles of room temperature were of course reserved for the 2 careful girls, as well as Aunt Ling and Grandma who were about to arrive. Not only that, they also picked a box of cookies, 2 sandwiches, and a few packs of soft candies, as if they were afraid that Han Yi's family had not eaten a single grain of rice on the plane for more than 10 hours. Thank you, I'm sorry for bothering you. Han Yi took the mineral water and smiled gratefully at the 2. I'm graduating, and I'm sorry that you guys have to make such a fuss. At this point, Han Yi couldn't help but glance at Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen's outfits today. Xiaoru was wearing ice blue channel from head to toe, including a sweatshirt, a short skirt, and even a headband. Only the suede calfskin sneakers on her feet and the small Gabrielle backpack hanging on her left shoulder were black and white. And Yaozhen, who usually wears black, white, and grey, also wore a navy blue Brunello Cuccinelli knee-length skirt at this moment. The pair of black Chelsea boots on her feet and the stockings that reached her calves gave her a girlish feeling that was usually hard to detect. In short, although the styles are different, their dressing concepts today are very consistent. No logos are exposed, and no body curves are shown. Conservative ladies, yet smart and cute, are exactly the good girls that the elders like best. The 2 fairies who took time out of their busy schedules to come down to earth stand out in the noisy arrival hall. Considering that the hall is basically full of Asian faces who came to pick up CZ327, Xiaoru and Yaozhen will be even more lethal. In fact, several men have been so focused on sneaking glances that they didn't notice, even when their family members walked up to them. No. Zhu Yiru stood on tiptoe and smiled. Just think of it as a rehearsal for my own graduation ceremony. When will you graduate, Xiaoru? If everything goes well, 18 years. What about you, Sister Yaozhen? Me too. At this point, the 2 of them looked at Han Yi who was still carefully observing the exit. Fortunately, USC and UCLA have different graduation days. I'm coming. Han Yi finally spotted 2 familiar figures until his eyes were a little sore. Mom, Grandma, here. Han Yi waved and said hello in dialect and hurried to the exit. Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen followed closely behind him, as if they were facing a great enemy. Xiaoru had seen Aunt Ling in the WeChat video, and Yaozhen had also seen the photos shared by Han Yi. As for Grandma, neither girl had seen her appearance. Most importantly, this was also the first time they met Han Yi's family in real life. Or they came to pick them up at the airport, which was a very grand way, no matter how you look at it. Xiaoru kept fiddling with her hair while walking, as if her hair was not smooth enough and was blown up by the wind, it would affect Aunt Ling's impression. As for Yaozhen, she never thought that she would have such a day, and she almost walked sideways. "Why are you so late?" Han Yi took the 2 large suitcases from her mother. I was questioned. The most sincere and deep concern is often hidden in jokes. This is especially true for Han Yi. The huge emotional impact of the reunion after a lifetime subconsciously activated the Chandler mode. No, there were just a lot of people queuing. It was nothing. When we passed the customs, I showed the invitation letter for the graduation ceremony to that person, and he let us through directly. Before she finished speaking, Mother Han discovered the 2 girls following Han Yi. Of course, it was really hard not to discover them. Oh, Xiaoru. Mother Han, who was a fan of beauty, opened her eyes wide in surprise and opened her arms. "Aunt Ling, I finally meet you." As an elder killer, Xiaoru, who was full of affinity, threw herself directly into Aunt Ling's arms, and her Taiwan accent was so sweet that it was sickening. "Little one, this is." The first half of the sentence was in dialect, and the second half was in Mandarin. Mother Han patted Xiaoru's back, raised her head slightly, and looked at Yaozhen with a smile, with a bit of curiosity in her loving eyes. "Zhao Yaozhen, my colleague." Han Yi's description was vague, but it was definitely not wrong. "Yaozhen, let me introduce you to my mother, Linglan." "Hello, auntie, my name is Yaozhen." Keeping her smile in a perfect arc, Zhao Yaozhen was also observing Linglan in detail. She was at least 70% similar to Han Yi. Due to her age, she had gained some weight, and her skin had inevitably started to sag, but her bright eyes and the same high nose as Han Yi still showed her past charm. The colorful Roberto Cavalli floral dress was enough to sketch her personality. She was a career-oriented strong woman who was straightforward, decisive, and loved the limelight. "Hello, Yaozhen." Zhao Yaozhen's crisp greeting brought a few more smile lines to Linglan's eyes. "Let me introduce you to my grandmother, Xian Zhangyan." "Grandma, Xiaoru, Yaozhen, my classmates and colleagues." Han Yi sniffed and spoke calmly. Even those who were close to him would think that it was because it was too cold in Los Angeles at night, and she was just a little runny. "Hello, Grandma." Zhao Yaozhen bowed slightly, and he had to lower his eyes a little to see Han Yi's grandmother. Compared with Linglan or Han Yi, Xian Zhangyan was obviously shorter and could only reach her grandson's chest. However, her peaceful, gentle, and kind eyes were exactly the same as Han Yi's. "Grandma, you've worked hard." Leaving Linglan's arms, Xiaoru gently stroked Xian Zhangyan's shoulders. Okay. It's not hard. It's not hard." Han Yi didn't know if every elderly person was like this, but at least his grandmother always liked to raise and lower her arms, lower and raise them again when greeting outsiders, as if this could express her inner joy. "You 2 good girls. Where are you from?" They didn't use dialect on purpose. For people of this age in Chengdu, they often think they speak Mandarin. Or, they think that people all over the country should have no difficulty understanding their accents. My grandma asked where you are from. Han Yi acted as an interpreter. "Grandma, I'm from Taipei." "I'm from Seoul." "Grandma, Seoul, Korea." "Yeah, Korea." This simple sentence was understood by Yaozhen. "Oh, I see." Xian Zhangyan suddenly realized, overseas Chinese. "Grandma, I'm a real Korean." Han Yi chuckled and used Mandarin for the second half of the sentence so that Zhao Yaozhen could understand. "Born and raised here, absolutely genuine. Koreans speak Mandarin so well." Xian Zhangyan's kind smile was a little more surprised. "Better than me." "Grandma, anyone who can speak Mandarin speaks better than you." Han Yi pushed the luggage beside him and called out to Linglan and Xian Zhangyan, "Don't block their way here. Let's go to the parking lot first and talk in the car." "Yewa." The arrival hall of the Tom Bradley International Terminal is only separated from the number 3 garage by a U-shaped loop. Han Yi was dragging the luggage in front. Xiaoru and Zhao Yaozhen supported Xian Zhangyan on the left and right, and Linglan hurried to her son's side. "A classmate and a colleague, right?" "Ah." Han Yi glanced at his mother and responded, "What's the matter? You are?" Ling Lan turned around and looked at Xian Zhangyan, who was grinning from ear to ear. "Work and study at the same time? What do you mean?" Han Yi stood in front of the red pedestrian traffic light and looked at his mother helplessly. "What do you mean by both? My god, they are really classmates and colleagues." "Sour." Ling Lan pouted, pulled Han Yi's sleeve, and whispered, "I'm telling you, both of them are good kids. Don't give me any nonsense. Their parents are not here. I have to do a good job of guardianship. Are you my mother?" Han Yi sighed lightly. "It's really not what you think. Xiaoru, you know, what can I have with her? We just have a meal and do homework together. It's almost the same with Yuzhen. There's nothing else except work." "Nothing? You call her Xiaoru?" The old man Ling Lan was merciless. "You were called Xiaozu before." "Oh, Han Yi raised his right hand and put up 3 fingers. "I swear, they are innocent with me. I guarantee it with my GPA." Hearing her son's words, Ling Lan tilted her head, squinted her eyes, and looked him up and down for 2 seconds. Then, she slapped him on the shoulder. "You still have the nerve to swear?" Han Yi found the source of learning inverted sentences. "You're about to graduate, and you can't get any, and you're so proud." After saying that, she turned around and greeted the 2 girls with a smile on her face. "Xiaoru, Yuzhen, what do you want to eat later? Auntie will treat you." Exclamation mark. Han Yi covered his shoulder and stood there in a daze. "Didn't you tell me not to do anything fancy? What do you want, Mom?" The 3rd chapter added for the leader will be posted tomorrow afternoon, and it needs to be revised. Chapter 114 Capital Players. "Little one, why don't you drive that Cougar?" Sitting in the passenger seat of a white Grand Cherokee that had just turned onto the I-110 highway and was speeding north toward the Staples Center, Ling Lan, who was looking at the night view of Los Angeles outside the window with great interest, suddenly asked this question. Why does Auntie only care about Cougar?" Xiaoru and Yaozhen in the backseat pricked up their ears curiously. "Aren't Ferrari and McLaren more attractive?" "Speak Mandarin, Mom." Xiaoru and Yaozhen can't understand. Han Yi, who had long expected Ling Lan to ask such a question and had practiced it in his mind countless times, seemed extremely calm at this moment. He even took the initiative to remind his mother to speak in an accent that Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen could understand. "You hit it last time and you feel embarrassed, so you want to go and comfort it, right?" "I didn't hit it." Ling Lan stared. "Who was driving at the time?" "You know it yourself." "Who forgot to close the door?" "Oh, don't dwell on these details. Why don't you ask who paid?" Ling Lan waved her hand, causing Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen in the back seat to laugh silently at the same time. The 2 girls covered their mouths and looked at each other tacitly. Han Yijia's way of getting along and chatting like friends is quite interesting. Okay, you're the boss for the money you pay." Han Yi laughed dumbly and shook his head. "Think about it, Mom. We are going to San Francisco and Las Vegas, and we are going to travel such long distances with a leaky car. You haven't repaired it yet?" Ling Lan raised her voice in surprise. "It's been 2 years. You know how busy I've been in the past 2 months." Han Yi glanced at the rearview mirror. "Right, Xiaoru, Yaozhen?" "Yes, Auntie." Zhao Yaozhen nodded and agreed. Han Yi's schedule has been very full recently. During this period, he has graduated, and there are things going on at the company, so he doesn't have much time to sleep. Zhu Yiru immediately joined in. "What is the most important thing to do if you want to hide something? That is, don't hide anything. Let all the people who know share the information they have. Then, interpret it again in your own way, prompting everyone to form a different version of the storyline in their minds, but it is equally reasonable. Look, I told you 2 days ago that there are a lot of things going on at the company recently." Han Yi's Mandarin pronunciation was very clear, as if he was afraid that Xiaoru and Yaozhen would not understand. "As for the boss, you know, he has many requirements and many ideas." At this point, Han Yi nodded his head and smiled. "So who is the boss?" In the eyes of Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen, Han Yi was talking about himself, who has many requirements and many ideas. Otherwise, why would he point at himself? In Ling Lan's eyes, the boss Han Yi was talking about should be the two partners, one black and one white, that he had told her about before. That's right, in the version of the story Han Yi told Ling Lan, Jimmy Iovine and Andre Yang were his bosses. Age, identity, resume, all met the requirements. And you can find them on Google or Baidu. Following these two billionaires, it should be no problem to make $1 million a year, right? Is there a more perfect disguise than this? So, there is no time to repair the car. And it is really troublesome to repair a car in the United States now, so just rent one. The second trick of hiding the truth is to transmit the most information in the shortest time, so that the listener has no time to sort out and digest it. Those other cars can't seat so many of us. Those that can seat us are too fuel consuming. Long distance travel will cause too much wear and tear, and the maintenance cost will not be worth it. And don't you like Jeeps? Especially this Grand Cherokee. Han Yi patted the steering wheel and said, I will rent you whatever you like, isn't that good? So that's it. Xiaoru and Yaozhen, who listened seriously, understood. No wonder he didn't drive the Bentayga and rented a Grand Cherokee. First, Ferrari and McLaren can't seat 5 people, and he didn't want the Bentayga to be too worn out due to long journeys. It is understandable to cherish and treasure things, even if you are rich. Second, his mother likes it, and the son rented it specifically for her. On the other side, Ling Lan, who was confused, thought Han Yi was explaining to her why he chose this car from so many car categories in the car rental company. So, this is the one this time. Wait until you come next time and try something else. In the next less than 20 minutes of the journey, under Han Yi's deliberate guidance, the topic shifted from himself to Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen. What design projects has Zhu's mother done in Taipei recently? If you go to Seoul, which places should you visit? Xiaoru has 7 courses this semester and will go to summer school non-stop after the end. Why does she work so hard? Yaozhen, who can get 2360 without any score competition and is vying for a scholarship from several Ivy League schools. How good is she? Ling Lan and Xian Zhangyan originally wanted to know the two future sons, classmates and colleagues, and Yaozhen and Xiaoru were also full of curiosity about their future mothers-in-law, Aunt Ling and Granny Xian. More importantly, the topics Han Yi found at the beginning were all related to the superior backgrounds of the two girls and their amazing academic experience. Helping Xiaoru and Yaozhen to gain points in front of their mother and grandmother was originally part of Han Yi's plan. So, 2 were willing to listen, and 2 were willing to speak. Once the 4 women of different ages, backgrounds, and even accents started chatting enthusiastically, Han Yi didn't need to interrupt at all. He just needed to change the direction quietly when the topic showed signs of entering the dangerous area. Arriving at La Live opposite the Staples Center, I parked the car in front of the Ritz-Carlton, handed the Grand Cherokee to the parking attendant, handed the luggage to the concierge to be sent upstairs, and then walked to the yard house opposite the hotel, which was open until 1:20 in the morning, for dinner. Along the way, Han Yi said no more than 10 sentences, including the English he spoke to the waiter when he took orders for everyone. At other times, Han Yi would sit by and listen with a smile, occasionally asking a couple of questions. No one could have guessed that he was the one who was trying to control the situation and trying his best to keep himself from revealing the truth. When he went to Hong Kong last time, he was in a very bad mood. It might be because he was about to say goodbye to me and his mother-in-law and come to the United States. So, Mom, look over there. Just as Ling Lan was happily sharing Han Yi's growing up stories with Xiaoru and Yaozhen, Han Yi touched his mother's elbow and pointed at the large screen TV hanging above the open bar of Yard House. Our artist. His extremely calm tone and proactive confession made it impossible for anyone to see that he was unusual. Looking in the direction of Han Yi's finger, the screen showed the NBC semifinals broadcast live on ABC TV, the San Antonio Spurs vs the Oklahoma City Thunder. At this moment, the Spurs called their 4th timeout of the game, and ABC TV, which was entering the commercial break, was inserting a promotional advertisement for the morning show Good Morning America. Who is the big winner of the Met Gala? Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, let's take a look at the top 5 looks of New York's biggest fashion event. Is it Horch in a custom-made jumpsuit inspired by Blade Runner? Taylor Swift in a Louis Vuitton femme fatale, or Kendall Jenner in a Versace couture outfit? Please tune into ABC. Good Morning America. The one in white is our artist. Han Yi explained carefully. Our company just signed her for $18 million. Han Yi used Mandarin for this part. It's a bit scary. Whether you come or not, it's more than 10 or 20 million. And this part was spoken in the Sichuan dialect at a very fast speed. It's true. Ling Lan nodded and responded. After this artist is signed, the management will be fully handed over to Yuzhen. Han Yi switched back to Mandarin again and spread his hands, pointing at Zhao Yuzhen. So I told you, Mom, she is really amazing. No. Yuzhen, blushing but sweethearted, waved her hands quickly. It's all thanks to Han Yi's help. I still have a lot to learn. You are so capable. Ling Lan turned her head, exchanged glances with Xian Zhangyan, and sighed. It's really great that you started your career before graduation, but dear, you can't be too tired, okay? If you have any problems, let our Han Yi help you share more. Look at your dark circles, it hurts so much. Ah, dark circles. Mom, other people don't have dark circles. Han Yi patted Ling Lan's arm and reminded her softly. No, that's not what I meant, dear. Ling Lan hurriedly tried to make up for it. Maybe you haven't had a good rest recently. Maybe you've been too busy. Well, recently. I really haven't slept well recently. Thank you, Auntie. Zhao Yuzhen had already covered her lower eyelids and started massaging aggrievedly. I was drinking iced Americano at night. This is retribution. I regret it so much. Girls, you have to pay attention to maintenance. The grandmother who couldn't read the air was still gently caring about Zhu Yiru beside her. So many classes, you also have to get more sleep. Yeah, I will pay attention to rest. Thank you for your concern, Grandma. Xian Zhangyan deliberately slowed down the speed and tried to pronounce the words accurately and clearly, so it was not too difficult for Zhu Yiru to understand. Sleeping is especially good for hair. Xian Zhangyan pointed to the top of his head and gave Zhu Yiru a kind smile. Look, if you don't rest well, you will fall out badly. Seeing the fallen hair that her grandmother picked from her shoulder, Xiaoru was instantly petrified. She was almost perfect, and the only worry about her appearance was that her hairline was indeed quite clear. Maybe it's because she has to graduate in 4 years, and she has overused her brain. No matter how Zhu Yiru adjusts, her hair won't grow. I'll go to bed early today. Subconsciously touching her smooth forehead, Xiaoru glanced at Han Yi and almost cried. Although Grandma is indeed an elder, it's true that she cares about him without any malice, but it's really too embarrassing. Okay. Looking at his mother and grandmother who knew they had said the wrong thing and looked at each other in bewilderment, Han Yi crossed his arms and smiled with relief. These two kind-hearted but outspoken silly sisters always find ways to talk to death. At least tonight, there is no need to worry about the four of them staying up late to talk. After dinner, when they returned to the hotel, Han Yi's extremely busy, but also extremely exciting day officially came to an end. There were 5 people in 3 rooms, and 4 of them went to bed early without any prior agreement. 2 of them were because of jet lag, and the other 2 had parts of their bodies that urgently needed beauty sleep. At 11:30 p.m., Han Yi became the only one awake. After taking a bath, he was lazily leaning against the head of the bed, concentrating on reading the ML briefing sent by Antoine Gatchet. Subject: Update on recent investment activities and capital allocation. Dear Mr. Han, I hope you are well when you receive this email. I'm writing to provide you with the latest information on Han Capital's recent investments. As you know, we withdrew $399 million from the Carlyle Group's portfolio at the beginning of the month. I'm pleased to inform you that we have successfully allocated these funds in accordance with our investment strategy. We have deposited $50 million into the company's account to maintain liquidity and support the continued operation of our companies. The remaining $349 million has been sent to SEP3, our newly established limited partnership with Carlyle Group, for further investment, as follows. 1. Heartbeat. We have allocated $25 million to invest in Heartbeat, a film and television production company led by Kevin Hart. This investment is in line with our strategy to take advantage of growth opportunities in the industry. Current progress. The cooperation agreement has been sent to the SEP third management partner team for review, and an update is expected within 5 working days. Expected investment completion time, May 23 to June 3 2. Han Music and Mad Decent. SEP third provided Han Music with a $36 million investment in exchange for a 12% stake in the company, and will subsequently invest in the famous record company Mad Decent. This move will help us expand our influence in the music industry and establish valuable partnerships. Current progress. The cooperation agreement between Han Music and Mad Decent has been signed, and the investment agreement between Han Music and SEP third will be signed this week. Expected investment completion time, before May 20th 3. Han Distribution and Electric Feel. SEP third has provided a total of $52 million in funds to Han Distribution in exchange for a 17.3% stake in the company, and the latter will further acquire Electric Feel, a copyright distributor with leading potential in the industry. This investment will strengthen our product portfolio and create new opportunities for synergy. Current progress. The acquisition agreement between Han Distribution and Electric Feel is being drafted by Manor Entertainment, and the investment agreement between Han Distribution and SEP third is also in the draft process. Expected investment completion time, mid-June 4. Renai Management, Han Music, Han Publishing and Halsey Incorporated. We have allocated $18 million to these entities. Among them, Renai Management received $3.6 million, Han Music received $10.8 million, and Han Publishing received $3.6 million in exchange for 12%. 6% and 1.2% of the company's equity, respectively, to invest in Halsey Incorporated, an artist management company co-founded by us and the popular musician Halsey. This investment will not only diversify our portfolio, but also enable us to build strong relationships in the entertainment industry. Current progress. The 4-party agreement has been signed, and the investment agreement between SEP third and the 3 companies is still in process. Expected investment completion time, late May to early June 5. TARP. Finally, we have allocated $15 million to the Renai Management Fund pool in exchange for 50% of the company's equity to invest in TARP, an artist management company with huge growth potential, and signed multiple platinum record musicians. This investment will enable us to directly share the success of top artists in the music industry. Current progress. The cooperation agreement has been signed. Expected investment completion time, before May 20th 6. We are still waiting for the cooperation memorandum regarding the joint investment plan of Sony Pictures worth $130 million for 5 films. Please rest assured that these investment decisions were reviewed and approved by me and the management team of Carlyle Group after comprehensive due diligence and market analysis to ensure that they are in line with the strategic planning and revenue goals of Han Capital. We will continue to monitor the performance of these investments and keep you updated on their progress. In addition, regarding the $10 million endowment fund of the USC Jovan and Young School, further instructions are required as to whether you will donate in your personal name or in the name of Han Capital. If you have any questions or need more information, please feel free to contact me. Sincerely, Antoine Gatchet, Chief Investment Manager, Han Capital. Seeing the last line, Han Yi snorted with satisfaction. As a trusted asset management expert in UBS, Shore Capital and Edmund Rothschild Heritage Group, an email with just a few hundred words clearly outlined Han Yi's strategic layout since his rebirth. Each investment can be clearly seen in which sectors it enters through the partnership, how much equity it will get, and what purpose it will ultimately achieve. The reason why Han Yi hired Antoine Gatchet as Chief Investment Officer was mainly because of his ability to keep assets hidden in a complex business and political environment, which is also the problem that Han Yi urgently needs to solve. The 2016 presidential election is in full swing at this time. The Republican primary will be decided in less than a month. If nothing unexpected happens, the most surprising New York Orange will win. Will there be an outcome on November 8 that is contrary to the established historical development path? Han Yi doesn't know, but he knows very well that, even if he is 10 times richer, it is impossible to change the situation with his own strength in such a short time. You know, the 2016 elections at the three levels of the House of Representatives, the Senate and the President cost a total of $6.5 billion in campaign funds. More importantly, anti-globalization is a major historical trend that is bound to happen with the decline and disorder of the United States. Therefore, in this environment, if he wants to stay in the United States as a Chinese and make a difference, he needs to ensure his absolute safety in the political and business environment. He doesn't need to come forward on political issues. In fact, he absolutely cannot come forward. No congressman dares to publicly accept donations from Chinese tycoons, and even too close private contacts can become a handle for political opponents. In other words, if Han Yi personally goes down, it can only be a matter of whoever he touches will die, and whoever he praises will die. As time goes by, this situation will only get worse. This is the first protection agreement he reached with David Rubenstein in Middle Lane. He will pay the money, and David Rubenstein will provide political resources on Pennsylvania Avenue, which will be remitted to the target congressman through PAC or super PACs through the Carlyle Group in exchange for their support on key issues or concessions. Once again, he does not need to change the political ecology of this country. He only needs to ensure that he will not be interfered with too much by administrative power in related industries. Han Yi chose to make the entertainment industry the absolute core of his investment portfolio, largely considering this point, the so-called difference between spirits and fruit punch. No matter how dazzling Hollywood is, it only provides cultural products and intellectual property rights, which are exquisite toys and hot topics for the world to enjoy. It seems to have a great influence, but in fact it does not touch the core interests of the federal government. If you want to make a name for yourself in the technology industry and become an important player in the United States, then, as David Rubenstein said, if a child from another neighborhood holds a strong liquor that can make an adult drunk, he will be shot in the head by a robber before he can leave the store. Most importantly, as a store owner, the federal government would never sell him such goods. These expensive gadgets are members only. Of course, it doesn't mean that everything will be fine if you stay away from sensitive industries. In the future, even if you operate legally and compliantly in the United States, you will inevitably be insulted for 5 or 6 hours at a hearing, just because your company's name is Hua. Therefore, starting from the eve of this upheaval, Han Yi had to find ways to cover his assets with a layer of camouflage. And this was the second agreement in his conversation with Rubenstein. Han Capital will not invest directly, nor will it directly control its entertainment and media companies. It will inject capital into various fields in the form of private equity funds through multiple co-investment companies such as SEP Third and powerful Wall Street giants such as Carlyle Group. Why? Because private equity funds established in the form of partnerships can apply for the lifting of restrictions under Secretary Rule 506. 3C 1 and 3C 7. In other words, these partnerships do not need to disclose which specific investors are in the fund, how much money these investors have invested, and where the funds have gone. All of these will be secrets left in the company's internal documents. Last time, Han Yi established a joint investment fund with Parkview Capital to acquire Utah. He took the initiative to announce his existence and wrote a more accurate investment amount and the share in exchange through the media in order to make a name for himself in Hollywood and facilitate the subsequent strategic planning. But if you don't want to make it public, the public will only see a partnership from Delaware, jointly established by Pathway Capital Management and Han Capitals, which invested in United Artists Management. The amount is unknown, and the acquisition of equity is unknown. In the future, this is the effect Han Yi wants to achieve. Han Capital and Carlyle Group jointly establish SEP Third, but how many investors this company has attracted, what kind of investors these investors are, how much they have invested, what companies they have invested in, and how much shares they hold, do not need to be known to outsiders. Han Capital may be 100% funded in this partnership, or it may be an operating team with only 1% management shares. Who knows? Even if Han Music or Han Distribution is to go public in the future and must publish a list of shareholders, people will only see SEP Third floating on the surface. If they trace it further, they will find that Han Capital, which they saw at that time, has long been cross-held by many similar partnerships. Han Yi is confident that with the current wealth appreciation and circle expansion speed, when he must stand in the spotlight and be scrutinized, Carlyle, Blackstone, and KKR will be the major shareholders of Han Capital in people's eyes. As for who is the investor behind the scenes, he knows it himself. From this perspective, he will not be Elon Musk, and he will never be Elon Musk. Thinking of this, Han Yi's fingers flew and tapped the keyboard, sending a reply to Antoine Gatchet. Subject: Update on recent investment activities and capital allocation. Dear Antoine, thank you for the comprehensive update on recent investments and the allocation of $399 million from Carlyle Group. I appreciate your efforts to identify and execute these investment opportunities in accordance with our strategic goals. I'm satisfied with the diversified investments made by SEP Third, and we are involved in various fields of the entertainment industry. It is encouraging that Han Capital has found a way to position itself to encourage growth and support further development of its partners through these thoughtful investments. As we move forward, I would like to ask for regular updates on the performance of these investments, especially any major developments, milestones, or challenges faced by the companies in our portfolio. It is critical that we remain proactive and agile in the specific operations of managing these investments and taking advantage of any emerging opportunities in the market. In addition, I would like to have a call with you next week to discuss the specific operating methods and purposes of the endowment fund, the current market landscape, and any potential investment opportunities we should explore in the coming quarters. Let's schedule a suitable time for this call. Thank you again for your hard work and dedication in managing Han Capital's portfolio. I'm confident that under your leadership, we will continue to grow and achieve excellent results. Sincerely, Han Yi. Han Capital. Chapter 115 Graduation Ceremony. Our graduation ceremony will begin in 10 minutes at the Alumni Memorial Park. Undergraduate and master's candidates, please find the flags of your respective colleges and wait in formation. PhD candidates, please go to Bovard Auditorium. Once again, our graduation ceremony will officially begin in 10 minutes. Every year, the University of Southern California has many big days worth commemorating and celebrating. On move-in day in mid-August, tens of thousands of freshmen traveled from all over the world to report to the campus. They dragged their luggage full of clothes, sneakers, books, and dreams, filling up various apartment buildings, proudly calling Los Angeles their future home. In late November, the Trojans vs. the Brown Bears was one of the most eye-catching sporting events in the entire United States. Hundreds of thousands of people, either wearing cardinal red or deep space blue, used football to compete for the right to breathe in the school next year at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum and the Rose Bowl Stadium. In early April, the USC Concert Committee, which is run by students, will organize the biggest music festival of the year, Springfest, featuring Katy Perry, Migos, and 2 Chainz. At McCarthy Square, the most representative music superstars in Los Angeles will present inspiring performances for the best students in Los Angeles. Of course, there are many important seasons when the campus can witness the crowded scene, whether it is midterm exams, final exams, or even ordinary game days. The 229-acre University of Southern California will be packed. It may seem like an annoying and troublesome thing to go to the library alone to finish a paper after opening the trunk of a car on the lawn or any open space, setting up a barbecue grill, flipping pork neck, and drinking cold beer. But when Han Yi stood under the flag of the Annenberg School for Communication and Journalism, leaning against the metal railing, looking up at the flags of all nations flying in the Bovard Administration Building, and quietly waiting for the graduation ceremony to begin, all the chaotic emotions turned into a feeling that was difficult to express in his chest and throat. Sure enough, no matter how lively other big days are, for a student or a school, the most important thing is graduation day. Han Yi is graduating again. For the second time. There is no more symbolic milestone in life than today, when the dean moved the tassel from right to left. The best years of his life also passed quietly in applause and cheers. Among the tens of thousands of graduates and tens of thousands of ceremony spectators, Han Yi was sure that he was the only one who could experience the same graduation ceremony twice. This made him feel a little more deeply and sincerely grateful for his hard-earned second life. Even without wealth and feedback mechanisms, these extra 7 years are the most precious gift box that anyone can pray for. The gift box contained many things he had always dreamed of, but had thought he would never get. For example, Han Yi withdrew his gaze from the flags of all nations and cast his gaze on the 4 women standing in front of him across the railing. His mother and grandmother were a little further away, holding up their phones to take pictures of him. Standing in front of him were Zioru and Yaozun, who were helping him to tidy up his clothes and check his appearance. Yee, you really know how to dress. Taking off the graduation ribbon that Han Yi had casually draped over his shoulders and arranging it according to the pattern, Zuiru muttered and complained in a low voice. I just arranged it for you, and it's messed up again. Where's your honor cord? After straightening Han Yi's square top graduation cap and smoothing the tassel that was blown by the wind, Zhao Yaozun took a half step back and glanced at him up and down. Here. Han Yi took out a golden honor cord with round tassels on both ends from his pocket and shook it in front of Yaozun. Why don't you wear it? Zhao Yaozun asked. Are you afraid that others will know that you are summer cum lord? I'm not afraid. Han Yi turned his head and looked at the familiar faces in the Annenberg school who often appeared in the same classroom with him. The graduation ceremony is the happiest day in the 4 years of college life. No matter how old-fashioned and dull the nerdies, he will allow himself to discover as much beauty and surprise in life as possible today. And what could be more beautiful than 2 dazzling pearls of the Far East? What could be more amazing than these 2 beauties standing in front of a boy at the same time, patiently and gently helping him to adjust his graduation robe? Those who didn't know them well stood at the edge of the crowd with their arms folded, watching the show with gossipy faces. Those who had met them a few times chatted and shared the little information they knew with their classmates. As for Facebook friends in the same class or even the same discussion group, they applauded and whistled. It's not fair, brother. A young man with an Indian face screamed. We are in the same college. Why do you have 2 girlfriends? Following the sound of laughter, Han Yi found that this was the member of the speech group he and Zioru were in COMM 209. Next to him stood Zhang Limin, who also graduated in the same class. The latter was not funny. The second son of a dim sum family, his expression was not sweet at all at this moment. Because, even if the person who made the joke was standing next to him, Zuiru's eyes never moved away from Han Yi's face. She was still helping him to tidy up his bachelor's robe. Because I'm dual cultivating. Han Yi, who never talked back when being teased by others, raised the ribbon hanging around his neck and raised his voice a few cents. This graduation ribbon, which he spent $75 to customize and probably bought from Yahoo for 75 cents, has the names of 2 colleges written on it. USC Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism. USC Thornton School of Music. Introduce them. Annenberg and Thornton. Is the font too small? No, I mean, introduce your girlfriends. Ah, okay, this is Grace none of Zoo. Han Yi generously spread his hands on both sides and smiled. The other one, Yaozun your damn business Zhao. Han Yi's humorous counterattack caused laughter around him, and then the students who had fun returned to their temporary social circles. For most people, there are many key points to focus on today. Han Yi, Zuiru and Zhao Yaozun are just an interesting episode. What's more, no one thinks that Han Yi can really have 2 girlfriends of this level at the same time. What does he have? $1 billion? That's why I don't wear an honor cord. Han Yi took a long breath and shrugged. You 2 are eye-catching enough. If you wear an honor cord, will others still be alive? You are so good at talking. Yee. Zuiru took Zhao Yaozun's arm and hummed twice. You are really ugly but kind-hearted. Your heart is not kind either. Zhao Yaozun added with a faint smile. The nickname he gave me even has dirty words in it. That's just in time. Mom, look. Not far away, Ling Lan and Shan Zhanggan had already finished the check-in style photo shoot of the middle-aged and elderly tour group. Mother Han looked at the 3 noisy children and put her hand on the latter's shoulder. Your grandson has made progress. 2 in a row. What do you mean 2 in a row? Nonsense. The old lady with a very positive outlook glared at her daughter. 1 is enough. At this moment, the passionate brass music coming from the campus broadcasting system interrupted Ling Lan's rebuttal. Ladies, the 133rd graduation ceremony will begin in a few minutes. When the parade begins, graduates will enter from the four corners of Alumni Park. Students will follow the large cardinal red and gold college flags, accompanied by faculty ceremonial officers holding ceremonial batons with the university emblem, and take their seats in order. Other faculty and doctoral candidates will enter the venue from Bovard Auditorium. They will parade behind the coat of arms of the different colleges that awarded degrees to students today. Doctoral degree recipients will wear the cardinal red and gold doctoral robes of the University of Southern California. It's about to begin. Han Yi glanced at the radio speaker above his head. He swore that this was the slowest and most standard English pronunciation he had heard in the 4 years since he came to the United States. Zaoru, Yuzen, I'm going to prepare to enter first. You find a good seat. No, don't find a good seat. Don't take pictures. If we have to take pictures, what will you do? I will. Han Yi frowned and said seriously. Very troubled. Then let's see how troubled you can be. Zhu Yiru became more and more excited as she spoke, and took out her phone and immediately took a photo of Han Yi. If you don't leave, I'll continue taking photos. Okay, when you fall asleep on the road, you can see if I will take photos. Han Yi smiled helplessly, and then waved to his mother and grandmother who were standing behind, and were about to be drowned by the crowd pouring into the venue. Mom, Grandma, I'm going in. Don't worry, go quickly, we will take good care of them. Nodding to Han Yi, Yaozhen pulled up Zaoru, half holding the thin and petite latter in his arms for protection, and moved through the crowd with difficulty, moving towards Ling Lan and Qian Zhangyan. Just as the four people met, the brass music of the University of Southern California's military band, which made people excited, rang again, this time accompanied by the deep and melodious trombone and the deafening timpani. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the entrance ceremony officially begins. The Troy hymn composed by Ronald Broadwell, the former director of the military band in 1965, sounded, and the crowds on both sides of the venue, including the student square where Han Yi was, were drowned by the applause, cheers, and screams that swept up like a tide. Ladies and gentlemen, in Area A on your far left, entering from the northwest corner of Alumni Park, there are degree candidates from the following colleges: School of Architecture, Sol Price School of Public Policy, Rossier School of Education, Thornton School of Music, School of Cinematic Arts, and Liventhal School of Accountancy. Han Yi stood on tiptoe a little, looking at his good friends from the School of Music who were entering, and the smile on his lips became more and more intense. In his previous life, he stood in the square of the Thornton School of Music, enjoying the applause from all directions with those music industry students who were taking selfies, dancing, singing, or waving. As for why he had to stand in the team of the Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism this time, since he had graduated from undergraduate school twice, the second experience must be different. After the main ceremony, he would also attend the Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism certificate presentation ceremony to see the differences between the two schools in the graduation process. It was a pity that there was no Yelp specifically for graduation ceremonies, otherwise he would have to write 2 reviews. Also on your left, Area B, enter from the northeast corner of Alumni Park, including candidates from the following schools: Marshall School of Business, and Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism. Although the ceremony MC only studied in 2 schools, the total number of people in Area B is actually much larger than that in Area A. Marshall and Annenberg have always been among the top schools in the University of Southern California and the schools with the largest number of students. There are 951 undergraduate, master's and doctoral candidates graduating from the Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism today alone. There is no end in sight in front, and there is no end in sight in the back. Surrounding him, most of the young girls of various ethnicities are hot girls, and they are basically hot girls who have a high rate of turning heads when walking on the streets of Los Angeles. Thinking of this, Han Yi subconsciously glanced at his mother, grandmother, Zaoru and Yaozhen standing under the flag stairs of the Bovard administration building. As expected, the 4 women were holding their phones and taking pictures of him seriously. With a shudder, Han Yi, whose every move was recorded, looked straight ahead and followed the crowd to sit on the side closest to the audience. It's over, this is not a live target. Han Yi, who particularly disliked taking pictures, quietly tilted his graduation cap to the left, covering most of his face. A few seconds later, a message came from the WeChat group of 3. Yee, auntie asked me to tell you that if you don't wear your cap properly, she will come and help you put it on. Han Yi quickly adjusted his graduation cap, looking at his nose and his heart. As long as he can't see it, it means he is not being photographed. Area C. Also enter from the northeast corner of the park, near the Doheny Library, Mrs. Chen Zeng's Department of Occupational Science and Occupational Therapy. Oh, yes, I forgot there is such a department. Han Yi glanced at the Chan Division of Occupational Science and Occupational Therapy flag entering from Doheny Library and nodded slightly. He is not the only Chinese tycoon who has bet on the University of Southern California. On September 19, 2014, Ronnie Chan donated $20 million to the University of Southern California in the name of his mother as a development fund for the Department of Occupational Science and Occupational Therapy. This was the first naming donation in the history of occupational therapy in the United States, and also the largest single donation. In return, President Nikias directly renamed the department to express gratitude and respect for the gift from the head of the Hang Lung Group. You know, before writing a check to USC, the Ronnie Chan family also donated $350 million to the Harvard School of Public Health, directly winning the permanent naming rights of the school. The Chen family donated $20 million to rename the department. If you donate $10 million, what can you name? The graduates sitting around Han Yi would never have thought that this Asian boy, who was stroking his chin and lost in thought, was thinking about such a ridiculous question in the eyes of ordinary people. The first batch of graduates from the Joe Young College will not officially receive their degrees until 2018. Therefore, in the Alumni Memorial Park today, except for the few people on the rostrum, no one knew Han Yi, and no one knew about the huge donation he had officially signed and confirmed. Z area, sitting in the middle of the park, is composed of candidates from the Gold School of Law, the Department of Biokinesiology and Physical Therapy, and the Doctor of Dentistry and Doctor of Pharmacy degrees. Entering from the northwest corner of Childs Road on the right continue to fill up the F area are the candidates from the Rothke School of Art and Design and the Viterbi School of Engineering. Nearly 12,000 graduates who were about to change from students to alumni lined up in order to enter the venue. This process alone took nearly 20 minutes. The ceremony did not move on until Han Yi noticed that the graduates around him had put down their selfie sticks, which were still fashionable in 2016, or the timeless "come on Trojans" gestures, because of arm pain. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the faculty and staff of the University of Southern California coming to us from Bovard Auditorium. The first to be welcomed were two crooked rows of student representatives holding flags of various coats of arms, slowly entering the Alumni Memorial Park. Each coat of arms flag represents one of the 20 academic units that are awarding degrees to graduates today. Faculty members, wearing colorful academic robes and hoods, represent the academic institutions they attended when they received their degrees. This year, the USC Retired Faculty Association, one of the oldest associations of its kind in North America, is celebrating its 67th anniversary. Ladies and gentlemen, degree candidates, please welcome your faculty representatives. Nearly 1/3 of the faculty members who entered the venue wore USC academic robes, and the remaining robes of different colors could be guessed from without much speculation. As a prestigious university ranked in the top 25 by US News, if you want to get a teaching position at the University of Southern California, you basically have to be a doctoral or postdoctoral graduate from an Ivy League school. Ladies and gentlemen, faculty members are taking their seats on both sides of the fountain in the center of the park. Let us once again extend a warm welcome to the faculty and staff of the University of Southern California. Ladies and gentlemen, the celebration presidium is entering the venue from the Bovard Auditorium. One column is led by Faculty Chair, Dr. Paula Cannon, holding a silver university scepter. The other column is led by Dr. Donald Manahan, USCMC. The back row includes members of the University Board of Governors, USC senior administrators, and other senior USC officials wearing cardinal red administrative robes. the team, the deans of each college, the honorary degree recipients, and the representatives of the 2016 graduates speeches and the representatives of the graduates welcome speeches. Representing each college are Dean Amber Miller, USC Dana and David Dornsife College of Arts and Sciences, founded in 1880. Dean Catherine Quinlan, USC Library System, 1880. Dean Erica Moore, Roski School of Art and Design, 1883. Hearing the MC begin to introduce the deans of each college on the podium, Hanye stood up and looked towards the center of the park. However, unlike other graduates who were excitedly waiting for the names of their college deans to be called, Hanye wanted to see President Maximum Nikias at the end of the team. In the next 2 years, he will have many dealings with this president. Before and after the school doctor scandal broke out, Nikias, who was deeply mired in the mud, needed enough support, and what he could use to repay this support must be Hanye's growing influence and voice in his alma mater. A truly wealthy man must have a famous academic institution that is loyal to him, right? Hanye, who is completely different from all the wealthy people in history, is a true chosen one. He can understand this truth earlier than others, and has the opportunity to take action earlier than others. How early? He started making moves before graduation. What Mr. Chen Qizhen accomplished at the age of 65 with the help of his family, he will do before he is 25. Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome the 11th president of the University of Southern California, Maximum Nikias. I've got a cold. My family, the 4 chapters I added for the leader may not be completed until the end of the month. Now I can guarantee 10,000 words a day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, The One You Love. Good morning, everyone. Maximum Nikias, standing on the podium, still spoke in Mediterranean English with a strong Greek flavor. Although the screams were sparse, the students were still much more enthusiastic than the audience of President Nikias' speeches on other occasions. Please stand up for the various flags and Stephanie Jones's singing of the national anthem. The reason why it is called various flags is because this part of the USC graduation ceremony is different from the traditional flag raising ceremony. 8 students and reserve officers from the ROTC program of the University of Southern California stood on the platform in front of President Nikias holding 6 flags. In addition to the flag of the United States of America, the other 5 flags represent the United States Army, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, the United States Marine Corps and the United States Coast Guard. Oh, say can you see, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming. Standing up with the crowd, but never putting his hands on his chest, Hanye has always felt that the national anthem of this country is quite in tune with its cultural orientation and national spirit. What spirit? Of course, it is the ubiquitous showmanship. The national anthems of other countries basically have consistent melody lines with few large fluctuations. On the one hand, it is for all citizens to remember and sing easily, and on the other hand, it is to make the dramatic nature of the song not cover up the message that the lyrics want to convey. Only the Star-Spangled Banner spans 19 semitones, which is extremely difficult to sing, and the first sentence at the beginning is sung a cappella without accompaniment. Even singers who have been famous for a long time, such as Fergie or Christina Aguilera, can't avoid Waterloo on the spot. What's more exaggerated is that in order to pursue the greatest emotional tension and live performance effect, when it comes to the high octave F note, singers usually play with inflections or rely on their large lung capacity to prolong it as long as possible to win applause from the audience. And this is the epitome of Hollywood and American culture. In Hanye's mind everything is born for performance, exaggerated and outgoing, and pursues the most extreme dramatic conflict and emotional collision. Moreover, under the shell of inclusiveness, there are all barriers divided by race, language, nationality, gender and skin color. Hanye often uses this song to calm himself down when he encounters cultural shock in the United States. If most citizens of a country cannot sing the national anthem, then the country itself is not born for unity. Constant division creates dangerous opportunities. This is the core of the American dream, and it is also the reason why Han Yi is confident that he can stay and develop in the increasingly crazy era. The more chaotic and disordered it is, the more room there is for development. This vast land has followed this law for 240 years. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free. Stephanie Jones, a vocal major at the Thornton School of Music, is the most outstanding lyric soprano among this year's graduates. She does not need to tune to B flat. Using the original C major, Jones can easily reach high F. The symphony orchestra cooperated well and left her a 4-bar gap so that applause and screams could sound with the highest notes. And the home of the brave. Now, I ask you to continue standing until the Dean of Religious Life, Valansoni, finishes his prayer. As a secular private university, USC does not have a dedicated seminary like the University of Notre Dame or Brigham Young University, but it still has an agency called the Office of Religious Life, which coordinates the work of 90 different student religious groups and 40 religious instructors on campus. For Han Yi from China, the graduation ceremony is his only chance to meet the dean. In 1874, British polymath Sir Francis Galton, in his pursuit of understanding the process of personal identity formation, created the nature versus are we the product of our genes or our environment? But the nature-nurture debate has overlooked a third transformative factor, narrative. We don't choose where we are born, or the environment in which we grow up, but we are the authors of our own stories, and we are constantly writing new chapters in our stories. Ultimately, our lives become the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves. Today, as we gather here for graduation, we are literally writing new chapters. Let us pledge to start anew from this moment on, telling new stories about ourselves in the world. Stories about meaning and purpose. Stories of hope and redemption. Stories that heal us and make us whole. Let us celebrate our stories, recite, memorize and share these highlights with each other. Let us remember the Chilean novelist Isabel Allende and her profound words. You are the narrator of your own life, and you can decide whether to create your own legend. Graduates of the University of Southern California, as you try to control and adjust your personal narrative, I hope you will fully embrace the storytelling and creativity in your life. As you write the next chapter of your life story, I hope your words are filled with peace and prosperity, blessings, and inspiration, joy and love. I also hope that we can all say, Amen together. The prayer part of the graduation ceremony has been a must-have part since the first USC graduation ceremony in 1884. But as the political wind and social environment change, the so-called prayer has become more and more like motivational chicken soup for the soul. Only the last Amen, which few people repeated in the audience, gave this prayer a hint of religious meaning. Please take your seats. Thank you, Dean Soni and Ms. Jones. Maximum Nikias returned to the podium with a kind smile and continued his speech with full energy. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the 133rd graduation ceremony of the University of Southern California. Today, we will award more than 12,000 degrees at the undergraduate, master's, doctoral and professional levels. Today, we will award degrees to graduates from all 50 states and 128 countries. The degrees we award span hundreds of academic fields and research directions. The degrees we award are provided to men and women of every class and every lifestyle. Something is not quite right, President Nikias. Han Yi silently complained in his heart. There are also 96 genders and Walmart shopping bags that you didn't mention. Today, we will also award honorary degrees in the arts, culture, science, health, livelihoods, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Today, we are honored to be part of a truly sustainable endeavor. Since the Middle Ages, the achievement of an academic degree has been a vital achievement for educated citizens. It is a paradoxical moment that marks not only the completion of education, but also the beginning of a new stage in life. Today, this tradition is reborn among the most talented and dynamic students in the United States and the most forward-thinking scholars in the world. It is a joy and an honor to unleash your talents and abilities on our world without reservation. Yes, you, the class of 2016, will face an era of uncertainty after graduation, an era of rapid change. But what exactly is uncertainty? For a Trojan, it is a sign that the adventure has begun. The bold and enterprising will find a fountain of infinite ideas and possibilities, generously irrigating those who dare to say fight to the future on warriors. The Trojans can make the gods bend to their will. The Trojans can always control their destiny. So, please remember that you are not moving forward alone, but as one of the 350,000 members of the Trojan family. We will always be by your side. Remember, there will never be a sunset in the Trojan family. Our sun is always rising. In private, Maximum Nicias may be kind and even lovely. At least this is the trait he hopes those who have personal contacts with him will see. However, this did not prevent him from shining in his speech. At this time, Nicias, standing in the center of the rostrum, exuded the pressure of the highest authority of the world's top academic institutions. Like Zuyeru, Maximum Nicias, who came from outside the North American continent, did not lower his stature and aura with old and boring jokes. His epic, artistic, and visual words and sentences made people instantly understand why it was him, not others, who stood at the center of the stage of the 133rd graduation ceremony of the University of Southern California. Zuyeru in the audience applauded enthusiastically along with the people around her, but the shock in her heart had little to do with the speech itself. Looking at Maximum Nicias, who was wearing a black fedora with golden tassels, a pure black doctoral gown with dark blue patterns, and a gold chain of the president around his neck, Zuyeru couldn't help but recall every time she met the president. The first time was at the freshman welcome ceremony. The second time was at the Barnaby Road mansion of the Wan couple. The third time was at the welcome party held by Yuta for Han Yi. The fourth time was in the president's office with Han Yi, Jimmy Ivan and Andre Yang, planning the specific use of the endowment fund. The fifth time is now. At the beginning, she was a Trojan freshman named Zuyeru from Taiwan, full of curiosity and longing for the future. Later, she confusedly became Mrs. Han, an honorary alumnus who was going to donate $10 million to her alma mater. Later, even though he knew she was still a student, President Nicias still gave her unlimited respect. In fact, after discussing the endowment fund that day, Maximum Nicias invited them to the university club for dinner. That was the first time Zuyeru knew that the University Club of USC actually had a private space for senior academic staff and donors to dine. At this moment, she stood in the audience, where she couldn't find a seat, and she returned to her original appearance. How did the unreachable president on the podium of the graduation ceremony become the kind and friendly old man at the dinner table of the University Club? Thinking of this, Zuyeru's eyes seemed to have a precision guidance function, and found the most unforgettable face among tens of thousands of heads. Almost in an instant, Han Yi, who had been looking at the podium, also turned his head. Noticing Zuyeru staring at him, Han Yi raised his right hand high, waved it back and forth a few times, grinned, and smiled brightly. Just a few white and neat teeth, but they lit up this not particularly clear morning sky. For the next dozens of minutes, Zuyeru was drowsy and didn't even know what she was thinking. When she came to her senses, the graduate representative Sulika Ramea had finished her speech. Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle and the main speaker of today's graduation ceremony, stood calmly in front of the stage at the invitation of President Nicias. Students of the class of 2016, thank you for inviting me here today. I'm honored to be with you and attend your graduation ceremony at the University of Southern California. This morning, I want to tell you about my experiences and my thoughts. These experiences and thoughts have taught me many important lessons and helped me find my dream. At the beginning, Larry Ellison's speech, like every graduation speech, was steady and straightforward, and the whole speech was about the growth experience of striving for progress despite not getting what he wanted. Han Yi realized then that it was not his memory that was wrong, but Larry Ellison's speech was too boring for him at the time. He would rather have Will Ferrell, who gave a half-hour talk show in 2017, give a speech at the ceremony. But soon, he found that this man, who had a net worth of $118.3 billion and a holiday villa in Palm Beach, that he did not live in all the time, was 5 times more expensive than Han Yi's 864 Stradella Road. He had completely changed the world through his grand business, and he could no longer be simply described as a rich man. He used the most plain language to peel off his ups and downs of legendary experience layer by layer. The wealth story that seemed so far away to others, but so close to Han Yi, resonated strongly with him. Growing up in a lower middle class community on the south side of Chicago, medicine was considered the pinnacle of all professions, noble and humane. Virtually all the important people in my life, my family, my teachers, my girlfriend wanted me to be a doctor. Over time, their dreams became my dreams. They convinced me that I should be a doctor. But try as I might, I couldn't. After a few difficult and unhappy years as a pre-med student, I painfully realized that I didn't like the courses I was taking. I thought my comparative anatomy class was a pointless psychological torture, especially the anatomy lab class. I just couldn't bring myself to study something I wasn't interested in. At the time, I thought I lacked discipline and was selfish. Maybe that was true. But whatever the underlying reason, I couldn't make myself become who I thought I should be. So I decided to stop trying. From this paragraph on, not only Han Yi, but Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen also listened very carefully. The two girls each had a family that wanted to combine values and worldviews into the shape of a dream and package them as a gift to force them to accept. Faced with the same situation, the choice made by Larry Ellison made both of them very curious. I was 21 when I dropped out of college, packed everything I owned, jeans, t-shirts, leather jacket, guitar, into my car and drove all the way from Chicago to Berkeley, California. My USC dream, fulfilled in a small way, the California part. Berkeley in the 1960s was the epicenter of everything. The anti-war movement, the free speech movement, the human rights movement. It was the perfect place for a disengaged, selfish 20-something to begin his search for meaning in life. For himself, a just cause, and a job he loved. Everyone living in Berkeley in the 1960s was against the Vietnam War. I was no exception. It was an Aquarian era, but I never had long hair, or wore love beads. I learned to play popular protest songs on guitar, but I was never a serious, committed anti-war protester. However, I did find a calling that I'm still passionate about today. A few hours drive east of Berkeley is the Sierra Nevada mountains. I fell in love with those mountains and the unparalleled natural beauty of Yosemite Valley. I cared about wilderness and I wanted to help protect it. I joined the Sierra Club and became an environmentalist. I spent most of my spring and summer in California in the mountains and Yosemite Valley as a river guide and rock climbing instructor. I loved those jobs, but unfortunately, they didn't pay well. Larry Ellison's work as a conservationist, which seemed willful in his youth, but now looks back somewhat destined, made Zioru and Yaozhen smile with different meanings. Young people will always make some impulsive, reckless, fear-inducing, feet-floating decisions. And what's wrong with that? Even if you want to be a billionaire, you don't need to compromise with life from the beginning. So I also got a job as a computer programmer at Berkeley a few days a week. I learned to program in college. I didn't like programming, but it was fun, and I was good at it. Computer programming gave me the same satisfaction as solving math problems and playing chess, two things I loved very much, before I became a lost teenager. At this point in my life, I thought I was making real progress on my journey of self-discovery. I had found a career, I had several jobs that I enjoyed, were fun, and covered my living expenses. I was happy with my life. My wife wasn't. She saw a college dropout who had spent too much time in the mountains doing stupid things. She wanted me to pursue my career as a computer programmer full-time, work, or go back to college to finish my degree. We compromised to some extent. I started taking classes at UC Berkeley. I took a few classes, but the only one I remember was a sailing class at the Berkeley Marina. I fell in love again and began a lifelong love affair with the boundless and omnipotent Pacific Ocean. After class, I wanted to buy a sailboat. My wife said it was the stupidest idea she had ever heard in her life. She accused me of being irresponsible and said I had no ambition. She kicked me out and divorced me. This was a critical moment in my life. At this point in the speech, Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen looked at each other and then turned their eyes to Han Yi, who was concentrating on listening to Larry Ellison's life story. On the terrace of the Jetty Suite, the two girls seemed to have made plans, at least in the short term. They each had their own reasons and would not easily hold the hands of the person they loved and make any unrealistic promises. However, this did not stop them from fantasizing. Imagine if Larry Ellison was Han Yi, and they were the ex-wife who might be regretting now, or might still have a clear conscience. How would things turn out? If Han Yi wanted to transform Edvard Grieg's Morning Song into Gustav Holst's The Planet's Suite, Mars, would Xiaoru or Yaozen have enough courage to drop everything and join him on a journey to conquer the Pacific? Perhaps Han Yi would not want to buy a sailboat, but judging by the experience of the past 2 months, what he wants will only be bigger and crazier. The psychological activities of the audience could not affect Larry Ellison's calm but firm statement at all. My family is still mad at me for not going to medical school. Now my wife wants to divorce me because I lack ambition. It seems that the old problem has come back. I have failed other people's expectations again. But this time, I'm not disappointed in myself for not being who they think I should be. Their dreams and my dreams are different. I will never confuse the two again. I have found what I love: mountains, Yosemite, and the Pacific Ocean. These natural wonders have brought me great joy and happiness, and will accompany me for the rest of my life. I have an interesting computer programming job and more money than I need. For the first time, I'm sure I will survive in this world. A huge burden of fear was lifted. I will never forget that moment. It was a moment of jubilation. I bought a sailboat and lived on it, just me and my cat, at Berkeley Marina. In the words of James Joyce, I was lonely, young, willful, unnoticed, but happy, and close to the wild heart of life. In my 20s, I continued to try different things, racing bicycles, sailing competitions, and constantly changing new jobs. It is not difficult to imagine that this passage made Han Yi's eyes shine with a different brilliance, while Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen looked a little gloomy. The former held his chin with one hand and looked out of focus at the flag flying above his head, while the latter put his hands between his legs and lowered his head. Yaozhen clicked on the call record, looked at the number from the peninsula, and fell into deep thought. It didn't take long for me to discover that the most interesting and rewarding programming jobs were to be found in a cluster of small companies and garage studios south of Stanford and north of San Jose. Silicon Valley was still in its infancy at the time. I was still in my 20s when I went to work for my first Silicon Valley startup, Amtel, where we developed the fastest mainframe computer in the world. Faster than anything IBM had ever made. The next stop was Ampex, where we built the world's largest digital data storage system. Then to Precision Instruments, where we built an even larger data storage system, this time using lasers. I was the vice president of software development. It was all very cutting edge, challenging, and cool. Most of the time I liked my jobs, but I didn't love them. I looked and looked, but I just couldn't find a software engineering job that I truly loved, just as I loved sailing with all my heart. So I tried to create one. To be honest, Larry Ellison's public speaking skills are not very high. There are no eye-catching body movements or intonations of modal particles. He just recites the manuscript word by word in a slow and clear pronunciation. Every pause brought applause, but the sound became less and less, and more students around Han Yi were using their mobile phones to send and receive messages or refresh social media. In his previous life, Han Yi was lost in thought many paragraphs ago, thinking about what to take his mother and grandmother to eat tonight. But this time, he listened more and more excitedly, and his heart surged. It was like this was 2046 instead of 2016, and it was like he was standing on the podium instead of Larry Ellison. From this sentence on, it is nothing new, but everyone wants to experience the story of entrepreneurial success. I made plans to start my own company. That way, I would have complete control over my work environment. I would hire the most talented programmers I knew, and we would work on the most interesting and challenging software projects together. My goal was to create the perfect job for me, a job that I was truly passionate about. I never expected the company to grow beyond 50 people. So maybe I did lack ambition or vision at the time. I don't know. It was a long time ago, and I was still very young. Anyway, today Oracle has about 150,000 employees. But when I started, I had no intention of building a big company. So, what happened? Well, at first, we did exactly what we planned. hired the most talented software engineers in Silicon Valley, and assembled an all-star team of genius programmers whose work was among the best in the world. That team, plus a crazy idea, born a big company. I call it a crazy idea because everyone told me at the time that it was a crazy idea. So remember this lesson, graduates: when people start telling you you're crazy, you may be working on the most important innovation of your life. Of course, the other possibility I see are crazy. For Oracle, this was one of many moments when experts get it wrong. Arrogance and madness turned out to be innovation in disguise. As it turned out, the Oracle database was one of the defining technologies of the early information age. My new job is challenging, fascinating, and exhausting. I used to work non-stop, but looking back, I'm pretty sure I didn't like that feeling. Or maybe I was just too tired to even care about my own feelings. But now, I finally found a place in this world. My family has finally forgiven me for not going to medical school. No one accuses me of lacking ambition anymore. Larry Ellison paused here for a long breath, and his humble but domineering statement drew thunderous applause from the audience. Han Yi was also among the crowd that stood up and cheered. He put his hands together and put them to his mouth, shouting loudly, "Bravo!" Now, I want to tell you one last story about my best friend. He has a lot of crazy ideas and taught me an important lesson. No matter how the audience reacted, it seemed that it didn't affect Larry Ellison's leisurely and calm sharing of the story that even the most boastful people would not dare to make up. It was a story that could only be told from his position. The story with Steve Jobs. My 30-year friendship with Steve Jobs was made up of 1,000 hikes. If there was something he wanted to talk about, we would always strike up a conversation on a hike. We would climb to the top of Windy Mountain, hike around Castle Rock, or walk through Kona Village and along the beach. Over the years, one particular walk stood out. We had a lot to talk about that day, so we hopped in the car, dropped the top, and sped off to Castle Rock State Park in the Santa Cruz Mountains. It was more than 20 years ago. It was probably mid-1995. Steve was finishing Toy Story at Pixar and running Next, the computer company he had founded after leaving Apple. That was when Steve was 18 and 19. By that time, Apple was in serious trouble. It had been steadily declining in Steve's decade-long absence. By 1995, the problems had gotten so bad that people were questioning whether Apple would survive. Watching, doing nothing, was becoming too much for Steve. So the purpose of that particular hike through the Santa Cruz Mountains was to discuss, that day, how to take over Apple. Secrets that no one had ever known were revealed for the first time in front of tens of thousands of people, in a silence that was only replaced by the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the thick voice of Larry Ellison echoing over the PA system over Alumni Memorial Park. My idea was simple: buy Apple and immediately appoint Steve as CEO. Apple wasn't worth much at the time, about $5 billion. We both had good credit, and I had already arranged to borrow the money. All Steve had to do was nod his approval. But Steve proposed a more roundabout approach. First, convince Apple to buy Next Computer, then Steve would join Apple's board. Over time, the board would surely realize that Steve was the right person to lead the company. I said, well, that might work. But Steve, if we don't buy Apple, how are we going to make money? Suddenly, Steve stopped and turned to me. We stood face to face as he placed his left hand on my right shoulder and his right hand on my left shoulder. Staring at me intently, Steve said, "Larry, this is why this plan is so important. I'm your friend, and you don't need more money." I said, "Yes, I know. But we don't have to keep this wealth. We can just give it all away." Steve shook his head and said, "I'm not doing this for the money. I don't want to be paid. If I do this, I have to do this. I have to stand on the moral high ground." The moral high ground. I said, "Well, the moral high ground might be the most expensive real estate on earth." I was still joking, but I knew I had lost the argument. Steve was determined right then and there, in the summer of 1995 in Castle Rock, to save Apple, his way. At the end of the hike, just before we got back in the car, I said, "Steve, you built Apple. This is your company, your decisions. I'll do whatever you want me to do." Then, I sat on the Apple board and watched Steve build the most valuable company in the world. Larry Ellison's hiking story slowly opened up a new picture for Han-Yi. In the picture, Steve Jobs, wearing a black turtleneck sweater, was groping his chin, looking at him with a smile through a pair of rimless round glasses that were disproportionate to the size of his head. He disappeared in the late autumn of 2011, and he was reborn on a winter night in 2023. The two souls who had never met before traveled through the timescale of 12 years and reunited in the early summer of 2016. Steve Jobs' Apple is the most important partner of Han-Yi's music and even film and television career, perhaps the only one. If he were still alive, he would hope that Apple would. What kind of feat would Steve accomplish with Apple Music? If he stood in front of Han-Yi and heard the perhaps unprecedented music festival idea, what kind of spark of inspiration would he have? Larry Ellison's next speech had been stripped away from Han-Yi's senses. At this moment, he was having a profound conversation with the old hippie standing on the top of Castle Rock in his mind. But just because he didn't listen, it didn't mean that others didn't listen. The Korean girl Zhao Yaozhen, with the highest concentration in her life, fully absorbed Larry's next words. So why did Steve return to Apple? Why did he devote most of the rest of his life to his work? Why would I do this? I believe the answer is that deep in all of us have a primitive desire, that is, to do something important in our lives. Freud said, there are only two things that are important in life, love and work. What he didn't say is that love and work are actually the same thing. Eugene opened her mouth slightly. The puzzle that had troubled her for some time was now being solved bit by Larry Ellison. Don't be afraid to experiment and try a lot of different things. When you challenge the status quo, don't let so-called expert opinions stop you. As Mark Twain said, what exactly are experts? They're just some guys from outside the city. Each of you has the opportunity to discover who you are, not who you should be. The opportunity to realize your own dreams, not the dreams of others. It may take a while, but keep looking until you find a job that ignites your passion, just like me. Even better, you just might find the one that you love. Chapter 117 Academy Star. After Larry Ellison finished his speech, the main ceremony of the 133rd USC commencement ceremony came to an end. Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs Michael Quick, along with President Maximum Nikias, greeted the graduates before they officially received their degree certificates from the deans of each school, beginning with the bachelor's degree recipients. After reading the list of all the students who have been awarded bachelor's degrees, I ask you to stand and receive the greetings. Dawn Saif College of Arts and Sciences, Leventhal School of Accountancy, School of Architecture. Bachelor's degree candidates. By studying in your chosen major and exploring a wide range of other academic fields, you have established a broad and rich knowledge base. I salute you warmly. Amid the solemn brass chorus, Maximum Nikias pulled the right brim of his black fedora on his head, which is the standard gesture of a president to greet graduates. We now salute the recipients of master's degrees and master's certificates. After reading the list of all the students who have been awarded master's degrees and master's certificates, I ask you to stand up and accept the salute. Roski School of Art and Design, Marshall School of Business, School of Cinematic Arts, master's degree candidates, master's students, you have laid a foundation in many years of undergraduate studies and have gained deeper knowledge in the fields of your choice. I salute you warmly. Now, we salute the recipients of professional doctoral degrees. After reading the list of all doctoral degrees, I ask you to stand up and accept the salute. Doctor of Education, Doctor of Law, Doctor of Medicine, Doctor of Musical Arts. When it comes to the highest academic honors that a university can award, the subject of the salute quietly changes from the college to the degree itself. After all, not every major has a doctoral degree to be awarded. Take the two majors that Han-Yi double majored in as an example. Music industry can only be studied to a master's degree, while communication has a doctoral program. Not only that, the doctoral students who are being salutes are even divided into two categories, professional doctoral degrees and doctoral degrees in philosophy. Each of these candidates has prepared a thesis and defended it before a faculty committee. Each of these candidates has completed all academic requirements and has been recommended by the faculty of the graduate school for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. I'm very proud to present them to you and welcome them to join the ranks of scholars. The words used at each level are quite different. At the doctoral level, Provost Quake even referred to the few dozen doctoral graduates who stood up as scholars. If you have money and time, it is not a bad thing to get a doctorate in this life. Candidates for the doctorate of philosophy, you have made original contributions to the storage of knowledge. Through your ideas and research, you will continue to advance human thought and understanding. I warmly salute you. Han Yi looked at the group of red-robed people in the middle of the park, and he was somewhat envious. He might not be able to continue studying for another 4 or 5 years, but in fact, he can still give a speech at the graduation ceremony like Larry Ellison. Oh, no, it's Dr. Ellison, and then be awarded the title of honorary doctor. I don't know if 7 years is enough to achieve this goal. Now, before we award you your degrees, we are going to give a charge to the Trojan graduates. The text is from Virgil's epic poem, the Aeneid, and will be read in Latin, Greek, and English. In this passage, the great hero Aeneas urges his fellow Trojans to move forward with a strong and determined spirit. Professor Tom Hubnett will give the order in Latin, and President Nicias will give it in ancient Greek. Thank God, I will end in English. Amid the laughter of the audience, Provost Quake, who had been keeping serious all the time, almost broke down. He calmed himself down before continuing. You will find these words on the cover of your program. Now, all candidates for degrees, including honorary degrees, please stand and remain standing at this time. O socini kenem ignori sumus anti malorum opaci graviora, dabidusis quoc finum. My comrades, partly strangers to pain before now, we all have weathered worse. Some God will grant us an end to this as well. My comrades, we have not been without pain. We have endured greater pain than this, and God will end it. You have tasted the wrath of Scylla. You have heard the roar from the rocks as you approach them. You have been to the cave of the Cyclops. Cheer up. Cast away your sorrow and fear. Perhaps one day we will even find it interesting to look back on what we have experienced today. After all kinds of experiences, after so many hardships, we are heading towards Latium, where fate has pointed us to build a peaceful home. There, the kingdom of Troy is destined to regain its glory. Amid deafening cheers, President Maximum Nicias took the podium for the last time. By the authority vested in me by the USC Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon each of you the degree or certificate recommended to you by the faculty and staff, with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities incidental thereto. As evidence of such degree and certificate, I will instruct the Dean of the College to issue to each of you a legal diploma from the University of Southern California. The diploma shall be signed by an official of the University of Southern California and stamped with the seal of the University of Southern California. Nicias took a deep breath and suddenly raised his voice. I ask all faculty and staff to stand and join me in saluting the class of 2016. Congratulations and fight on. The sonata of fight on sounded, and dozens of doves of peace were released together, soaring to the south. At first, the crowd applauded and celebrated, but as the music entered its climax, everyone raised their right hands to the air, extended their index and middle fingers, and swung them back and forth rhythmically. This is the gene flowing in the blood of every Trojan. No matter what difficulties and obstacles you will face in the future, you must raise the hand gesture that symbolizes victory. This is probably why I chose USC at that time. The most beautiful chapter of his youth began when he came here 4 years ago, and it ended quietly after waving goodbye. Even this second life, didn't it also start from the school apartment? Going around in circles, ups and downs, honor and disgrace, are inseparable from your alma mater. As his mind went, Han Yi looked to the left. In the audience, Zhu Yiru put her right hand to her face, made a fight on gesture, and greeted him with a sweet smile. Under her leadership, Ling Lan and even Xian Zhangyan followed suit, happily swinging their arms back and forth. The charm of USC is nothing more than this. Even parents who are not studying here can quickly be attracted by this inclusive, open, and friendly atmosphere, remove their adult defenses, and become a high-spirited Trojan again. Han Yi responded to everyone with perhaps the most unreserved, unscrupulous, and wholehearted brilliant smile after rebirth. He also raised his right hand in a forest of victory, and raised his left hand upwards, signaling the little brown bear next to him to join the celebration. After hesitating for a moment, Ukla's newest traitor shook his head, also showing a relaxed and happy smile, and exposed the index and middle fingers of his right hand to the air. Today, let's be a Trojan for once. Graduates, you now join our alumni. You follow in a long and proud line of Trojans who have used their knowledge and talents to make the world around them a better place. I know you will carry on this legacy with your insightful leadership, your professional achievements, and your contributions to the lives of others. We have come to the end of the 133rd commencement of the University of Southern California. We ask that participants in the audience remain seated until the Presidium, faculty, staff, and graduates have left Alumni Park. Please all stand again and sing the school song. The school song will be led by Nick Mottolano, a student from the Thornton School of Music. You can find the lyrics on the back of the program. Please join in the chorus. Thank you, and fight on. Hail to our alma mater, we sing your glory. Hail to Southern California, we praise you loudly. Where the western sky meets the western sea, our college is majestic. Sing our love for our alma mater, and cheer, cheer to you. In the United States, universities generally have two official musics. One is anthem or alma mater, which is played now, and is generally used in official occasions, while the other is called fight song, which is often heard repeatedly in student activities or sports games. For the students in the Alumni Memorial Park today, they can sing Fight On for all SC or Ukla Sucks without hesitation. But few people know the tune of the official school song, especially since the song is divided into 8 parts, which makes the chorus on the scene sound chaotic. Of course, this song is definitely not difficult for Hanyi, a main member of the Apollo Men's Chorus of the University of Southern California. While humming the melody of the tenor part easily, he walked towards the 4 women who accompanied him in various ways. The main ceremony ended at 10:15. Next, students will rush to various parts of the campus to participate in the certificate awarding ceremony within the college. Every year, each college will take turns to choose different venues for the ceremony. This year, Hanyi is very lucky. The venue of the Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism is in McCarthy Square. Walking from the Alumni Memorial Park, it takes less than 2 minutes to take 2 steps forward and 1 step back. This also gave Hanyi and his group enough time to take a group photo outside the giant white tent of the Annenberg Institute. First, they took a photo with their grandmother, then with their mother, and finally with their mother and grandmother. With the presence of 2 photography masters, Zuyiro and Zhao Yaozhen, Hanyi completed this stage of the task very quickly. Basically, in each group of photos, there are 4 or 5 very good looking finished products that can appear in the circle of friends without retouching, which made Ling Lan and Xian Zhangyan smile from ear to ear. Are you 3 taking photos together, or? Opening the camera application, Ling Lan smiled at Zioru and Yaozhen standing on her left and right. Separate them. The 2 girls exchanged glances and said in unison. Zuyero, who has never been afraid of the stage in front of her elders since she was a child, came first. She bent her legs slightly, making Hanyi look more upright in the camera, and also making her head just right on Hanyi's chest, making the USC cheering gesture, and showing 8 absolutely standard teeth. Such a perfect sense of the camera. Even Aunt Ling's indescribable photography skills are hard to beat. But Zhao Yaozhen is different. Like Hanyi, Korean girls are not used to taking photos in front of others, let alone taking photos with people they like. The most important thing is that Hanyi is not someone who can save his partner by his performance in front of the camera. So, look, does it look like this? Zuyero called up a famous painting from her mobile phone and placed it next to Hanyi's mobile phone for comparison, laughing so hard. Grant Wood's American Gothic. Except that Hanyi didn't hold a 3-pronged rake. From the composition to the standing posture to the expression, it was basically the same. Yaozhen, whose mother tongue quickly changed from Korean to speechless, almost died of shame on the spot. Finally, Zioru replaced Aunt Ling and took the stage herself and patiently guided the 2 of them to take a satisfactory photo. In the picture, Yaozhen slightly bent one leg, leaving Hanyi with a half head height advantage, and her face slightly turned towards him, revealing a perfectly curved profile. Zioru asked her to give up her stiff smile and just be expressionless, going for the cool route. If you don't consider Han Yi next to her, Zhao Yuzhen in this photo fully meets the requirements of the Met Gala. Sitting in the tent of the Annenberg Institute, Zhao Yuzhen has been quietly admiring the photo that was airdropped to her phone. Glancing left and right, while the people around her were not paying attention, Yuzhen quickly set it as the screensaver of the main interface, and then turned off the phone instantly. Zhu Yiru, who was choosing a filter for herself, may not have noticed the Korean girl's actions, but Ling Lan, who was sitting next to Zhao Yuzhen, saw it clearly. Aunt Ling's eyes kept going back and forth between the two girls, and finally sighed softly, rubbed her temple with one hand, and focused on WeChat, continuing her day of bombarding her friends with pictures and texts. The celebration ceremony of the college was not much different from the main ceremony of the entire school. The dean gave a speech, followed by a representative of the graduates, and then a guest invited by the college. The same set of words was repeated 6 times, and anyone would get bored. After waiting for about 40 minutes, the certificate was issued. First, the doctoral students, then the graduate students, and finally the bachelor's degree recipients. The order of appearance was determined by the number plate received when taking a seat. Therefore, although the first letter of his last name was H, Han Yi still had to wait until the last dozen or so people were called before his name was called. The following process made people feel a little perfunctory. There was no tassel removal process, no photo with the dean, and even more exaggerated, the certificate received from Dean Willowbay was still empty. The official academic certificate will be mailed to the correspondence address in 3 to 4 weeks. The only thing that made people feel a little ceremonial was that, after receiving the certificate, there was a separate photo taking area on the left side of the steps, where a special photographer would record the image. You guessed it right, this photo was charged $20 a piece. Alma mater is alma mater, and before graduation, it did not forget to get another fortune from prospective alumni. Just think of it as an advance payment of the donation amount. The graduation ceremony journey of other students would have ended here, but Han Yi was different. This outstanding student with a GPA of 3.92 and a summa cum laude honor cord as he received his certificate found himself becoming the envied star of the college. Because Han Yi was surprised to find that Maximum Nikias, the president of USC, was waiting for him at the edge of the stage. Standing with President Nikias, Jimmy Iovine and Andre Young were also standing with their hands down, smiling and looking at him. President Nikias smiled and waved to other graduates. Hearing the screams of the students, Andre Young just raised his hand expressionlessly to show that he heard everyone's greetings. But when Han Yi walked down the stairs, the 3 big guys actually stepped forward together and surrounded him. Yi, congratulations, you finally graduated. President Nikias shook Han Yi's hand vigorously, revealing a kind and hearty smile. Where is your family? Please allow us to go say hello. Chapter 118, Substituting. It's over. Han Yi's heart skipped a beat when he heard what Principal Nikias said. He had anticipated Zhaoru and Yaozen's meeting with their families, and had also planned in detail how to deal with each situation. But Han Yi never expected that Maximum Nikias would find time to greet him at a graduation ceremony attended by 12,000 graduates and their families. And, why are Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre also here? No one from their colleges graduated this year. This is a bit too grand. Han Yi pursed his lips, shook hands with Jimmy Iovine and Andre Yang respectively, and tried to cover up Principal Nikias' request with a witty remark. An ordinary graduate can't bear such strong attention. Han Yi turned his face to the right, raised his chin, and motioned the 3 big guys to look at what he had done. In the short 1 or 2 minutes when the 4 people greeted each other, hundreds of photos were lying in the graduates' mobile phone albums. Everyone recognized the faces of President Nikias and Dr. Dre, and a few students who followed the school's dynamics or music industry news could recognize Jimmy Iovine. The president of the University of Southern California and the founders of the 2 schools were all chatting with a nation student who was neither famous nor special. If you take into account the multiple identities of Interscope chairman, Beats founder, and Apple Music helmsman, this extremely unusual thing is even more jaw-dropping. For a moment, the entire ceremony tent of the Annenberg School was filled with whispers that were deliberately suppressed, but when gathered together, they exploded like thunder. Abnormalities in ordinary life can always spread quickly like a plague. In a flash, graduates, parents, including faculty and staff on the stage, and even Dean Willoughby, who was mechanically issuing certificates, all noticed the commotion on the far left side of the stage. Did President Nikias say he would come to the Annenberg ceremony? Yin and Yang, are we working together this year? Dean Bay, who was shocked and confused, accidentally shoved the next certificate in the other person's face. But the petite white girl didn't care. After all, she didn't concentrate on accepting the certificate. One hand took the degree, and the other hand was still pressing the shutter to take pictures of Dr. Dre. This is a pre-drill. After shaking Han Yi's hand, Andre patted the former's shoulder again. If you don't adapt now, what will you do when you participate in the Grammy or Met Gala in the future? There won't be as much as now when you participate in the Met Gala. Han Yi pointed at the other party and smiled. As long as I don't step on the red carpet with you, there won't be so many spotlights. Then, take us to meet Mr. Han and Ms. Han, Sr. Jimmy Ivan adjusted his frameless glasses with gradient lenses and winked at Han Yi. Save you from suffering as soon as possible. It seems that he can't get away with it. Mr. Han didn't come today, but Ms. Han is here. Han Yi took a long breath, raised his arm, and pointed to the southeast corner of the tent. There, Ling Lan and Shan Zhangyan, who had no idea what was going on, were still taking photos of Han Yi. They couldn't understand English, and they didn't know why the parents next to them were so surprised. Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen, who were sitting next to them, waved to the four people. They were all acquaintances who had met many times. For Zioru and Yaozhen, it was a bit surprising that Principal Nikias, Jimmy and Andre were all there to celebrate, but it was reasonable when they thought about it. After all, among the 12,000 students graduating today, it was probably only this one who donated an 8-digit amount. However, Park Ji-woo, who was sitting on the right side of Zhu Yiru and was stunned, and several of Han Yi's better Asian friends didn't know this. Generally speaking, ordinary good friends would not rush to watch the main ceremony at 8:30, especially for Park Ji-woo, who was still in a nightclub the night before. He woke up slowly at 10:30 and walked across the street to attend the college certificate awarding ceremony. This is why Park Ji-woo has been renting University Gateway for 2 years. Even if you are still sleepy, you can still arrive at the campus on time. Of course, facing this kind of fantasy scene that cannot be explained by common sense, no matter how strong your sleepiness is, it will be scared away long ago. Zhao opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at his roommate, who he had not seen much in the past 2 months and only came back occasionally. He brought Principal Nikias, Dr. Dren, and a shiny bald man who he did not know, but knew was extraordinary by guessing. Here are some good friends who came to attend the ceremony. Grace and Yaozhen, you have met them both. Han Yi took the lead in introducing them. Not for anything else, but mainly because he was afraid that Principal Nikias would directly call Zhu Yiru Mrs. Han. Then, let me solemnly introduce to you my mother Lan Ling and her mother, Zhang Yunshan. Mom, mother-in-law, this is Principal Nikias of our school. Han Yi used Mandarin without any hesitation and even increased his volume. And these two are my bosses. Han Yi's tone was relaxed and humorous. To Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen, calling Jimmy Ivan and Andre Yang bosses was just a humorous compliment. It was a basic way to promote each other in social situations. I told them that you are my bosses, for fear that Jimmy, Andre, and the friends around him would not understand. Han Yi translated it into English. Haha, no, you're the boss. With Han Yi's tone setting the tone, Andre's reply seemed to be helping his subordinates in front of his family. Mama Han and Grandma Han, it's nice to meet you. Andre Yang put his hands together and bowed slightly. Compared to the two unfamiliar Chinese surnames, it is more convenient and direct to call them Mama Han and Grandma Han. You have raised a very outstanding son. Maximum Nikias held Ling Lan's hand, showed a very friendly smile, and spoke slowly. The principal said your son is amazing. Han Yi translated from the side. Ling Lan obviously didn't believe his version and turned to look at Zioru. Auntie, that's about it. Zhu Yiru smiled and nodded, just saying that Han Yi is very good and amazing. Oh, thank you, principal. Ling Lan responded to Maximum Nikias with an equally warm and friendly smile and greeted him with the help of Han Yi's translation. On behalf of the University of Southern California, I would like to thank your family for your generous donation. This is the largest donation since the establishment of the Jovan and Young College, and it will play a very important role in the future development of this college. The principal said thank you for our generous donation. Han Yi said calmly, remember the donation I told you about some time ago? Zhu Yiru tilted her head and looked at Han Yi. She always felt that Han Yi had missed something in the translation, but if she had to dig deeper, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Han Yi did tell Ling Lan that he donated money to the school after Xianantang gave his mother a big red envelope last time. He said that, now that he has started to make money, he also wants to give back to his alma mater that nurtured him. Ling Lan also agreed with Han Yi's idea and asked him how much he wanted to donate. Han Yi directly sent a screenshot of the webpage. Jivito.usc.edu. USC Jimmy Irvine and Andre Young College Endowment, Arts, Technology, and Innovation Industry Endowment Fund. Donation amount, $1,000. In order to conceal the truth, Han Yi had already made many preparations. Remember? Ling Lan thought about it, raised her eyebrows in surprise, and asked in a low voice, your donation is not much? This amount of money is not enough for the principal to make a special trip, right? Aunt Ling, you are too modest. Xiaoru, who heard this clearly, opened her eyes slightly and was stunned. $10 million US. Is it called not much donation? The gift is small, but the thought is great, Mom. Every donor deserves respect. Han Yi cleared his throat and said seriously, besides, this is already the largest donation to this college. 1,000 is the largest donation? Ling Lan was surprised again. This was so real that even Meryl Streep had to think for a long time before she could perform this subconscious reaction. Not only did Zhu Yiru's almond eyes expand to the limit, but even Zhao Yaozhen, who was not very familiar with the donation, also changed color. Omitting the word one is like calling $1,000 a roll in English. They are all language usage habits born in different cultural environments. It is normal for humble and low-key Chinese people to try to make large numbers as small as possible. But if you think that a donation of 10 million is a small matter and is not worth the principal's special trip, that is very abnormal. Donating $10 million US casually, even the principal was surprised to come to pay his respects. How humble is Aunt Ling? How rich is Han Yi's family, so that the number 10 million has lost its due significance? As for Park Ji-woo standing aside, although he didn't know how much Han Yi donated, he could guess it, just by looking at the attentive attitude of Principal Nikias. Seeing Zhao Yaozhen at the ceremony was enough to surprise him, but he didn't expect that Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen suddenly became so close, which was the most insignificant discovery today. Who is this roommate who has been with him for 2 years? My mother said that you three don't need to make a trip at all. Han Yi would not miss this great opportunity. Ling Lan's performance could just pave the way for his continued large donations in the future. She didn't know before that 10 million was the largest donation to the Jowan and Yang colleges. Tell them again, dear. Ling Lan touched Han Yi's arm and delivered a perfect assist without knowing it. I hope you work hard and donate 10 or 100 times more money to USC in the future. When this sentence was translated into English and sent to the ears of the three people, even the big shots who had seen the world could not help but look at each other in surprise and speechless. The largest donation to USC so far was the $200 million donated by the Dornsife family in 2011. That time, the College of Arts and Sciences was directly renamed permanently. A donation 100 times more than 10 million. Are you Han family trying to change the name of the school? University of Southern California. It's catchy. With the help of Han Yi's translation method, the next 10 minutes were spent in a friendly atmosphere of talking at cross purposes. President Nikias was the busiest person on graduation day, bar none. Next, he had to appear at ceremonies of 3 or 4 colleges and host a grand school dinner on the second floor of the university club. Jimmy Irvine and Andre Young, who were invited to attend the graduation ceremony as the founders of the college, also had their own work arrangements in the afternoon. More importantly, this kind of cross-language communication that requires the presence of an interpreter is unlikely to have any interesting and profound content. In fact, the reason why the three big men insisted on meeting with the Han family was mainly to express their gratitude for the donation in person and to establish preliminary contact with the family behind Han Yi. For further communication, the three knew that it could only be carried out through Han Yi, who was fluent in English and had been deeply involved in the development of the United States. So, just after 1 o'clock, Maximum Nikias, Jimmy Iovine and Andre Young said goodbye at the same time. With the help of security personnel and school police, they walked through the crowd that had formed a circle around them and left quickly. Han Yi also said goodbye to his friends, who came to watch the ceremony, as well as Park Ji-woo, who was speechless again due to extreme shock. Next, it was a long summer vacation of 3.5 months between graduation from college and reporting for graduate school. Taking off his graduation robe and sitting in the driver's seat, Han Yi, who had a simple lunch at BCD Tofu House on the afternoon of May 13th, officially started their first stop on the West Coast tour, Los Angeles, with the four women. Mom came here with great difficulty, and Grandma visited the North American continent for the first time. The check-in points arranged by Han Yi were of course the most classic and least novel, and every tourist must visit the travel destination in LA. Driving north from Southwestern Avenue, they caught a glimpse of the Hollywood sign from afar at the intersection of Chi-Town, but did not choose to continue up the mountain to the Griffith Observatory. At this time, the observatory must have been packed with USC graduates and their families. If you drive up the mountain now, you will be lucky to find a parking space halfway up the mountain. So, Han Yi turned left decisively on West Sunset Boulevard without hesitation. He took them to a place with more people, the Chinese Theater on the Avenue of Stars. I haven't been here for many years. Standing in front of the souvenir shop of Madame Tussauds, looking at the surging crowd that was about to squeeze her to the wall, Suyeru exclaimed, "Yi, you are great. Go to where there are the most people." Just now in the parking lot of Ovation Hollywood, they drove around for a quarter of an hour to find an empty parking space. There is no way. This place must be visited. Han Yi scratched the back of his head and smiled. There are not many attractions in Los Angeles that are worth visiting specifically. These little stars are already quite unique. Perhaps this is the difference between traveling to a place and calling it home. In New York, which he longed for, Han Yi felt that every street had a story worth telling and a scenery worth stopping for. But in Los Angeles, starting from USC, driving in any direction of the east, south, west, or north without stopping for an hour, he still couldn't find a place he was willing to spend half a day to visit. Because everything in Los Angeles has slowly and gently penetrated into his bones in the past 4 years and has become a part of his blood. Who would go sightseeing in their own home for no reason? This, Chuck Law, is the producer who came to the house last time, right? Suyeru stood on a coral pink terrazzo 5-pointed star, looked at the brass retro TV logo on it, and asked, "Yes, are you a client?" Han Yi put his hands in his pockets, stood beside Suyeru, and observed the star that was placed at 7021 Hollywood Boulevard in 2009 with her. This feeling is really magical. A living person who can move, laugh, and blink in front of him can actually be a decoration for tourists from all over the world to take pictures on the Walk of Fame. Thinking more deeply, since February 29th, most of the people who appeared in their lives seemed to be on this road, with a 5-pointed star belonging to them. The boy beside her took her into a world that was so bizarre and colorful. Suyeru raised her head slightly, glanced at the side face that she was getting more and more used to, and felt awkward if she couldn't see it for 24 hours, and thought so. "What are you looking at?" Zhao Yaozhen squeezed out of the crowded wax museum bathroom, walked slowly to the right side of Suyeru, and fell on the same position as their eyes. Although like Han Yi, he has lived here for too long, and has no interest in the Avenue of Stars. But Ling Lan and Qian Zhangyan were still in the bathroom, and Yaozhen, who could only stand there waiting with Han Yi and Suyeru, also looked at the name under their feet with some curiosity. "Ah, Chuck Law, I thought he didn't have a star. Which star do you like best?" Han Yi didn't look up, but he could recognize Yaozhen's identity by hearing the voice. Speaking of stars, Joan Woodward. Zhao Yaozhen thought seriously for a moment and answered, I like the first one of everything. The first time I came to Los Angeles, I wandered for a long time to find this first star. According to the map, I went to a small road with no one, but finally found that the star was inside the Dolby Theater. What about you, Zaoru? I don't know much about this. Zuiru frowned slightly, poked her face with her fingernails, and said uncertainly, maybe. Bee Gees? Very old school. Hanyi nodded, but it's normal, it seems that you usually listen to more old songs. Well, as for Bee Gees, there is a song I like very much. I listen to it every day recently. Taking out the mobile phone and pointing it at the feet of the three people, Zaoru naturally skipped the topic related to the song. Don't move, I'll take a picture. This composition is very beautiful. In just 1 second, the three pairs of feet of Hanyi, Zuiru and Zhao Yaozhen, of different sizes, appeared in the same frame. The afternoon sun was much stronger than the morning graduation ceremony. Chuck Lorre's TV star with gold trim reflected dazzling rays, scorching everything in the camera, including the trouser legs and shoe uppers of the three people, with a layer of dreamy Disney-style fairy tale light. It's beautiful. Zaoru zoomed in on the photo, moved the right pair of feet out of the picture, and muttered, sorry, I got so confused that I forgot to post it on time. Chapter 119 Highway 1. After finding the star that belonged to Michael Jackson on the Avenue of Stars, and taking a few standard tourist photos for the middle-aged and elderly tour group for his mother and grandmother who were squatting on the ground, Hanyi drove them to the next destination. Located on the left side of the I-405 highway connecting the north and south slopes of Los Angeles, the Getty Museum, built by Paul Getty in 1974, occupies the highest point of the Brentwood community. Yes, it is the name of the Getty Suite, where Hanyi and his friends stayed at the Pier Hotel. If you want to overlook the panoramic view of Greater Los Angeles, most tourists who don't really know the City of Angels will choose the Griffith Observatory. It is close enough to the city center to facilitate the shooting of the ETLA skyline at various times, and there is a telescope every 3 or 5 steps. Moreover, the giant dark green dome is also a classic Los Angeles symbol that often appears in various movies and promotional videos. But every resident who has lived on this land for more than half a year knows that the Getty Museum is a truly unparalleled first observation deck. The reason why the Getty Museum is ranked first is first related to the year it was completed. The Griffith Observatory was completed in 1933. Even after several large-scale renovations, the observatory is still showing its age in the second decade of the 21st century. Aside from the graffiti of tourists and the peeling walls, the most obvious aging of the Griffith Observatory is the unreasonable planning of its parking spaces. There is not even a decent garage on the huge land. There is only an open-air parking lot with less than 200 parking spaces hanging on the left wing of the ridge. Once it is full, you have to park along the gray shoulder of the Western Canyon Road. It's okay on weekdays, but if it is an important node where Los Angeles tourists surge, such as USC graduation day, if you want to reach the observatory, you have to not only fight wits and courage with drivers along the way, but also walk for more than 10 or 20 minutes to sweat profusely and enjoy the scenery that has become less attractive due to overwork. Secondly, the heat map of Los Angeles has actually been slowly moving westward towards the Pacific Ocean over the past few decades. The so-called downtown Los Angeles is a castle in the air that a considerable number of local residents will not visit once a year. Santa Monica Beach, Venice Beach, Grove Shopping Center, West Park Century City Shopping Center, and Rodeo Drive are the Hollywood movie scenes that fascinate the world. Therefore, if you want to see the elite area of modern Los Angeles, the most impeccable point is actually the Platinum Triangle where Hanyi lives, especially Bel-Air. Hanging above Century City, with downtown to the east and the coastline to the west, it is truly all round, and has no dead ends. Of course, as a private residential area, Bel-Air has no chance to even knock on the door without a base of $2 or $3 million US. For ordinary tourists, the second best option is to settle for the top of Brentwood Mountain not far to the right of Bel-Air. The 10-lane I-405, winding to the extreme south that cannot be reached by the eyes, is like a light gray artery, supporting the development backbone of Los Angeles, especially Hollywood. The bustle of the City of Angels meets the soothing whisper of a summer breeze blowing through the Robert Irwin Gardens. As the California sun casts its golden embrace across the streets of West Hollywood and Santa Monica, modern architectural marvels rise from the ground and interweave with towering palm trees to form an exquisite mosaic of urban charm and natural landscape. The blue sky above seems endless, creating a tranquil backdrop for the spectacular scene below. Looking down from the Getty Museum, La La Land unfolds like a vibrant kaleidoscope. To the left, the city's iconic skyline, a symphony of precision steel and glass, glitters in the sun. To the right, the vast Pacific Ocean is a magnificent expanse of blue waves, kissing the horizon with a mesmerizing rhythm. Park your car in the modern garage at the foot of the mountain, and take the cable-suspended air cable car to the summit platform. At this moment, Hanyi and Zhao Yaozhen, standing on the outdoor terrace of the Getty Museum, are intoxicated by the indescribable beauty of the city, which is intertwined with grandeur and elegance. In the whole of Los Angeles, I still like this place the most. After enjoying nearly 10 minutes of quiet time, Zhao Yaozhen was the first to break the silence. I often come here alone, whether to see exhibitions or to see the scenery, or just to have a lunch here. It always makes me feel very peaceful. Yes, I like it too. Hanyi nodded and responded. This is a luxurious gift given to the world by the once richest American. Paul Getty spent a huge amount of money to replicate the most luxurious manor community in ancient Rome, the Papyri Manor on the originally desolate hilltop of Pacific Palisades. When Paul Getty was still alive, it was a private residence that carried his amazing wealth. After his death, it became a museum that inherited his $1.2 billion fortune and became the richest in the world. In 1997, this institution, which owns countless paintings by Rubens, Rembrandt, Monet and Manet, opened a 134,000 square foot space on Beverly Park Avenue, which is the new site of the Getty Center under their feet. Zhao Yaozhen came here to enjoy the peaceful days with the breeze blowing over the hills, but for Hanyi, he felt something completely different. Paul Getty, who was once selected by the Guinness World Records as the richest individual in the world, had a fortune of $1.2 billion in 1966, equivalent to $7.8 billion today. By the time he died in 1976, this figure had soared to $6 billion, equivalent to $23 billion today. Standing on the observation deck of the Getty Center, Hanyi always couldn't help but think about a question. What kind of qualities, what kind of circumstances, and what kind of sacrifices does a person need to have in order to achieve the same success as Paul Getty and to be like him? Even though he has been dead for 40 years and his body has turned into dust, the organization named after him can still emit incomparable light and heat in this world. For Hanyi in his previous life, this was just an interesting brainstorm in his busy life. But this time, returning to the top of the hill on Beverly Park Road, Hanyi found that he might be able to solve this puzzle himself. Use inexhaustible wealth to build an everlasting great cause. The 5 mottos in the memorandum pushed him forward, and he himself wanted to go further than that. As small as Zhao Yaozhen, who was leaning on the railing with both hands, could not empathize with Hanyi's intense inner fluctuations at this time. She glanced at Zhu Yiru, who was busy taking pictures of Linglan and Xian Zhangyan in the garden, and smiled. You are very likable to parents. No matter how hard she tried, Yaozhen, who was not good at dealing with people by nature, could not be as friendly as Zhaoru, and her every move could just fall into the hearts of the elders. More importantly, she was really nervous in front of Hanyi's mother and grandmother. The kind of heart pounding when she spoke. You are also very likable. Hanyi narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying the cool breeze coming towards him, smiled, and said, at least my mother, and others like you very much. Ah. Zhao Yaozhen's eyes lit up. Really? The two of them have lived for more than 100 years together. How can they not tell who is a good person? You take pictures. I won't. Halfway through his words, Hanyi waved his hand, and said to Linglan who was beckoning him to take pictures. What about you, Yaozhen? Linglan asked loudly. The garden here is so beautiful. I won't take pictures. Thank you auntie. Zhao Yaozhen waved his hand in the same way as Hanyi. If she was alone with Han-yi, Zhao Yaozhen would have to take pictures of the Jetty Museum from top to bottom. If Zhu Yiru was also present, taking a few pictures would be no problem. But if Han-yi's mother and grandmother were also present, she would definitely not be able to pose naturally. The tragic scene at the graduation ceremony this morning, which was like taking pictures of a divorce certificate, was still vivid in Yaozhen's mind. You see, this is why my mother and grandmother are actually very close to you. Noticing Zhao Yaozhen's clumsy refusal, Han-yi spread his hands and said softly, "Because I don't take pictures?" Zhao Yaozhen was stunned. "Because your personality is quite similar to mine. Actually, we both don't like to talk much. You." Yaozhen covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. "You are the most talkative man I have ever met." "Hey, Han-yi couldn't help laughing before he finished his words. "No, I only became more eloquent after I went to college. After all, I had so many presentations to do. However, I was really introverted when I was a child, and I stuttered a bit." Stutter? This is a Chinese word that Zhao Yaozhen rarely comes into contact with in her daily life. It's stutter. Han-yi explained in English, especially in junior high school. "It may be because of adolescent rebellion. I can't get used to the world. I feel that my classmates don't understand me, and my teachers don't understand me. I don't want to talk, and I stutter when I talk, so I don't want to talk even more. I'm almost the same." My current personality was also developed during that period. Zhao Yaozhen recalled. "I was always bullied in junior high school, and no one talked to me, so I listened to music by myself. Once I put on headphones, no one loves me." Han-yi raised his hands to his ears and made a non-material performance of listening to music. "So why do I like Paramore so much? Because in junior high school, Hayley Williams was the person who communicated with me the most. Then we must sign them." Zhao Yaozhen nodded and gave Han-yi an encouraging smile. Then he changed the subject and looked at Zhu Yiru again. "Zhao shouldn't have this kind of trouble, right? She has been so beautiful since she was a child. She is even weirder." Han-yi smiled and shook his head. When preparing for the SAT, in order to immerse herself in the test bank, she didn't talk to anyone for a week. She felt that if she needed to talk to anyone, her thoughts on the test would be interrupted. "A week?" Zhao Yaozhen was a little surprised. "Not a word?" "Not a word." Han-yi gave a positive answer. Whether it was her mother or the teacher, as long as she was talked to, she would take out a small note with "forbidden to speak" written on it. She would forget her own voice, so to speak. It seems that she did forget. According to her own words, the first words she said after a week scared her, and she was completely unfamiliar with them. So it seems that they are all weird people. Zhu Yiru, who was leaning next to Ling Lan and Xian Zhangyan, with her hands behind her back, helping them to choose photos, noticed the sight of Han-yi and Zhao Yaozhen. Still with that dazzling smile with 8 teeth, no more and no less, Zhao waved at them energetically. "What are you doing?" "Talking bad about you." Han-yi answered honestly. Under Zhu Yiru's reproachful eyes, Han-yi turned around again and looked down at the panoramic view of Santa Monica. "Yes, you two are weird. You are the weirdest one." Zhao Yaozhen pursed her lips and looked at him helplessly. "The view at home is obviously better, but you have to go to the Jetty Museum to squeeze in with the crowd. There are not many people." Han-yi coughed twice and swept his arm in front of him. "Besides, I'm tired of the scenery over there. It's better here. Mainly, it's close to the restaurant." Han-yi knew very well that food was the most effective way to distract Zhao Yaozhen's attention. "Ah, really?" Zhao Yaozhen's peach blossom eyes turned into searchlights again. "What to eat?" "Water Grill, Santa Monica. It's 10 times better than the Lobster." Han-yi lowered his voice, making his voice full of magnetic temptation. "Fried squid, Kumamoto oyster tart, spicy lobster roll, bacon cheddar cheeseburger, and deep fried french fries. Most importantly." Han-yi put his right hand to his mouth, leaned closer to Eugen, and whispered, "I'll divert their attention. After you finish eating, exchange plates with me." For Zhao Eugen, this series of dishes and the safe dining environment promised by Han-yi were too tempting. So, the Korean girl completely forgot about Han-yi's doubts about going far away. After taking the first bite of fried squid ring, the question of why she didn't go to 864 Stradella Road was forgotten. Not only that, the activities after dinner also won her heart. On the way back, the group came to Whole Foods at 2201 Wilshire Boulevard to buy daily necessities for tomorrow's Highway 1 trip, as well as drinks and snacks for entertainment on the road. The feeling of open shopping was so pleasant that the next day, Zhao Yaozhen, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a Whole Foods shopping bag, was still humming a cheerful tune. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhao Han, the tour guide for this West Coast in-depth tour. Before we set off, let me tell you about our plan. After starting the car and lowering the sunshade above his head to block the rising sun, Han Yi leaned on the back of the chair, turned around, and introduced himself to the tour group he was leading. Let's go to Santa Monica first, then take Highway 1, cross Malibu, drive north, and try to have lunch in Santa Barbara. Then we'll continue on the road and arrive in San Francisco before 8 o'clock. We'll stay in San Francisco for 2 days, 1 day in the city and 1 day in Napa Valley. Then, we'll take Highway 5 directly to Las Vegas for another 2 days, and finally return to Los Angeles to see the attractions we haven't seen yet. Mom, do you want to go to Universal Studios? It's mainly about Zhaoru and Yaozhen. Linglan smiled. Wherever they want to go, we'll go. What do you think? It's still up to Auntie. Zhao Yaozhen and Zhu Yiru are in an unusual tacit understanding. Then I'll talk to you when we get back. Han Yi paused, then asked, do you have any other questions? If not, we'll set off. Yes. Zhu Yiru raised her hand like a primary school student and asked seriously. Then I would like to ask our tour guide Zhao Han, is there any compulsory shopping itinerary this time? That is, locking us in the store and not being allowed to leave unless we spend money? Yes, there is an arrangement in Las Vegas. Amidst the laughter, Han Yi turned his body back, stepped on the accelerator, and the Grand Cherokee made a dull sound, drove out of the underground parking lot of the Ritz-Carlton, and sped westward. Do you think I'm kidding, Zhaoru? Don't cry when you get to Las Vegas. As a state highway winding along the Pacific coastline, the magnificent and wonderful scenery along Highway 1 that seems to be out of this world has been praised by the world for half a century. The scenery in the urban area of Malibu is actually not bad, mainly because Highway 1 has no slope at this stage. It is flush with the coastline, and the northbound lane drives on the right side, so when looking out from the car, there must be no buildings on the left side to see the Pacific Ocean in the morning light. And in this largest metropolitan area on the east coast of the Pacific Ocean, a top-notch den of money, where capital and power converge, how could there be a viewing spot with a great view for ordinary travelers to enjoy? Private buildings like Nobu Restaurant, one next to another, densely extended to both sides, and all the beaches in the city were marked with private ownership signs. This situation improved a little when the Grand Cherokee approached Pepperdine University and saw the Malibu Lagoon National Beach. Of course, it was only open for a moment. Driving at a speed of more than 60 miles per hour, before Linglan had time to turn on the camera, Han Yi drove across the surface of Malibu Lake. Going down, there is another line of seaside villas. Drive slower, little one. Linglan patted Han Yi on the shoulder and reminded him. Ask the pickup truck behind us if it agrees. Han Yi looked at his mother through the rearview mirror with some amusement. Don't worry, it's more than 8 hours, and there's more to come. Soon, after leaving the narrow Malibu city and crossing the Coral Beach, Highway 1 turned into a real coastal avenue. Driving along the right side of the low hillside, as the wheels turned rapidly, the Palace of Kanaloa gradually revealed its true face. That made people admire it. The native Hawaiians have a saying, "No kapaleo no hoike." It means that Palauans are born in the sea and grow up in the sea. This is the sea they have relied on for generations. Zhaoru and Yaozhen discovered that Han Yi, who reads a lot of miscellaneous books, is an excellent travel companion. Before embarking on a journey, he will not only make a complete strategy and plan, but also fill the originally monotonous time of rushing to travel with knowledge and anecdotes. Han Yi, who talks leisurely, always has a noble bookish smell. The so-called temperament of old money is actually the accumulation of experience and knowledge to a large extent. As long as you build the Library of Alexandria in your mind, you don't need to wear Loro Piana. People will think you live in the Louvre. This may be the reason why Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen were shocked, but not suspicious of Han Yao's increasingly bottomless wealth. His mind and state of mind can support the 9 zeros in the account balance. Ventura, which we passed by, is now a tourist city with private yachts everywhere, but in the 1920s, it was one of the largest oil producing areas in California. The jetty center we went to yesterday, that Paul Jetty, his Pacific Western Oil Group, has a large mining area here. Oh yes, Edward Doheny, the donor of the Doheny Library in our school, is the previous owner. The one in Doheny is called Oil Securities Company, right? Zhu Yiru recalled the information she had read in school while taking out her phone to take pictures of the coastline. Yes, and during the Great Depression, Paul Jetty acquired the California branch of Oil Securities Company and changed its name to the current one. Santa Barbara is actually the most Spanish place in California. The entire city is basically Spanish colonial style or Spanish revival style architecture. Mother-in-law, look at the villas on both sides. As long as they are unified, any style will look good. What does Spanish revival style specifically look like? Cheyenne Zangayan asked, reciting this unfamiliar name. Generally, it has a brown-red roof, polished wood texture, and this kind of white wall. Sitting at today's lunch destination, Han Yi pointed to the white walls around him and explained. Don't be fooled by the fact that this restaurant is mostly full of white people, but what they serve is actually so-called Indian food. Its names are all in Indian words. Baba, Barbaria. Zhao Yaozhen helped Han Yi, who was stuck, and added, Grandma, it's like this. Californians like to divide their coastline into 3 parts. Los Angeles, where we come, is called the South Coast. San Francisco is the North Coast, and where Santa Barbara is the Central Coast. The indigenous people in the Central Coast. Yi, how do you say indigenous people in Chinese? Aboriginal people. Zhu Yiru answered first. Well, the indigenous people are a group of Indians called Chumash. Ah, Chumash. Chumash people. Han Yi interrupted. Yes, Chumash. Barbaria refers to the local language spoken by the Chumash. And this restaurant is inspired by Indian cooking techniques and mixes traditional Spanish dishes to make food. Zhao Yaozhen pointed to the large dish in front of Cheyenne Zangayan that was specially prepared for sharing. For example, this one has lamb al pasta, massive flatbread, shishitas, goat gouda, salsa verde. I'm sorry, mother-in-law, I don't know how to say these things in Chinese. Zhao Yaozhen shrugged and looked at Han Yi's grandmother apologetically. Her Chinese is of course enough for daily conversations, but when it comes to these special professional food terms, even authentic Chinese people will find it difficult, let alone her. I don't know how to put it, but from the looks of it, it should be lamb, bread, green peppers, cheese, and salsa. Han Yi gave Zhao Yaozhen a thumbs up and comforted him. It's already great. Oh, by the way, do you speak Spanish too? Listen to your pronunciation. Yes, Spanish is my 3rd foreign language. Zhao Yaozhen nodded in response. That's amazing, you know so much. Zhu Yiru held her chin with both hands and praised sincerely. You know a lot, right? Minnan dialect counts. Han Yi recalled the dialect that Zhu Yiru had taught him before. How is that word? Big hoop. Big hoop, stupid. Zhao rolled her eyelids coquettishly. I'm talking about you. You are all amazing, all good kids. Although she was confused, Cheyenne Zangayan still gave a thumbs up like Han Yi. Her smile wrinkled and squeezed out kind lines. In just a few days, Grandma became more and more happy with these 2 girls. It would be great if they were really from her own family. Ling Lan, who was observing silently and smiling without saying a word, had the same idea in her mind. Han Yi was indeed well informed, but Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen were not inferior at all. Moreover, there was no need to talk too much. Aunt Ling could deeply appreciate their excellence from the information she got indirectly. Zhu Yiru, TOEFL score of 117, SAT score of 2300. She was admitted to Duke, Brown, Cornell, Rice, Emory, Georgetown, Berkeley, and UCLA. If Zhao didn't want to study journalism, she should be in the Ivy League school in Rhode Island now. Zhao Yaozhen, SAT score of 2360, studied in an American high school for 3 years, and she was 40 points away from the full reading score, so she simply skipped the TOEFL requirement. Yaozhen had one more admission letter from Penn, Cornell, Columbia, and other alliance schools than Zhaoru. When Ling Lan asked her in surprise why she didn't go to Columbia or Penn, Zhao Yaozhen's answer about the cold weather affecting outdoor activities also made Han's mother speechless. Han Yi took great pains to get into USC, which was no different from a backup school for them. How outstanding a boy must be to be qualified to hold their hands. It seems lively now, but I don't know how much pressure Yi will face in the future. Zhaoru, Yaozhen, eat more. Try this is delicious. Thinking of this, Aunt Ling decided to be a super considerate mother-in-law and help her son to get more impression points. As a die-hard fan of Zhaoru, Ling Lan still likes this little sticky rice from Taiwan the most. But Yaozhen seems to be an irrefutable perfect choice. You have to do your best. Putting a piece of mutton on each of the girls' plates, Ling Lan looked at the pigs in her own pen with a worried look on her face. If you don't hurry up, the cabbage will grow legs and run away. Ling Lan and Shan Zhangyan took turns feeding Zhaoru and Yaozhen. After a lively meal, Zhu Yiru could hardly walk, and even Zhao Yaozhen was already 70% full. Yi, don't you want to go to Neverland? We're already here. Zhu Yiru asked with difficulty, stroking her belly, which was one size bigger than usual. After all, the meat given by Han's mother had to be eaten up, no matter how full she was. It's too late. Let's talk about it next time. Glancing at the sign of Vandenberg Air Force Base, Han Yi answered casually. After 4 years in the United States, Han Yi has never been to this place that he has been thinking about in China. Even if he passes by, he will not want to visit it. Because in his heart, this is a place more sacred than the Wailing Wall. He has to work harder and be more successful before he has the courage to have a spiritual dialogue across time and space with his eternal idol at the gate of the manor. Maybe, if he can become the next Paul Getty, he can also buy Neverland and make it a cultural totem that records an era. With this thought in mind, Han Yi pressed the accelerator for another half an inch and sped through this uninhabited wilderness. This deliberately vacated military base isolation zone, via Highway 135, returned to CA1 again, and continued their coastal sightseeing trip. However, the departure again after lunch was very different from the relaxed and comfortable first half of the journey. Spring or winter is the best time to travel along Highway 1. The spring climate is suitable and the visibility is high. In winter, you can pass through the snow wonderland of Big Sur and experience the winter paradise that is rare in Southern California. Summer is different. Highway 1 in summer is always covered by thick fog. Starting from Morro Bay, the terrain gradually rises, and when you reach San Simeon, it is almost all mountain roads close to cliffs. After driving through Julia Pfefferburn State Park and going down to Monterey, the cliffs can be hundreds of meters high. In the narrowest places, even if you drive on the inside, you will feel that, if the tires slip a little, you will run off the road and fall freely towards the sea. The most terrible thing is that when Han Yi drove to this section, the fog happened to fall. When the magnificent blue ocean was replaced by the grey and white unknown fear, everyone in the car couldn't help but hang in the air. It is impossible to drive at 40 miles per hour on this mountain road. In fact, according to the prompt of the Garmin navigation system, Han Yi even went down a little bit and drove at a speed of 30 miles per hour, but he was still sweating all over. He had to be 100% alert to keep the Grand Cherokee stable on this wet and winding road. At the sharp right bend about a mile before the Soda Spring Trail, Han Yi just turned the steering wheel and was surprised to find that there was a red Mustang driving towards him at a very fast speed, and half of the tires were pressed on his lane. Han Yi hurriedly moved to the inside of the ridge to avoid it, and the emergency braking almost caused the Grand Cherokee to crash directly into the mountain. The red Mustang tilted crookedly towards the guardrail and almost rushed off the cliff. Neither car slowed down, nor did they dare to stay here for long. After a close encounter, both sides had to bite the bullet and continue to face the next danger. Han Yi's hands, which were clenched tightly on the steering wheel, lost all color. He wanted to swear, but considering that his family was still in the car, He finally muttered English swear words. Fuck this shit. Fuck. It's okay. Yee. Zooyeru tried to keep her voice steady, put her hand on the backrest of the driver's seat, and gently comforted Han-Yi, who was obviously a little dazed. She wanted to cover his shoulders, but finally gave up, because she was worried about affecting driving safety. Take your time, we will all help you watch, don't worry. Yes, dear, don't worry, you can drive slower. Ling Lan and Shan Zhangyan, who were originally drowsy, were now completely awake after being frightened. If there is a rest area, stop and let me take over. Zhao Yaozhen looked at Han Yi worriedly and said, no, it's dangerous. Han Yi shook his head and refused, forcing a smile. I'm fine. I started driving when I was 15. Zhao Yaozhen continued to try to persuade Han Yi, the mileage should be higher than yours. Leave it to me, you take a rest, 5 or 6 hours, it's too tiring. Well, okay, I'll take over when the next place to park is available. Although he said so, the stubborn Han Yi passed one emergency parking spot after another, until he saw the parking lot in front of the Hawthorne Gallery. He stepped on the brakes, slid into the parking space, and exchanged positions with Zhao Yaozhen in the passenger seat. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Yaozhen pursed her lips, and looked at Han Yi, who was pale and still sweating. She couldn't hide the pain in her eyes. Leave it to me next. Drink some water. Yee. Zioru, who couldn't drive, also wanted to contribute her own strength. She took out Fiji water from her bag, and handed it to Han Yi. She also took out a wet wipe from her handbag, and wiped Han Yi's forehead without hesitation. Sister Yaozhen, come on, open your mouth. Of course, she didn't forget to take care of the second driver of the day. Regardless of whether the other party really opened his mouth or not, Zioru stuffed a mint candy into Yaozhen's mouth without saying anything. Refresh yourself. Let's not rush to San Francisco today, right? Looking at the setting sun outside the window, and clicking on Google Map to browse carefully, Zooyeru suggested. Monterey, or the nearby town of Carmel. Stay overnight and leave tomorrow? I agree. Han Yi, who was about to collapse, drank a sip of mineral water, and recovered some of his energy. He nodded reluctantly and said, no matter how much Zhao Yaozhen emphasized her driving skills, Han Yi was not at ease letting her drive at night. Let's just go to Carmel. Let me take a look at the hotel. Chapter 120 Small Town Couple. How are the aunts? Zooyeru poked her head out of her room, looked at Han Yi standing in the hotel corridor, and asked in a low voice. She's adjusting to the jet lag. She's been running around with us all day, and just got a little scared. She's exhausted a lot of energy, so she's going to sleep for a while. Han Yi tilted his head, and looked at the gap behind Zooyeru. How about Yaozhen? Is she okay? I drive on flat roads. Of course she's fine. A few seconds later, another little head popped up from above Zooyeru, with a smile on her face. After being cared for. It's only 2 hours. Then let's go out and find something to eat, Han Yi suggested. By the way, pack some for them. You guys go. Zhao Yaozhen also put the phone in the gap, where Han Yi could see it. There's a meeting at 8:30 at TGO, the first general meeting of managers. Understood. Han Yi nodded, but did not ask to attend in person. As the only investor and the highest decision maker, he couldn't do everything himself. Matters of each section were handed over to professionals. He only needed to see the reports submitted, and sign the final decision with a check. There were Kevin Kusatsu, co-founder of Mad Decent, Jason Aaron and Anthony Lee, managers of Horch, Austin Rosen, mastermind of Electric Fields, and Ben Mosson, who was still in Los Angeles at this time. In addition, Zhao Yaozhen, who was becoming more mature and more aware of his own intentions and plans. Han Yi believed that this joint meeting of managers would never be empty talk without any achievements. Then let's just pack it up and eat it back. Okay. Zooyeru agreed. Then, Han Yi took a step back and opened his arms. Let's go. What are you two going to do with your heads showing? The bed is a bit messy, and Sister Yaozhen just took a shower. It's not convenient. Yeah, I've got nothing on. Zhao Yaozhen rolled her eyes and showed a sly smile. Hearing the words of the head above her head, Zooyeru was obviously stunned for a moment, and then disappeared in the gap of the door frame. Yes, there is indeed no. After a few seconds, Zuyuru stuck her head out again and confirmed with a serious face. Okay. Han-yi sighed helplessly. He would not bite if it was too obvious. Whatever you say is what it is. Why, don't you believe it? Zuyuru blinked her left eye. Come in and take a look. In line with Zioru's expression, Yasin also put out an index finger and hooked it at Han-yi. Standing there, tilting his head and thinking for a while, Han-yi took a step forward. Okay, since you insist so much, then Before he finished speaking, the door slammed shut a few inches from his nose, leaving two joyful and playful laughs outside the door. Let's go. 5 minutes later, Zioru, who was pink and tender all over, wearing a headband, and looked very casual and homely, appeared in front of Han-yi. Looking behind her, Yasin stood there coquettishly with her hands folded across her chest. She even raised a few fingers and waved them as a greeting to him, with a lazy, charming and complacent look in her eyes. Her long hair, which was almost waist length, was casually draped over her white bathrobe. The roots of her hair, which were invisible just now, were wet and stuck to her shoulders. Sensitivity test, you failed. Zuyuru gently touched Han-yi's upper arm with her fist. Let's go. There's no good show to watch. How can I watch a good show? Han-yi followed behind Zuyuru and muttered softly, I'm cooperating with your performance. Okay, thank you for the best actor. This hotel called La Playa Carmel is not big. It's called a hotel, but it actually feels more like a slightly larger private house. The villas in front, behind, and on both sides also deepened this impression. Carmel, the full English name is Carmel by the Sea. Carmel by the Sea. Just by hearing the name, people can instantly understand what kind of scenery this secluded town, which is located in the south of Monterey, a 2-hour drive from San Francisco, and another 10 minutes away, is famous for. 13 streets from south to north and 15 streets from east to west. This town, which is not even as big as the USC campus, has only 3,722 residents in total. This is a tiny number that is hard to imagine in any county or city in East Asia. Walking north along the country road called Royal Avenue in front of the hotel, which is neither Royal nor Avenue, and has no traffic markings, Han-yi and Zuyuru walked 1 block, and then turned right on 7th Avenue. This town really likes to exaggerate, and walked slowly towards the town center guided by Yelp. Today's sunset time should be around 5:20, but it is almost 8 o'clock now. The sky of Carmel by the Sea is still not completely dark, but hangs a touch of weird blue that I don't know how to describe in words, and can only be described as the night of La La Land. This movie, which has not yet been released, certainly took a lot of effort to adjust the color with filters, but Han-yi felt that the reason for the need for filters was that the director wanted people all over the world to see the true colors of the California evening. There are no street lights in the town, and the windows on both sides of the street occasionally emit a dim light. There are no cicadas, only the rustling sound of the sea breeze blowing through the hedges, and the gentle caress of the waves on the beach. Walking on the right side of this uphill road with a small amplitude, but still a sense of climbing, Han-yi can even hear Zuyuru's breathing. Is the romance of a teenager fickle or sincere? Is the romance of a teenager passionate or melancholy? The retro music that suddenly sounded in his pocket startled Han-yi. He took it out and found that he accidentally touched the Apple Music that he had just listened to and forgot to quit. Sorry, I touched it. It's okay, it sounds good. Zuyuru gently pressed Han-yi's wrist. Let it continue to play. Do you want to turn up the volume? No, it's fine as it is. You are either in the trough of pain or enjoying the peak of pleasure. The romance of youth is a mixture of various emotions. They say we are different. We don't have the power to choose. We can't make decisions for ourselves. We don't know what is good and what is bad. So, in the silent streets of the town, Ricky Nelson singing 59 years ago sounded. What's the name of this song? A Teenager's Romance, by Ricky Nelson. It sounds good. Send it to me. Zuyuru clasped her index fingers together, put them behind her back, and nodded in approval. Is it better than the Bee Gees? No. Zuyuru answered without hesitation. What song is it that makes you like it so much? Han-yi was a little curious. I'll let you read it when I have a chance. Zuyuru replied vaguely, and then threw out a question. By the way, have you read the novel I gave you before? I've been too busy recently, so I haven't had time yet. Hanyi turned to look at her, revealing an apologetic smile. But it's right next to my bed. I'll keep it safe. I'm glad you didn't lose it. Zuyuru waved her hand carelessly. What should I pack for them? It seems like they don't have much choice. They had already walked to the so-called town center, but Zuyuru felt that her words were echoing. In this typical North American town, during the off-peak tourist season and weekends, people basically follow the rule of working from sunrise to sunset. There are several restaurants still open, but there are few diners. 2 or 3 elderly people with pale skin and hair stood at the corner of the street chatting and cast curious eyes at them. At the other end of the street is a Mediterranean-style villa, and at this end of the road is a Tudor-style cottage. The irregular eaves and crooked windows are cute in a different way. Keep saying you love me, they can't do anything. This is a romance of teenagers, a continuous romance. Hanyi's phone was still playing the old doo-wop song. Standing at the intersection of 7th Avenue and St. Carlos Street, Zuyuru felt like she had fallen into Alice's Wonderland. With the natural filter of indigo mixed with a little Prussian blue, the light in the small restaurant looked like a door to another dimension. Let me see. Italian food, Italian food, Italian food. It's not impossible, but is there any choice that suits the appetite of the aunts? The good daughter-in-law Zuyuru always puts the preferences of the elders first. We had Western food at noon. I'm worried that they won't be used to it if we eat more. There is a sushi restaurant, Sushi Heaven, which is still open. It's cold. Elderly people may not be able to eat it. And Sister Yasin has been. Realizing that she had said too much, Zuyuru consciously shut up. There is a Chinese food. I didn't expect it. Hanyi's tone rose a little, and then it fell again. But it looks like they sell orange chicken. Do you want to go? It's better than nothing. Let them make some fried rice and fried noodles and give us some seasonings. I'll take it back and do some simple processing. Where is it? Hurry up, I'm afraid they'll close. Here. Hanyi glanced at the map on his phone and joked as he walked north with Zuyuru. Can they do more processing? Otherwise, we can borrow their kitchen. As long as they are willing, you can help me. I'll get it done in 15 minutes. The town center was originally very small, and this Chinese restaurant was only 2 or 3 words away from them. In the blink of an eye, Hanyi and Zuyuru turned into a narrow path paved with gravel. On the right wall, red wildflowers that neither of them recognized bloomed, and at the far end of the left was a small shop built of red bricks and brown wood. At the corner, hung a white sign with English cursive characters, Tommy's Wok. Tommy's Wok. After repeating the name of the store in his mind and confirming that it was consistent with the information on Yelp, Hanyi pushed the door and entered the small store with only 12 tables. Welcome to Tommy's Wok. How many? The bell at the door rang, and the boss standing behind the counter raised his head reflexively. This was a short, fat, and sturdy middle-aged man with a shaved head and dull black framed glasses. The pink polo shirt that only Asian men would wear was tucked into his jeans that were obviously a bit tight. Chinese? Seeing the rare face of the same ethnic group, the man was stunned at first and then smiled more enthusiastically. Yes. Hanyi responded with a friendly smile. Are you still open, boss? Open, open. We still have 20 minutes before closing. The man nodded, showing more and more teeth. What do you two want to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to make it for you, for ourselves. Do you want braised pork rice? Boss, are you from Taiwan? Zuyuru asked with some surprise. The strong Minnan accent and the recommendation of braised pork rice made her quickly come to this conclusion. You too? Yes. I'm from Taipei. Where are you from? I'm from Taipei too. Meeting fellow countrymen in unexpected places. Although Taipei is very big and there are many Taiwanese in the United States, they are probably the only two with the same accent in Carmel by the Sea. While Zuyuru was chatting with the boss, Hanyi glanced at the restaurant, which looked small, but was decorated very warmly. There were still 20 minutes before closing time, and the only diners were a pair of backpackers in the corner. The other Asian mother and son sitting at a double table next to the counter were obviously not customers. The young woman, who looked older, but still charming in a floral dress, was browsing Weibo, while the little boy sitting opposite her, who also had a crew cut, was listlessly practicing Chinese character copybooks. Just tell him what you want to eat. Noticing Han Yi's attention, the young woman raised her head and added in a friendly manner, if you want spicy food, you can also make it. Are you from Chengdu, boss lady? Han Yi didn't need to guess. He also knew the relationship between the man and woman. In this remote town, two Asian men and women of similar age appeared at the same time. If they were not a couple, it would be a strange thing. Ah. The boss lady laughed in disbelief. You too. Me too. That is to say, you. Of course, the boss heard the conversation between Han Yi and his wife. He opened his eyes wide, and his tone was even more joyful than winning the lottery jackpot. It's also a treasure island, a continent? Hearing the boss's question, Zhu Yiru and Han Yi looked at each other, and then they both smiled at the same time. To outsiders, it seemed very sweet, a tacit smile that only couples have. That is something that can only be forged with the right identity and the right time. Well, Mr. Han and Mrs. Han. In this small town, where no one knows her, Zhu Yiru decided to be naughty and willful. She pointed her two index fingers at herself, and Han Yi at the same time, tilted her head, and said, we are, Mr. Tommy and Mrs. Tommy. The boss responded with a hearty smile. Which one is your Mrs. Tommy? The boss's wife glanced at him and said unhappily, that's Leo Liu. You can just call me Sister Huang. Brother Liu, Sister Huang. Han Yi called them affectionately. Are you here for a trip? Honeymoon. Ah, it hurts. Iron Palm taught Han Yi a lesson for his flowery mouth, and Zhu Yiru followed suit and rolled her eyes at him in Sister Huang's way, bringing his mother and grandmother to travel to San Francisco. We just drove for a day and rested here for a night. She must tell the truth. After all, she had to order meals for 5 people later. I see. Oh, by the way, I forgot to order for you. Leo Liu slapped his forehead. How about the braised pork rice I just mentioned? Oh, and, wife, do you want to make 2 home-cooked dishes for them? Of course I will. Sister Huang switched to dialect directly. In this place, I don't need to use me many times a year. What do you want to eat, Zhao Han? How about kung pao chicken and fish flavored pork shreds? We don't have a lot of ingredients here, so we can make something simple. Whatever you think is suitable is fine. Han Yi quickly showed a grateful smile. Okay, I see. You sit down first. Leo Liu, is the braised pork rice in the pot? Well, look in the pot. It should still be on fire. Leo Liu turned around and shouted to Sister Huang, who had already quickly entered the kitchen, and then stretched out his arm to signal Han Yi and Zhu Yiru to sit down. You take a break first. It will be ready soon. Have some tea. Thank you, boss. Looking at the cup in front of him filled with hot tea, Han Yi nodded and smiled politely. We didn't expect to meet compatriots here. Yes, it's a small town, and we're the only Chinese restaurant here. Are there 10 Asians living here? Probably not. Leo Liu asked and answered himself, and took a bench, and sat down next to Han Yi and Zhu Yiru. What made you think of opening a store here, boss? Zhu Yiru took a sip of hot tea, holding the cup, and asked curiously. Oh, this? Leo Liu scratched his head and smiled. It's all coincidence. I'm not well today, so I can only post 1 chapter first, everyone. I'll try to resume 10,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 121, Reckless Love. It was probably in 2002. I remember I came to the United States after 9/11 and studied at UCB. Leo Liu picked up the cup, gently shook the warm tea inside, and entered the reminiscence mode. Wow, UCB. Zhu Yiru exclaimed. It was so difficult to get in back then. Your sister-in-law is also from UCB, a year younger than me, so it was even harder for her. Old Liu smiled and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. She said so herself. I don't know. It seems that she was the only one admitted from Chengdu that year. That should be true. Han Yi couldn't help but sigh. When I was admitted to USC in 2012, there were not many vacancies in Chengdu, let alone UCB 10 years ago. Sister Huang is amazing. Yes, she is a top student. Old Liu gave a thumbs up. Her family runs a hot pot chain in Shenzhen with dozens of stores. But she is not interested in cooking hot pot. She only likes literature, especially Western literature. Did you study this at UCB? Yes, English literature. I often joke with her that she is the first batch of petty bourgeoisie of the new generation in China. Are you in the same major? Zhu Yiru became more and more curious about the love history of the restaurant couple. She supported her cheek with her right hand and asked interestedly, I'm not, but almost. I study linguistics. Liu spread out his hands, his narrowed eyes showing a hint of mischievous cuteness. She and I are exactly the opposite. Her family is in the catering business, but she likes literature. My family is in the research business, but I like to study food. Research, professor? My dad teaches history at National Taiwan University, and my mom has published several books on linguistics. She gives lectures here and there. Then how did you meet in Berkeley? There was I can't remember what the event was called. Anyway, I was in charge of catering for the event, and then she came over to participate, and we started chatting. I remember that she was writing a paper on the interaction between food and literature in the works of Charles Dickens. She and I argued about this topic for a whole night, and then we got together. Zhu Yiru brought the story to a perfect end with a satisfied smile. It's not that simple. In our era, both sides were extremely conservative. It's not like you young people nowadays, who don't care about anything. Old Liu waved his hand, dispelling the romantic illusion that Zhu Yiru had strengthened on him. By the way, how long have you been married? You both seem quite young. Han Yi pointed at himself and looked at Zhu Yiru. You tell me, and I tell you? You tell me. Zhu Yiru said in a greasy voice. We also went to the same university, USC. What's more coincidental than you is that we both have the same major. Putting down the teacup and smacking his lips, Han Yi began to make up stories half true and half false. She is 2 years younger than me, but I didn't choose a JEC course in the first 2 years, so we happened to meet in the same class, and we were in the same discussion group. At that time, there was a boy in the group who was very fascinated by her and pursued her madly, but unfortunately she only liked me. Hey, stop talking nonsense, okay? Zhu Yiru slapped Han Yi on the shoulder, trying her best to take the initiative in the story. It was obviously you who pursued me, and I agreed reluctantly. Boys, you will understand. Liu smiled and helped Han Yi smooth things over. It doesn't matter what your husband says outside, just let him kneel on the washboard when he gets home. Did you bring the washboard? Do you have to bring the things that I have to kneel on? Then why not? Han Yi and Zhu Yiru's verbal battles really looked like a couple who were still in the honeymoon period, and even their jokes were sweet, which made Liu on the side have a few more smile lines. Anyway, it was love at first sight. Liu commented. Is it love at first sight? Zhu Yiru smiled and threw the question to Han Yi. Of course it counts. If you don't talk about anything else, just look at the appearance. I say that everything else is nonsense. When faced with this kind of problem, Han Yi has only one way to deal with it, which is to learn from Chandler and hide the real self in jokes. You haven't finished yet, brother Liu. How did you confirm your relationship with our sister Huang? We did everything together, whether it was going to the cafeteria or writing papers in the library. 3 years passed like this. Finally, on the day of graduation, we went for a walk at the Berkeley Pier in the evening. She told me that she didn't want to go home. I said, then why don't you stay with me, and we stay here. That's it. There's nothing particularly romantic about it. Wait. Old Liu stretched out his index finger, paused, and then continued. There is also a little bit of romance. That is, I read her a famous quote from her favorite writer Thomas Hardy. A lover without indiscretion is no lover at all. Love that is not frivolous is not love at all. The firelight from the kitchen jumped over the navy blue curtain and jumped into Zioru's eyes, making her suddenly realize. Ah, so. Tom is Wok. This Tommy is not your English name. Yes, this is the name of the store. She chose half. I chose half. Liu laughed. She likes Thomas. I like Zio. It's really romantic. It was romantic at the time, and what happened later was the romantic of the water flooding Jinshan. Liu pursed his lips, his eyes flickering. Both families didn't agree with us being together, for various reasons, and in a fit of anger we directly cut off contact with our respective families, found a Chinese school in San Francisco, taught together for a few years, pulled some money, and found a Chinese bank to borrow a small loan. Then we opened this place. Liu pointed his fingertips at the warm beige light above his head. This year. It's 5 years. Just right. What do you mean 5 years? Lifting the curtain, Sister Huan came out in a hurry carrying a plastic bag full of white foam boxes. I'm talking about this store. Oh. Sister Huan nodded and put her bulging pockets on the table. It's a quick dish. Don't mind if it doesn't taste right. Thank you, Sister Huan. Han Yi stood up and smiled at her modestly. I was just talking to the boss about your love story. I was fascinated. What love story? Sister Huan waved her hand in the same way as her husband, just looking for a quiet place to read. No matter how you look at it, it was a very plain statement, but it made Zhu Yiru's eyes become a little dazed. Do you want anything else? Kimchi? No need. Hey, have some too, haha, thank you, Sister Huan. Are you still there tomorrow? If you are, come to the store. If you like it, it tastes better when it's freshly made. Okay, we'll come tomorrow, if we can make it. Good night. Good night. Be careful on the road. After a few polite exchanges, they returned to the hotel along the same route. The enchanting blue filter finally faded, and the night completely enveloped the seaside town that was in a deep sleep. It's so cheap, only 50 yuan. Han Yi put the Chase Bank card back into his wallet, feeling the weight of the plastic bag falling in his left hand, and sighed at the couple's kindness. The boss and the boss's wife are so nice. I'm very happy too. Zhu Yiru nodded slightly and walked lightly. Play some songs. Yee. It's dark and I'm still a little scared. Okay. Han Yi took out his mobile phone, switched to random play mode, and changed to the next song. The system automatically recommended a song similar to a teenager's romance. It was also a song by Ricky Nelson. Lonesome Town. There is a place where lovers go. They go there and wash away their sorrows with tears. They call it Lonely Town, where broken hearts stay. You say, guarding a small town like this for a lifetime. The world does not change, and they do not change. Is it the most perfect state? Looking up, looking at the clear night sky with zero pollution, the sky full of stars that are more numerous than the sand on the beach, Zhu Yiru muttered to herself infatuatedly. How do you define perfection, Zaworu? Han Yi looked at the girl from Taiwan, whose eyes were blooming with fireworks, and asked softly. It's just like what I said. With a sweet smile, Zhu Yiru repeated, the world doesn't change, and they don't change either. But the world has changed. Han Yi also smiled at her. It's just that this place is too far away from the center of the hustle and bustle, and the aftermath will take some time to arrive. You're talking about the outside world, and I'm talking about the inner world. Zhu Yiru pointed to her chest. Her expression was unusually serious. As long as this place doesn't change, they won't change. I think. Han Yi breathed a sigh of relief and also poked his index finger on his chest. As long as the outside world is changing, the world here won't always remain the same. Really, you think so? Yes, that's my opinion. After hesitating for a moment, Han Yi nodded and replied positively. You mean, do you think there will be a day when they will separate? Not necessarily. Maybe they will be together until death, just like what they said in the oath. At this point, Han Yi raised the bag in his hand and shook it gently. But, cooking one pot after another of dishes will always taste different. I don't quite understand what you mean. Zhu Yiru, who probably guessed Han Yi's thoughts, but whose face was getting more and more tense, still hoped to hear a clear explanation from the other party. You just heard what the boss said. His family is a family of scholars, and the boss's wife's family is a wealthy businessman who had dozens of hot pot restaurants at the beginning of the century, and they all studied in such a good school as Berkeley. Now, they are in this small town with less than 4,000 people, cut off from their families on both sides, and make orange chicken sauce for white tourists who have no idea what Chinese food is. Do you think this kind of life can last long? Han Yi looked at Zhu Yiru with a burning gaze and asked. When I was in my 20s, I used all my savings to buy this store. I was happy with it. When I was in my 30s, my children had to go to school. I looked around 20 miles and couldn't find a good school. The money saved was not enough for them to move back to San Francisco. 10 years later, when I was in my 40s, the children I had raised with great effort grew up and couldn't wait to leave this boring town. After sending him to the airport, the couple sat at the head of the bed and looked at each other. What should I do next? I will spend 5 minutes walking to work and 5 minutes walking home every day and continue to pointlessly buy Thomas' house. Should we keep on working until they can no longer work? Or should we move to another place to retire? If we have to move, where should we go? Running such a small restaurant here, selling American Chinese food for $10 a serving, even after another 20 years, it won't be enough for them to buy a house somewhere else. Be it the Bay Area, Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, even if they return to their home country. Should we let them grit their teeth and pay a down payment and then add another burden to themselves for the rest of their lives? Yee, I didn't expect that you are so pessimistic. As Han Yi's heavy narration, full of the shackles of reality, the light in Zhu Yiru's eyes dimmed. I've always thought that you are a very optimistic person and nothing in life can defeat you. I'm also very optimistic now. Han Yi gave Zhu Yiru a dazzling smile, but my optimism will only be based on reality. Poor couples have many worries. You cannot have a lot of money, but you must not be short of money. Otherwise, no love can survive the days without bread. No matter how willful or stubborn a person is, one day they will realize this. I feel that the boss and the boss's wife just had a rebellious period later than most people. It should be said that it was much later. That's all. Or maybe they have actually realized that this small town life that is incompatible with their upbringing and family environment cannot be sustained for a long time, but they just don't know how to escape this vicious circle. What you said makes sense. Xiaoru is like this. Even if she disagrees with the other person's point of view, she will first express her approval gently and then hide her stubborn opposition in the second half of the sentence. But I actually thought about this question a year or two ago. Does a relationship really need material conditions as a foundation to last long? What is the answer to your thinking? Han Yi asked softly, with a hint of curiosity and expectation in his tone that could not be concealed. At least for me, it's not like that. Zhu Yiru shook her head gently, but with an unquestionable firmness. Of course, it doesn't mean that we have to live a hard life all our lives, but I think that, as long as two people are willing to work hard together, we will be able to live a good life one day. Maybe we are not rich, expensive, or perfect, but as long as we are together, it is enough. She said the opposite of what she meant, said the hard words softly, and never said a word of the truth. Zhu Yiru has perfect and elegant superb social skills that ordinary people can hardly achieve. But when it comes to frank, sincere, and undisguised heart-to-heart talks, she is still a long way from the introverted but brave Yuzhen. For the girl from Taiwan, a year or two ago, no material conditions, and being together is enough are already the most explicit signals she can give. If we are not together, one gets 50 points and the other gets 100 points. If we are together, both get 60 points. Is that okay? It would be nice if both of us passed. Xiaoru covered her mouth and laughed. I don't think so. Standing at the intersection of Royal Avenue and 8th Avenue, Han Yi looked up at the hotel sign and then looked at the time 2028 on the screen. Mom and Grandma were still sleeping, and Yuzhen had 2 minutes to attend the video conference. Are we there yet? No. Zhu Yiru shook her head and stretched out her arms. We should go around the 2 streets ahead and make another circle. Okay. The two people tacitly took steps and walked towards the sea, continuing their conversation that they might never have again. I don't think an originally excellent person should take the initiative to downgrade and adapt to the so-called partner who has to climb up for a long time to reach the same height. Ah. Zhu Yiru hung her hands in front of her and smiled self-deprecatingly. It's really going to take a long time to climb. No, Xiaoru, you misunderstood. Realizing that Zhu Yiru beside him was not in the same time and space as the Far East star that shone on the treasure island in the previous life, and they could not sense each other, Han Yi hurriedly explained. Do you know how good you can be? Me. I can predict the future by palmistry. Do you want me to help you? You can do this too. Knowing that this was Han Yi's rhetoric and tricks, Xiaoru still stood in front of him obediently and spread out her palm. The horizontal line from the little finger to the index finger is called the love line. Han Yi turned on the light of his mobile phone, vertically illuminated Xiaoru's flawless palm, and said seriously, "Look, the love line is upward, and there are so many dense parallel lines, which means that there is no shortage of sweeties in life. There are a lot of high quality marriage partners, and as you get older, there will be more and more, and better. What parallel lines are there? What are you talking about?" Xiaoru looked at the direction of Han Yi's finger in a daze. No matter how hard you look at it, there is only one clear horizontal line standing there alone, with 3 forks at the end. Noisy. Han Yi glared at Xiaoru. "Do you understand or do I?" "Oh." Xiaoru puffed up her cheeks and hid her smile. "Look at this career line, starting from the wrist and going all the way to the base of the middle finger. It's so long. If a woman has this kind of career line, it means she is very competitive, will be very active in society, and will be able to make a name for herself." "Really?" Xiaoru tilted her head and looked at him. "How successful?" "Being a news anchor, that's #1 in Taiwan," Han Yi said firmly. "Doing other things, she's also won many championships." "Understood." Xiaoru nodded seriously. "#1 in eating. That's Yusun's throne. You can't take it away." "Hey, don't interrupt me. My thoughts are messed up. I won't talk anymore." Xiaoru moved her hand closer to Han Yi. "Go on." "The lifeline is very round. The lines are so deep, and they have grown to merge with the career line." "What does this mean?" "It means that you will be healthy and live a long life, and you will have good luck in establishing a family in the future." Finally, the line below the love line, which is parallel to the love line, is called the wisdom line. "Wow, this is even more amazing." Han Yi exaggeratedly imitated Wu Zongxin's tone. "From the thumb to the end of the little finger, this is a manifestation of being very smart. Whether it is studying or working, you can draw inferences from one thing and do everything." "Is that what you mean?" "Yes." Han Yi nodded as a matter of course. "Why did I hear that the wisdom line to the end of the little finger also means that life is not going well, and it is easy to have a divorce?" Xiaoru stared at Han Yi with a smile and asked in a low voice, "Those are all superstitions." Han Yi waved his hand. "Anyway, what I mean is, in short, from your palm, I can see, in the future, you will definitely be a woman with great achievements. I'm so amazing." Xiaoru raised her voice in cooperation and showed a surprised smile. "Yes, but you are looking at the left hand." Xiaoru raised her right hand, which had been behind her back, and waved it in front of Han Yi's eyes. Han Yi opened his mouth, but at this moment, no matter how eloquent he was, he could only be speechless. Seeing the other party's frustrated expression, Xiaoru first subconsciously covered her mouth, then quickly let it hang by her side and laughed happily. Han Yi, who had originally looked helpless, only persisted for a few seconds before joining the laughter that was unusually clear in the thick night. "You are really blind." Xiaoru wiped the corner of her eyes. "You can't even encourage people, and you're also reading palms. Maybe your method is indeed novel, but..." Han Yi turned left, and the circle they deliberately drew was already halfway around. "You should understand what I want to say, Xiaoru. Maybe my expression is not particularly appropriate. A person's achievements and life should not be measured in percentages. However, my idea has not changed. If you need to sacrifice those colorful possibilities that originally belonged to you when you are with someone, it only means that this person is not your final answer. Just like palmistry, the love line is just one of them. Career, life, wisdom. In life, there are many other things worth pursuing. A person, especially a woman, should not accommodate anyone for the sake of love." Han Yi's ice, that he used to disguise himself, finally loosened a little, and he revealed the real reason why he had always adhered to principles in his previous life, stayed in the friend zone, and was unwilling to take a step out. Was Han Yi really unaware of Xiaoru's attitude? On the rainy night of March 1st, 2015, the eyes that accompanied Xiaoru to tears could see clearly. Why didn't he take action? Because Han Yi knew that at that time, he was the one Xiaoru needed to bend down to accommodate. In the previous life, The more time went by, the more famous Zhu Yiru became, and the more fortunate Han Yi was for his self-knowledge at the time. If she had chosen to be with him at that time, there would not have been the wonderful life that others could not replicate. Han Yi could not tolerate himself becoming the one who pulled his partner down from the climbing road and accompanied him to take shelter in the dark cave halfway up the mountain. After all, his father was such a person to Ling Lan. Growing up in such an environment and seeing all the pain his mother went through, Han Yi gradually became a person who considered the opposite sex first in everything and put what he wanted at the end of everything. Han Yi's respect for women may be his greatest advantage, but in many cases, it will also become his greatest disadvantage. Because excessive respect can still cause harm. Of course, even if he lived again, Han Yi still did not realize the drawbacks of this character and values. After all, it has been less than 3 months since he returned to 2016, and no one has come to teach him such a lesson. Therefore, even if he is about to wear the title of billionaire, Han Yi still can't learn to follow his heart. Or rather, he thinks that this is his true intention. Having lived for 7 extra years in his previous life, Han Yi knows too well how sharp a double-edged sword wealth is. If used properly, it can pave a new road with astronomical figures like Madison Beale's contract, a career redemption across time and space. But if you are not careful, you can grind away a person's original edges, sharpness and enterprising spirit in the great sense of security and extreme joy. When Zhu Yiru has not found a life goal other than love, taking a step forward rashly, the management of life or love is actually the least thing to worry about. For Han Yi, with a reward mechanism comparable to that of a god, he is confident that Xiaoru will become the woman with the best material conditions in the world, creating a wealth Eden that even von Swiss Myers would envy. But the so-called Eden, in the final analysis, is a place without worries and meaning. Han Yi is worried that when Zhu Yiru finds out that any of her career plans and career goals are just a drop in the ocean in front of the wealth she already has, and seem so naive and ridiculous, all the sharp but shining parts of her character will quickly disappear. Every identity that makes Zhu Yiru will gradually fade, and in the end, only a sign will be left hanging on her. A rich wife. From an independent and powerful individual to a lifeless trophy, this is Zhu Yiru's deepest nightmare. Han Yi doesn't want to be the creator of this nightmare. To be more selfish, he is not sure whether he will still like Xiaoru like that. Han Yi wants to be Paul Getty. But what he wanted was not the 5 unknown Mrs. Getty. He wanted Grace Kelly, the legend of the era who made Rainier 3 from Prince of Monaco to Grace Kelly's husband. The combination of Paul Getty and Grace Kelly was the perfect love in Han Yi's heart. Xiaoru, Han Yi found that he did not have the courage to say the next words in Chinese, so he quietly switched to English, which was more unfamiliar and emotionally alienated to a safe area. I just wanted to take a moment to express how much I care about you and the person you are becoming. I truly admire the qualities you possess and the strength within you. As your hopefully best and most important friend, I want to see you flourish and grow into the strong, confident woman I know you have the potential to be. I hope you will continue to explore your passions, dreams, and aspirations, as they are the cornerstones of your unique identity. Remember, you should never feel like you need to be a victim of love or let any relationship define your worth. You are an amazing person, and your worth comes from within, not from anyone else. I'm here to support and encourage you on your journey, and I hope that together we can help you realize your true potential. Please know that, no matter what life throws at you, I will always be there for you as a shoulder to lean on and an ear to listen. Zhu Yiru could sense that Han Yi, speaking English, was desperately trying to pull away from his feelings. But Xiaoru also knew that it was already an extremely difficult thing for this awkward and tangled man to be able to express his inner thoughts so bravely. So, Zhu Yiru gave him a smile that she thought was the softest and most comforting, and replied in English, "It's comforting to know that I have someone like you in my life. I'm also grateful that you appeared in my life, and I look forward to seeing you grow and succeed in every possible way. Remember, we are in this together, and I'll be here for you, no matter what." "No matter what?" Zhu Yiru asked softly. "No matter what." Han Yi nodded firmly. "Then turn up the volume on your phone." Xiaoru switched back to Chinese. Han Yi did as he was told, and the 2-minute and 17-second song Lonesome Town had been played on a loop for countless times. You can buy 1 or 2 dreams to accompany you through these years, and the only price you pay is a heart full of tears. Open your hand. Han Yi spread his left hand in confusion and placed it in front of Zuyuru. Zuyuru blinked. In the dark night, he couldn't see the color of her face, but Han Yi could feel the warmth of her palm. I like dancing, you know. She grabbed Han Yi's right hand with her free left hand, put it on the left side of her back, and then put it on his shoulder. It was more like breathing than talking. Accompany me. I can't. Han Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and smiled bitterly. You know that my limbs are not coordinated. Just follow me. Walking in the lonely town, where broken hearts stay. Walking in the lonely town, crying away all my troubles. To be honest, Yi, I don't know what kind of person I want to be. I'm too young. If you ask me to think now, I will think of some unrealistic things. Leaning her head on Han Yi's shoulder, the two of them were like an old couple who had lived in a narrow but warm living room for a lifetime. There was almost no range of movement, but both hearts could feel the swaying. I understand. Take your time. Don't rush. Han Yi took 2 deep breaths silently. It took me more than 2 to 3 months to find my direction. But I promise. Zuyuru didn't know whether it was Han Yi's chest or her own face, but one of them was always hot. Otherwise her forehead wouldn't be covered with beads of sweat on this somewhat cold night. I will become the person I want to be and be your pride. You are already my pride. Carmel by the Sea, a completely unfamiliar street corner, with the night as the curtain and the stars as the audience. They performed a musical called Reckless Love in this pioneering experimental theater called Life. In a town where dreams are broken, the pedestrians on the street are called regret. Maybe in a lonely town, I can learn to forget. He doesn't sing as well as you do. I think so too. Chapter 122 Music Creation Camp. Carmel by the Sea is so small that, even after walking around 2 streets, it was only 8:45 when Han Yi and Zuyuru returned to the La Playa Carmel Hotel. Zhao Yaozhen's TGO joint manager meeting had just begun, and Ling Lan and Xian Zhangyan, whose biological clocks were still in a disordered state, were still sleeping soundly. It was not easy to disturb either side, so Zuyuru could only follow Han Yi into his room. The two sat on 2 rattan chairs in the bedroom and watched Netflix on Han Yi's iPad. There is a modern popular saying in English called Netflix and chill, which refers to the current situation of a single man and a single woman in the same room. But unfortunately, perhaps they had just tasted enough sweetness for the day, or perhaps the small town of Carmel was too sleep-inducing. There was only Netflix between Han Yi and Zuyuru, no chill. In fact, there was not even Netflix. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the screen was showing lovers at the end of time. Zuyuru, who had been drained of energy by the final exams and had been trying to stay alert all day, leaned on the rattan chair and fell asleep. He covered Zuyuru's legs with a bathrobe and took out a dark red Burberry windbreaker from the suitcase just in case. Han Yi then sat back in his chair and muted his iPad. Chef's table. After watching this episode of Nikki's Junction for less than a quarter of an hour, Han Yi was impressed by his own intelligence. He hadn't eaten yet at 9 o'clock, and he was so hungry that he turned on a food show. Only a true genius could do this. However, making one's hunger more intense is also a good way to stay awake. After persisting for more than half an hour, Netflix had automatically jumped to the 6th minute of the next episode. Han Yi, who was about to fall headfirst in a few seconds, finally heard 2 light knocks on the door. Sorry. Seeing Han Yi sticking his head out, Zhao Yaozhen smiled apologetically. The meeting started a little late. Where's Zuyuru? Your sister Zuyuru just took a shower. It's not convenient. Scorpio. Han Yi returned the words with a grudge. Zhao Yaozhen, who hadn't figured it out yet, suddenly opened her eyes wide, but within 2 seconds, she relaxed again. You did. Yaozhen held the door with one hand and slipped in through the gap in front of Han Yi's chest. How could I have thought about it? Taking advantage of Zhao Yaozhen's back to him, Han Yi grabbed the sweatshirt on his chest and smelled it, then quickly returned to his original state, patted the clothes, and said calmly, how was the TGO meeting? 21 Savage, Love, Cheat Codes, Gray and NOTD. All signed. Zhao Yaozhen grinned, Such excitement can only be seen on her face when she is doing business and eating. And it's good news as soon as I get here. What good news? Let me tell you one by one. That. Rubbing his empty belly, Zhao Yaozhen shrank his shoulders in embarrassment. What dinner did you bring back? Everything is closed. There's nothing. Just drink some water and go to bed today. Oh, okay. It's okay. I lied to you. Han Yi picked up the plastic bag on the luggage table next to the closet. Braised pork rice, fish flavored pork shreds and kung pao chicken, etc. Han Yi stretched out his hand and gently stopped Yaozhen, who almost pounced on him. It's cold. I have to take it to the front desk to borrow the microwave. You can eat it cold. If you eat braised pork rice cold, isn't that like eating toothpaste? Han Yi was angry and amused. Come with me. Just finished talking about work, and you can eat as much as you want when you come back. Okay. Zhao Yaozhen nodded heavily and responded. Walking out of the room quietly behind Han Yi, Yujin took a deep breath and then repeated the content of the meeting at the speed of show me the money. First of all, 21 Savage, before he signed with us, had already received confirmation from XXL magazine that he would be on the cover as a member of their 2016 freshman class. XXL magazine, founded in 1997, is one of the hip-hop magazines with the highest circulation and the greatest influence in the industry in the United States. The freshman class list of freshmen that they have released since the 10th year of its founding is the highest honor that newcomers in the entire Western hip-hop music industry dream of. Being able to appear on the cover of XXL magazine as a member of the freshman class means that this rapper has been widely recognized by the music industry and is only one step away from becoming popular all over the world. J. Cole and Wiz Khalifa in 2010, Kendrick Lamar in 2011, Macklemore in 2012, Travis Scott in 2013, Chance the Rapper in 2014, and Fetty Wap in 2015. Every year, XXL magazine will introduce the 10 strongest new artists of the year, and among the 10, basically 1 or 2 can become legendary figures in the rap music scene in the next decade. Just after signing, and before starting to work hard, Renai management received a generous gift from heaven. No wonder Zhao Yaozhen seemed so happy. 21 will fly to New York tomorrow to shoot the cover. After our negotiation, Ben Mosson will go with him this time. First, he will get familiar with the new client, and second, he will also go to see Lana Del Rey and inform her about the acquisition of Tapi. Soon, she will also be our artist, Han Yi said with a smile. Although she has passed her peak, she has a valuable second-tier musician in her hands, and there are many cards she can play in the future. What if Lana can become popular again after the operation of Renew management? Who can say for sure about this kind of butterfly effect? Yes, I actually like Lana's songs. HMG's artist lineup is getting bigger and bigger, and Zhao Yaozhen is more and more motivated to work, because she found that in just 2 months, she has gathered around her a lot of Billboard chart regulars and top guests of large music festivals. And I think her style is very close to Madison's, or it's very close to the route Madison should take. Zhao Yaozhen corrected herself. Ben and I plan to match them up, and then let the composer in Austin help them tailor a single. This is a very good idea. Who came up with it first? Han Yi's eyes lit up. Madison Beer has told him countless times that her favorite songs are slow and profound love songs, and Lana Del Rey happens to be one of the spokespersons for this style. If the two can combine and have a collaboration that was unheard of in the previous life, perhaps they can collide with creative sparks that belong to this time and space. Me. Zhao Yaozhen raised his hand to his chest with a little pride in his expression. Slytherin plus 10 points. You are Slytherin. Zhao Yaozhen rolled his eyelids and smiled more and more. I just finished the meeting and communicated this idea with Madison on WhatsApp. She loves it so much, and she told me that when the advance payment arrives, she wants to make the first album in this style. It's still not okay to make all slow love songs. Han Yi shook his head and pursed his lips helplessly. Some things will not change, even if you do it again, including Madison Beer's musical aesthetics. Although this was not the main reason for her and Scooter Braun's separation, their differences in artist development and musical style were real. Madison loves ballads and feels that only those lyrics that are meaningful and closely related to her life and emotions can resonate with her and allow her to enter the best creative rhythm and recording state. In her previous life, her ep As She Pleases and personal album Life Support basically did not have a fast-paced dance song. They were all baroque pop or pop soul music in the style of Lana Del Rey. This also severely limited her chart performance and commercial value. After all, whether it is radio or ordinary listeners, most of the time they prefer fast-paced pop dance and pop electronic music. Knowing this obvious flaw, Han Yi, who came back from 7 years later, will definitely find a way to help her avoid it. What I mean is, it can be half slow love songs and half pop dance music, interspersed. Of course, it doesn't mean that we have to go against her preferences. When choosing songs, we can specifically look for some deeper, more independent electronic music styles for her. Deep and independent. Zhao Yaozhen pondered. Like deep house? How deep is your love? Almost. Hi, hello, can I borrow your microwave? Ah, over there, thank you very much. Under the guidance of the staff, they walked towards the tea and rest area in the lobby on the first floor. Han Yi continued, only after he stopped in front of the microwave, put in the first box of braised pork rice, and pressed the quick microwave button. Tech house, melodic techno, and some retro no disco, synth pop and Euro house, that are becoming more and more popular recently can all be considered. The weekend style? Zhao Yaozhen was a little worried. Will it feel like plagiarism? No, everyone will be doing retro pop in the future. It's right for us to catch this trend as soon as possible. When talking about music trends, Han Yi still has that unquestionable strong confidence. Baroque pop, art pop, pop soul music account for half, and retro pop dance music accounts for half. As long as we choose the songs well, Madison's first album will definitely sell well. Before signing, Han Yi used Mad Decent and Jimmy Iovine to get Madison Beal 2 singles that will undoubtedly be a big hit. Cold Water and Stay. Madison's role in Cold Water was too small, and she could only follow Justin Bieber to get some popularity, but Stay was Madison's one-man show from beginning to end. Let Zedd release it as a promotional single to gain some publicity, then sign an agreement with Interscope Records to clear the exclusive rights, and let Madison put this song on her first solo album to stimulate sales. After leaving Scooter Braun and Island Records, the first 2 singles were this level of king bombs. With a future boss helping her choose songs, Madison Beer's first album may not be a big hit, but at least it is worth looking forward to landing in the top 10 of the Billboard album chart. Can we save 2 or 3 songs to try some future bass and tropical house? With a ding, Zhao Yaozhen took out the braised pork lunchbox before Han Yi and put it in another one. She blew air on her fingertips because it was so hot. After all, these 2 years, these songs are popular, and Grey, Cheat Codes and NOTD, the 3 electronic music producers we signed, are all in this style. If they can get along, of course it's good. Han Yi gave Zhao Yaozhen a look of approval. Being ahead of the times, it is inevitable to forget some styles that were popular in 2016. Future bass and tropical house are indeed the main popular trends from now until around 2019. Apart from other things, Halsh's Close R, which is about to be released, and Madison Stay, which has not yet been recorded, are all future bass with full popularity and commercial potential. Oh, by the way, since we have so many singer-songwriters, producers and composers now, why don't we organize a creative camp? Han Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Newport Beach, Pacific Palisades, Aspen, or Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, the UK, anywhere is fine. Find a villa with a recording studio, lock them up together, and see what new things can be produced. The collective activities Han Yi mentioned are songwriting camps often organized by major music copyright distribution companies. As the name suggests, it is like a summer camp specifically for musicians to communicate and create. Rent a villa or even several villas with professional recording studios in a secluded place with pleasant scenery. Stay for 3 or 4 days for a short time, or even 1 or 2 months or even a quarter for a long time, until a sufficient number of high quality works are produced. Musicians like this kind of summer camp because all the expenses for food, clothing, Housing and transportation during this period are borne by the copyright distribution company. The reason why the distribution company is willing to hold this seemingly expensive activity year after year is because the R&R team can finally find a legal reason to lock up the signed musicians and whip them to produce songs in large quantities. If he could gather these future stars together, Hanyi was excited just thinking about the possibility. Just to give an example, Louis Bell plus Horch plus Grey, Let Me Love You plus Close Up plus The Middle. Wouldn't this directly create a masterpiece that would be certified as diamond in the first week? More importantly, there are indeed many classic works that really existed in the previous life, which required the cooperation of these people to create. We just talked about the creative camp. Austin strongly recommended this. He likes the three of cheat codes very much, and once Electric Feels creators have a lot of opportunities to cooperate with them. Zhao Yaozhen folded a few boxes of braised pork rice and put them back into the plastic bag, staring at the fish-flavored pork shreds turning in the microwave, and swallowed. We consulted Adrian's opinion, and everyone agreed that the first HMG creation camp should not be too far away. Just find 2 quiet houses near Malibu. Save travel expenses, and it will be easier for us to manage. Good idea. Han Yi gave a thumbs up. When the time comes, I think if there is a chance, we can bring Scooter and Ed and the others. Let's put the meeting there, and everyone can get to know each other. Then, let's start preparing. After we come back from Las Vegas, we can actually let them prepare now, and start directly after we come back from Vegas, so as not to waste time. No problem. I will ask Austin to go to Malibu in the next 2 days to find a suitable place. Okay, Yi. Zhao Yaozhen patted Han Yi's arm excitedly and pointed at the microwave oven. She looked full of anticipation, childish and cute, and didn't look like a music manager who was already managing 5 or 6 artists at the same time. Can you be a little lady in front of me? Han Yi looked at her and smiled. I don't care. There are no outsiders here. I'm starving. Putting the last box of Kung Pao chicken back into the plastic bag, Zhao Yaozhen solemnly lifted it from the table and pulled Han Yi's sleeve. After talking about work, it's time for dinner. Let's go. But we haven't finished talking yet. Han Yi thought for a moment and asked, Billy's good friend, Khalid, has decided on the release date of the first single, right? I seem to have seen it in the briefing, but I don't remember the exact time. Well, on May 21st, location will be available on major platforms. And Mary's Alarm will be released a day earlier than him, and then Dua Lipa's Hotter Than Hell, May 19th. Which of the 3 songs do you think is the best? I like them all. To be honest. As for commercial potential, Hotter Than Hell. If we talk about artistry, it is Location. Zhao Yaozhen thought for a while and replied, I really think Khaled is a genius, on par with Billie Eilish and Finneas. All the people we signed are geniuses. Han Yi smiled proudly. Finally, I'm busy. 3 songs in 3 days. How does it feel? The pressure is huge. Zhao Yaozhen touched his hair and laughed softly. Fortunately, there are many experts who accompany me to go crazy. Dua has returned to London now, and has just finished shooting the MV. The filming team found by Tapi is rushing to post-production. And Mera's MV will start shooting in Mexico City tomorrow, and Emma Morris will follow the schedule. Try to finish shooting in 1 day and produce a draft in 3 days. The time for Khaled's song is relatively long. It's urgent. It may not be released in time for the single. Then it may be used for the second wave of promotion in June or July. These people will come back together next week to take a group powerhouse photo and then take turns to interview Kiss FM. I feel so tired just talking about it. This time I go out to travel with you. It should be the last time in a long time. Zhao Yaozhen pressed the elevator close button, took a step back, held the plastic bag in front of him with both hands, looked at the slowly turning floor numbers, and breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, wherever I go, it should be a business trip. Isn't this good? Han Yi looked at her. Isn't this the life you dream of? Indeed, I'm very grateful for my current life, this state, because... Zhao Yaozhen hesitated. There were only 2 of them in the elevator car. To Han Yi's surprise, the girl turned her head and actually touched his shoulder with her head. Thank you. What kind of thank you is this? Han Yi was stunned. Where did you learn this? A kitten begging for a pat. Have you seen this? As soon as the thoughtless words came out, Zhao Yaozhen blushed and changed her explanation. I'm holding a bag. My hands are inconvenient. Okay, I hope you can learn the trick of holding a plastic bag with one hand one day. Han Yi said teasingly as he stepped out of the open elevator door. I'll try my best. Following Han Yi, Zhao Yaozhen slowly grasped the essence of Chinese jokes. Now I can bury cat litter by myself. Ah, Yaozhen is awesome. With a thumbs up with his left hand and a card in his right hand, to open the door of the room, Han Yi walked to the bed and woke up another cat that was sleeping soundly in a rattan chair. Zioru, wake up. The girl from Taiwan tried to open her eyes and looked at the two heads floating in front of her with a blurry vision. You finally woke up. Han Yi put on a sad expression, sighed heavily, and said, we've been waiting for you for 10 years. Hey, why did you hit me again? You deserve a beating, locomotive. Zuyiru rubbed her fists, put on a still somewhat hazy smile, and said to Zhao Yaozhen, Sister Yaozhen, quickly lock him in the bathroom. I'm going to call my aunt and mother-in-law to have dinner together. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Sunset Dang Dang Car. We had dinner at 9 and went to bed at 10. If we were to say who was the most tired person on the road today, it would probably be Han Yi. Of the 375-mile journey, except for the last part which was taken over by Zhao Yaozhen, the remaining 350 miles were all covered by Han Yi alone. So, Han Yi barely managed to hold on until everyone finished eating and left the room. He originally wanted to lean on the bed for a while before washing up, but he ended up sleeping until 6 o'clock the next morning. At this time, Ling Lan and Xian Zhanggan had already taken photos in the back garden of the hotel for 20 minutes. They were able to adjust to the time difference to this extent on the third day, after arriving in the United States. For two middle-aged and elderly women, it can be considered an extraordinary performance. In the Bay Area, which was still a little chilly in mid-May, they took a scalding hot bath in the morning, and when Zioru and Yaozhen woke up on time at 7 o'clock, they had a continental breakfast at La Playa Carmel, which really reflected the cooking level of the small town. The group then set off and headed towards the final destination of this trip north. After yesterday's painful lesson, Han Yi did not choose to take Highway 1 to detour to Santa Cruz and Davenport this time. Although this section of the road is flat and not very dangerous, the Pacific Ocean is so big that you will get tired of it after a day. Therefore, after filling up the 93 grade gasoline in Castroville, the Grand Cherokee turned right at the fork and headed towards San Jose along CA 101. The scenery of the San Francisco Bay Area is very different from that of the greater Los Angeles area. Southern California, from Fresno down, borders to Tijuana, Mexico. Just hearing this name, a taste of frontier wilderness comes to your face. This is indeed the case. Most of the landforms in Southern California are composed of flat deserts and less rugged faults, and a vast area from San Jose up, across the Bay Area, to the border of Oregon is Northern California, which is less of a collection. The cold and dangerous north has made the overall urbanization level of the Bay Area residents higher, and their self-awareness stronger, and has also made coats an indispensable fashion item all year round. If we must use other cities in the world as analogies, then Los Angeles is more like Barcelona, which is always sunny, and San Francisco is London, which is cold and humid. The low and rolling green hills along the way really give people the feeling of being in southern England. Except that all vehicles drive on the left-hand drive and the road is at least 3 times wider than that in the UK. There is sunshine, but it is not scorching. It is covered by clouds, but it is high enough. The driving experience is more than one level better than the foggy Big Sur yesterday. Without feeling the passage of time, Han Yi and his party entered the southernmost part of the Bay Area from Gilroy. San Jose, Mountain View, Palo Alto, San Mateo, have been speeding on CA 101. The only things that are receding quickly on both sides are the messy bushes and the dilapidated soundproof walls. It is hard to imagine that they have passed the Google Bayview campus, Stanford University campus, Tesla headquarters and the largest Chinese community in Northern California. It is also hard to imagine that this ordinary pie can actually create a GDP of $410.4 billion per year, becoming the third highest per capita income metropolitan area in the world after Zurich and Oslo. Ah, you passed Stanford? Ling Lan looked behind her with some regret. I was thinking of taking some photos. No one is studying there. What's there to take photos of? Han Yi replied, wait until I get an honorary doctorate in a few years, then you can come and take photos. It's a comfortable dream. Ling Lan glared at her son, then put on a kind and loving smile, looking at Xiaoru beside her, and Yaozhen in the passenger seat. Why didn't you two think of applying here? Auntie, I can't pass the exam. Zhuyiru rubbed her legs, and told the truth with some shame. I applied, auntie, but I didn't get in. Zhao Yaozhen touched her face, and said in a low voice, ah, you two can't pass the exam. Ling Lan was very surprised. In her heart, these two girls are even better than her own son. Yes, Stanford is very difficult. In addition to having to get close to full marks on the SAT and TOEFL, no matter how many extracurricular activities you do, it's not enough. If even Sister Yaozhen is not admitted, it can only mean that this matter depends on luck. No, I don't have many national awards, so I'm not competitive in this aspect. Zhao Yaozhen's words sounded so ordinary that it was a headache. The statement I don't have many national awards would only make people feel that they were showing off in any scenario, but if you are talking about Stanford's admission, it can only be described as appropriate. This undoubtedly top university in California has been developing more and more fiercely in recent years. Every field has 3 majors, and the American higher education sector is no exception. The traditional 3 are hip, namely Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. In the 1990s, more people expanded the list to HYPSM, adding Stanford University and Massachusetts Institute of Technology. After the internet bubble, the increasingly prosperous Silicon Valley has made Stanford University's ranking on various lists rise. At present, college applicants of Generation Z have quietly changed the code name of the Big 3 to highs, especially in science and technology, medicine, and computers. When his career grows bigger, he doesn't have to limit his donations to USC or Southern California. This world-class university in Northern California can also be an excellent platform for Han Yi to expand his circle. How did you have the nerve to apply here? Ling Lan patted Han Yi on the shoulder, not giving her son any face. The traditional art of the Ling family is thick-skinned. Han Yi replied calmly, you don't have my last name, so I'm not that thick-skinned. Ling Lan's educational philosophy, since childhood, is to be friends with children, not to use the identity of a parent to coerce and force, to make the family environment as free, open, and equal as possible, so as to encourage Han Yi to learn to think for himself and make his own decisions. In order to establish a better emotional connection with her son and understand his spiritual world better, when he was young, Ling Lan would even take the initiative to play online games with him. This parenting experience, which is more similar to that of Western families, has cultivated Han Yi's creative thinking and a strong self who never sticks to the rules and has clear plans for life and career. Of course, this is the good side. The bad side? The two often bicker like this, and Han Yi usually wins. It was not until the Grand Cherokee stopped at 757 Market Street and saw the much simpler facade of the Four Seasons Hotel San Francisco compared to other Four Seasons that the mother and son stopped fighting today. I really envy your family atmosphere. After returning to the room and putting away the luggage, they set off again, crossing 2 streets to the north and wandering in the center of Union Square, the city center that has not changed in the 240 years since the opening of the port of San Francisco. Zhao Yaozhen stood beside Han Yi, looking at the signs of Saks Fifth Avenue and Tiffany across the street, and sighed softly. What is there to envy? Han Yi said, while taking a photo of his grandmother standing in front of the Dewey Memorial, while taking a glance at Zhao Yaozhen. Of course, he knew where the Korean girl's feelings came from. A traditional family, where no one can sit at the table with their father for dinner, is far inferior to the open-minded and harmonious Han family in any aspect. Every day is like a short film of Saturday Night Live. That's better than Dogtooth. Having a quarrel with your family? Han Yi asked with concern. Not only today, but since a week ago, Yuzin's condition has been a little abnormal, and she often says some strange things. No. I'll tell you later. As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Yuzin put on a smile again, and looked at Zhu Yiru, who was walking towards them with a mobile phone in hand and a serious expression on her face. Yai, Sister Yuzin. Zhao tiptoed in front of the two and said softly, I may have to act alone in the afternoon. Dad wants to see you? Knowing Zhu Yiru's life too well, Han Yi instantly guessed the source of her low mood. Zhu's father's other family happened to be in the Bay Area. After all, as an Oracle executive, Zhu's father is also Larry Ellison's subordinate. Well, he knew I was coming here, so he asked me to meet him for dinner, and I also brought some things back for my mother. Do you need us to come together? Although the situation was different, Zhao Yaozin could still empathize with Zhu Yiru's situation. She stepped forward, took Zhao hand, and asked softly, it's not safe to be alone at night. Don't worry, we'll meet here. Union Square. Zhu Yiru pointed to the ground, and there was no other emotion in her smile that bloomed again. I'll come to see you after dinner. So, after the group went to the cheesecake factory on the top floor of Masses in Union Square, and finished lunch on the terrace in the not so bright sunshine, Zhu Yiru returned to the hotel first to wait for her father who was about to drive to the city center. Han Yi and Zhao Yaozin took the keys back from the parking attendant, and led Ling Lan and Xian Zhangyan to continue their sightseeing tour in downtown San Francisco. To be honest, the downtown of San Francisco is very small. The core financial district is only 12.82 million square feet, which is less than 1/50th of the area of Manhattan in New York. If you just look at the map, theoretically, a group of people with enough time can hike, walk slowly to Fisherman's Wharf, and then go west from the pier along the waterfront green space to check in at the Palace of Fine Arts. As long as you see the magnificent building, built for the Panama Pacific International Exposition, the 2.4 square mile San Francisco Presidio Park, and the Golden Gate Bridge connecting the strait, you will be close at hand. Of course, in San Francisco, the possibility of hiking can only remain on paper. The entire Bay Area Peninsula was formed by the compression of the Farallon Oceanic Plate and the North American Continental Plate in the Mesozoic era, making the geological situation extremely complicated, so that the rocks here have a special name, San Francisco Complex. Therefore, the urban area of this city cannot be described as a combination of flatland and hills. It should be said that a steep hill is connected to another slightly flatter hill. Born near the famous mountain city, and having traveled to San Francisco twice, Han Yi certainly knows how torturous it is to walk here. In fact, even parking is a dangerous task if you are not careful. Parking at the intersection of Lombard Street, Han Yi forgot to tilt the front wheel and almost let the Grand Cherokee slide all the way down the hill. I would rather go back and forth on Highway 1 5 times than drive again in San Francisco. Han Yi crossed his arms and looked up at the end of Lombard Street with a depressed look at the tourists taking pictures. Okay, I'll drive later. Zhao Yaozin touched Han Yi's elbow with a smile and whispered, this boy's really fun. He is not afraid of any big things happening in front of him, but he will sulk over trivial things like parking. Go take pictures of the ants. In short, the itinerary on the afternoon of May 15th is that two young people who don't like taking pictures spend time with two middle-aged and elderly people who have to post dozens of statuses on WeChat moments every day to consume their mobile phone memory. From the Cape Fort of the Golden Gate Bridge to the Painted Ladies, lined up next to the Alamo Square, to Nob Hill, the former site of the mansions of the four major railroad tycoons. After a tour of downtown San Francisco, although the attractions were almost the same, for Han Yi and Zhao Yaozin who like in-depth travel, they always felt that something was missing. So, after taking his mother and grandmother to dinner at the famous Nojo Ramen Bistro, he sent them back to Four Seasons to rest. Han Yi, who agreed that if they could get up on time, he would drive them to Twin Peaks to enjoy the night view, did not return to his room, but stood in the lobby with Zhao Yaozin and exchanged glances. It's still early. Han Yi blinked and said in a low voice, what do you think? Zhao Yaozin also blinked and asked coquettishly, There is one thing I haven't experienced in San Francisco. Han Yi deliberately left it blank. Cable car. In fact, he didn't need to say it. Zhao Yaozhen also knew what kind of experience they were missing. How do you say it in Chinese? Zhao Yaozhen pushed open the hotel door and stood on Market Street. She found that there was no corresponding Mandarin translation in her mind. Chinese. You are annoying. I said the Chinese for cable car. Yaozhen pouted helplessly. The scientific name is cable car. Walking quickly towards Union Square, Han Yi thought for a moment and replied. But we have a special name for the cable cars in San Francisco. Ding ding car. Ding ding car. Zhao Yaozhen tilted her head. It sounds so cute. How do you say it in Korean? Cable car? Han Yi asked curiously. Zhao Yaozhen grinned awkwardly. Kibyorka. It shouldn't be difficult for you to learn English. After saying that, Han Yi did not give Zhao Yaozhen a chance to retort, but raised his hand and motioned the girl to look at the track in front of the Westin Hotel on the west side of Union Square, which had been laid for who knows how many years. Not far away, a cable car made of dark solid wood and covered with various advertisements on the body was swaying towards them, making a crisp sound of ding dong dong. The last few seats to Fisherman's Wharf. The last few seats to Fisherman's Wharf. Anyone want to jump on the car? There are two types of San Francisco tram drivers. One type feels that it is too embarrassing to be treated like a monkey by tourists every day and does not say a word except for the established operations. The other type regards it as a performing art, shouting and yelling along the way to earn attention. Fortunately but unfortunately, the young blonde white driver who came towards them belonged to the latter. Powell and Hyde Street, that's the route. Han Yi took a closer look at the simple LED screen on the left side of the roof. You can go directly to Fisherman's Wharf. Want to jump on? Lovely couple. The blonde driver took off his hat and saluted Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen very elegantly. The tram does not have any proper stops. There is a narrow floating island in the middle of the road, which is the so-called Union Square station. Of course, Han Yi grabbed the railing with his right hand, jumped on the cable car, handed the $20 in his left hand to the driver, then turned halfway and smiled at Zhao Yaozhen and stretched out his hand. Sporty and heroic, ladies and gentlemen. The driver's humorous explanation made the whole car burst into a good-natured laughter. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhao Yaozhen's pretty face blushed and she took Han Yi's hand. All these fancy things. The embarrassed Korean girl's northeastern accent came out again. I just want to experience the feeling of Marty Ballin. It was the prime time, and the last few positions the driver mentioned were the standing area outside the railing. Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen had to share a railing to fit in the remaining space. In early summer in San Francisco, the weather always follows this pattern day after day. In the morning, people wake up breathing in water vapor, and until the afternoon, it is humid and cloudy. But when the clock moves to sunset, the clouds always quietly disperse, allowing the sky to reveal its truest color. Unlike the unreal blue canvas of Los Angeles, San Francisco's sky is clear, reserved and gentle like water. Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen stood on the rightmost outer edge of the tram, which means that the glow of the sunset needs to pass through the entire carriage, through the heads of the people sitting and the bodies standing, before it can sprinkle on their side. In Han Yi's sight, Zhao Yaozhen's face always shines alternately between different halos. Sometimes it was blocked by tourists standing up to take pictures, and sometimes it was blocked by the old downtown buildings to the west. But as long as the cable car drove to an open place, the girl's face would instantly be covered with a layer of pure, transparent platinum brilliance without any other impurities. That was the cleanliness that could not be seen in the seductive filter of Los Angeles. And in Zhao Yaozhen's eyes, Han Yi was the same. The two of them just looked at each other, not caring how close the cars parked on the roadside and passing by were to them. They didn't care how many traces of erosion by the years and sea breeze were on the stone walls of the buildings that were retreating backwards like paces. They didn't care how much the old cable car heading to Fisherman's Wharf was shaking on the road that was not smooth. The average speed of San Francisco's trams is only 9.5 miles, which is much slower than the speed of a normal person riding a bicycle. It takes 17 minutes for the cable car to travel 2 miles to reach the destination. Therefore, Hanyi and Yaozen have enough time to escape the constraints of time. The first half of the journey from Union Square to Fisherman's Wharf is almost all uphill with an inclination angle of more than 30 degrees. Unlike Manhattan, drivers in downtown San Francisco rarely honk their horns, nor do they roll down their windows to play Mexican dance music like the passionate Los Angeles residents. The busy main road, with cars coming and going, and people gathering and dispersing, maintains an unimaginable silence. Only the dull sound of the wheels of the tram rolling over the established track and the bells that the drivers ring every time they pass the intersection serve as the soundtrack of this modern silent film. To be honest, the sound of the bells is not actually loud, but it is particularly clear on the streets of San Francisco. If the people traveling with you don't speak, then this will be the only sound lingering in your mind. Like stagnant time, it also glued Hanyi and Zhao Yaozen's eyes to the same place. It was not until the cable car passed the highest point of Sacramento Street, the slope changed, and gravity began to work from another direction, that the two seemed to wake up from a dream. What? Hanyi touched his cheek and smiled. What? Zhao Yaozen raised his hands to his face and spread them out, unable to help but laugh. Is there something on my face? Yes. Zhao Yaozen nodded. On the right, on your left, there is an eyelash. Oh. Hanyi lowered his head slightly, and his sleeves brushed across his face. What now? Or, let me do it. Zhao Yaozen pinched a piece of Hanyi's facial skin with his right index finger and thumb, causing the other party to gasp in pain, and gave an apologetic look. Sorry, it's too shaky. It's okay. Wait for it to stay there. Hanyi waved his hand nonchalantly, and turned his eyes to the sides of the road that he had not noticed just now. A lot of Chinese. Myaolian Zyangan, Wangshanwei Taoist Society, Guangming Buddhist and Taoist Research Society, and the horizontally placed, particularly conspicuous sign, the parking lot of Donghe Hospital. Is this area a Chinese area? It's Chinatown, yes, but I feel that the whole of San Francisco is a Chinese area. Since 3 sailors from Guangdong first set foot on the North American continent from here in 1785, San Francisco has always had a close connection with China. In other American cities, Chinese signs always appear on specific street corners. But in San Francisco, you shouldn't feel strange to see hieroglyphs anywhere. Do you want to buy a cup of milk tea and then walk to the pier? Hanyi pointed to the Chattown milk tea shop with the words grand opening written on the right and suggested. No. Zhao Yaozen shook her head for the first time in her life when facing bubble milk tea. I want to be in the car. Okay. Hanyi nodded, and as if it was turning according to his will, the tram turned left on Jackson Street and turned into a one-way street that could only accommodate one car. I like this feeling so much. Zhao Yaozen raised her chin, letting the breeze blow her neck, and exclaimed with some excitement. It feels like reading a history book. It's old enough. Hanyi patted the railing of the tram and felt like he was about to break it apart. Living in a city like this, commuting this way every day, no matter what happens, you should be in a good mood, right? No, this ride costs $8 per trip. Hanyi poured a basin of cold water on him. You have to be so stupid to ride it every day. You really have no sentiment at all. The cable car turned right in front of another big red Chinese sign. Hanyi squinted his eyes and carefully identified the words on it. Yaozen, is this store called Sissy Supermarket or Enon Supermarket? Are you sure you want to ask a foreigner this question? Zhao Yaozen pointed at herself. Just pretend I didn't say it. Hey, look over there. Hanyi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted Zhao Yaozen's shoulder, motioning her standing in front to look behind her. We're almost there. A narrow and shallow straight was there to welcome them, where they could easily reach their sight. At this time, a middle-aged white couple sitting not far from them accidentally knocked off the earphones they had plugged into their iPhones. In the era when there was no Type-C port, the original Apple earphones with round plugs were indeed easy to fall out. The couple was in a hurry and touched the play button while trying to rescue the phone that almost slipped out of the gap in the tram. If I could make a wish to the stars, I would like to take a tram and go to the place that I can call my hometown at any time. I have had highs and lows. I have been firm and confused. I have listened to rock and disco. San Francisco, can you save me? We're here. Zhao Yaozen's expression became jubilant when she heard the cheerful and uplifting Save Me San Francisco by the train band. In the following time, the two did not say much, quietly watching the strait getting wider and deeper, and getting closer and closer to their dream destination. Then, they made an unexpected left turn on Columbus Avenue, and the entire coastline was instantly completely blocked by low buildings. Just as the two were looking at the Pan American Pyramid in the distance, wondering if they had taken the wrong line, the cable car rang again, and wobbled and turned clumsily to the right. This time, the terminal was right in front of them. Fisherman's Wharf, San Francisco. The blue and white sign, sandwiched between the Wells Fargo and Starbucks stores, waved at them. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at Fisherman's Wharf. When we turn around, the cable car will become the Powell/Mason line. If you have more time than I thought, you are welcome to stay on. Amid the relaxed laughter, Han Yi jumped off the car first and smiled as he extended his hand to Zhao Yaozen again. Let's go. Go directly to the pier, or go to the restaurant area first. Chapter 124. Hug at Fisherman's Wharf. You're already in San Francisco, but you're still eating at In-N-Out. Walking on Jefferson Street by the pier, the refreshing sea breeze from Alcatraz made Han Yi's windbreaker rustle. He looked at Zhao Yaozen, who was holding a double cheeseburger beside him, and chewing it happily, and smiled helplessly, and shook his head. Isn't San Francisco, California? Zhao Yaozen chewed the juicy beef patty in his mouth and said vaguely, yes. Then what's the difference between eating in Los Angeles? Yaozen sucked her fingers. They are all local delicacies. I can't argue with you. Han Yi put his hands in the pockets of his Burberry windbreaker, pondered for a moment, and finally asked the question that had been in his heart for a whole day. Did you have a fight with your dad? Great call back. Zhao Yaozen was puzzled for a moment, and then his frown quickly relaxed, and with a movement of the corners of his eyes, an arc representing a mischievous smile was raised downwards. Greatest comedian of all time. Han Yi spread his hands on both sides of his body with his palms outward and shrugged. Is it time to tell me now? If you want to. Want to know? Zhao Yaozen raised her eyebrows. How should I know if you don't tell me? Han Yi made a double entendre. It's not a quarrel. Zhao Yaozen first wanted to learn from Han Yi and put her hands into her shirt, but found that her slightly thin sweatshirt didn't have such accessories, so she put them into the back pockets of her jeans. She paused here, struggling for a long time, and then she spoke slowly and hesitantly. It might be more appropriate to describe it as severing relations. Han Yi was startled, and his tone rose a lot. Break off relations? What happened? He first asked my mother to call me and ask me to go back during the summer vacation. I said that I found a full-time job here and couldn't go back to Seoul for the time being. Then, he called me personally. Then what? Then, of course, he assigned me tasks. Zhao Yaozen smiled self-deprecatingly. Have dinner with several fourth-generation sons of the group. Play golf with the descendants of a senior partner of Kim and Chang. And President Kim's children. How can I forget President Kim? Han Yi's expression was tense. He nodded silently, indicating that he was listening carefully. I told him, Dad, I really have a great job here, in a music company. He said, don't think I don't know what you're doing. Every time you have a holiday, you find all kinds of excuses to stay out and not come back. It's been 2 years. This time, you have to go back. I said, Dad, there's really no other way. He said, you can't do it, but I can. Come back this summer and follow the arrangements, just as if nothing happened. If you don't come back, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. I asked him, what consequences? He said, don't forget who paid for your tuition in the United States. Translated into English, it's almost the same as son of a bitch. Then, how did you reply to him? I said. Zhao Yaozen pulled his left hand out of his pocket and gave Han Yi a middle finger. Did you really say that? Han Yi took a breath. No, I said that in my heart. Yaozen pouted and wilted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then you should go back, just to make a few more friends. Not surprisingly, Han Yi chose to use jokes to cover up his true emotions. Otherwise, you won't have tuition for next semester. I won't. Zhao Yaozen's reaction was unexpectedly fierce. She crumpled up the cheeseburger that she hadn't finished eating, along with the greaseproof paper, and threw it into the almost full trash can on the side of the road with a bang. She looked at Han Yi, her voice firm and cold. "If you want me to do this kind of thing for tuition, you might as well kill me directly. Otherwise." Han Yi pointed at himself, hesitant to speak. "No, Yi, I can't. This is why I don't want to tell you." Zhao Yaozhen held her forehead. A complex expression of shame, embarrassment, confusion, and pain appeared on her face, and only by whispering in English could she feel a little relieved at the moment. "I know you are rich, but I mustered up the courage to share these today, not for you to help me. I don't want this kind of pity, nor do I want you to use my what?" Han Yi tried to lighten the atmosphere and raised his eyebrows. "Checkbook. Yes, that's right, your checkbook, and your kindness, your gentleness." Zhao Yaozhen discovered that, if communicating in English, many words that were originally difficult to say could be squeezed out carefully like squeezing toothpaste. "This is my own battle, and I'm not ready to let anyone get involved. That's why I didn't say it. Relax." Han Yi pressed down with both hands, and his voice was as soft and gentle as possible to help Zhao Yaozhen calm down. "How long has this happened?" "A week. You're pretty good at hiding things. Because, I have to reiterate, that this has nothing to do with you, Yi." Zhao Yaozhen sighed. "I can digest it myself. Why should I punish others with my pain? I know I'm not an optimist, but I hope, at least you're happy, when you see me." Since the day of Xianantang, I told myself, that it was the last time. Damn, I don't know why maybe the scenery on the tram is too charming. "I'm sorry." Zhao Yaozhen apologized in a mosquito-like voice, lowered his head dejectedly, and walked forward quickly. "The next question I'm going to ask you is not preconceived, nor will it force you to find an answer." Han Yi hurried to steps, and walked side by side with Yaozhen. On their left-hand side was the most beautiful sunset in San Francisco in a long time, and also the most gorgeous inland sea, but Zhao Yaozhen's pace was so fast that neither of them had time to carefully savor the silent gift from the Bay Area. But let's assume that, if he really did that, no need to assume, he would do that. I know my own father too well. Why are you so sure? As an optimist, Han Yi always likes to find the silver lining behind the dark clouds. Even if we use the worst case scenario, he will want you to graduate and get a degree, right? You said it yourself. He thinks a certificate from a prestigious school can give you a higher value, no matter what that value is. But if I don't live according to his plan, this value will be directly reduced to zero. Zhao Yaozhen fiddled with her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze in annoyance. He needs to test my obedience, or it would be more appropriate to use the word reshape. When his investment will only be useful if I'm willing to obey. This is a game. Since I will not show my weak side, I know that he will not show it either. Well, he did so, and he will no longer pay you tuition. Han Yi stretched out his hand and stopped Zhao Yaozhen, who was walking faster and faster, as if he felt that, if he could speed up, he could put all these troubles behind him. He strengthened his tone of inquiry. "What are you going to do?" "I have been thinking about this question for a long time. I don't know if it was the cold or something else." Zhao Yaozhen seemed unable to stand still. She pursed her lips tightly and leaned against a light blue tall street lamp with a sign that said no driving on tracks, and her feet unconsciously tapped the ground. What I thought at first was whether I could borrow some money from relatives first, but our relatives are all in Namwan. Most of them moved to Seoul with us, and we no longer have any contact with them. Those who can still talk to me don't have much money, and even if they are willing to lend, it's to curry favor with my dad and make him owe them a favor. What's the second way? International student loans. There is such a thing. Han Yi opened his mouth. I thought only local students could apply for student loans. I thought so before, until I searched it. Zhao Yaozhen stared blankly at the children queuing up to buy drinks at the hot dog shop by the pier. His voice seemed to float from another dimension. They only provide loans to students who will graduate in 2 years, which I meet this requirement, but I don't have a credit score in the United States, and they can only provide me with a loan of up to $20,000 US. It's very many institutions are like this. $20,000. Han Yi repeated, how much is your tuition at UCLA? International students are $42,000 a year. Not even half of it yet. Yes, not even half of it yet. A gust of sea breeze blew, and Zhao Yaozhen held up his hands and blew away the hot air. Besides, if I find an institution to borrow money and there is a record, I can't find a second one. What's the interest rate? 14.75% per year. Pay it back in 10 years. 14. Han Yi was speechless. Borrow 20,000 and pay more than double. Yes, so this method doesn't work either. Then what is your final plan? My idea is. Hearing Han Yi's question, Zhao Yaozhen stopped all the little movements, bent his right foot, and stepped on the street lamp, put his hands behind his back, and hugged the lamppost, and lowered his height a little. Then, he raised his face slightly, with hope in his eyes. Take a year off from school and work hard. If your annual salary is $85,000, not counting other things, it should be enough to save for a year. $85,000. Don't you count taxes? Han Yi looked at her helplessly. Federal personal income tax, state personal income tax, FICA in California insurance tax. Add them together. The money you can actually get every month is only $5,000. Han Yi counted her expenses with his fingers. Food, transportation, daily necessities, and rent. Don't count them? Can you save $42,000 a year? Just your atrium, the monthly rent is more than $2,000? It's definitely impossible to live there again. Zhao Yaozhen replied in a low voice. I checked. There are apartments under $800 in many places. For example, where? Your place. Zhao Yaozhen swallowed her saliva. South Central. You are a girl, you look like this, and you live in South Central? Han Yi couldn't believe his ears. Are you going to die? I have a car. Zhao Yaozhen's retort became weaker and weaker. If you are more careful. Let's not talk about this for now. How long is your lease at Atrium? Zhao Yaozhen opened her mouth, unable to speak. Because her contract with Atrium is until the end of this year. 7 months. The penalty is 2 months rent. Moreover, they will have to bear the loss of the apartment. What loss? The rent and other maintenance costs before the new tenant moves in. Face it, Yaozhen, you can't raise enough tuition in 1 year. Han Yi looked at her with burning eyes. UCLA should only allow you to take a leave of absence for a maximum of 1 year. What are you going to do after 1 year? Drop out. If you want to keep your student status, you can only take a leave of absence for 1 quarter. Zhao Yaozhen hesitated for a moment, and still told the truth. If you take a leave of absence for a year, you need to reapply for admission. That means you may be rejected, right? Generally speaking, no, as long as your GPA is above 2.0, but the academic advisor said that you must maintain your enrollment status in the future. If you take a leave of absence again, then you may have to drop out, right? Yes. Zhao Yaozhen wanted to argue. But you know, Yi, my academic performance. You know what our company's policy is. You wrote the recruitment advertisement yourself. Han Yi stared at Zhao Yaozhen and said word by word. A bachelor's degree or above. That means we won't accept college dropouts. Not just HMG, Universal, Sony, Warner. Which big group would want someone without a bachelor's degree? This is the real world, not a garage in Silicon Valley, Eugene. Zhao Yaozhen stared blankly at Han Yi, who was extremely serious, and felt that the sea breeze suddenly became so cold. Walk with me. From this sentence, Han Yi began to try to take the initiative in today's conversation. He hooked his hand and motioned Zhao Yaozhen to follow behind him. They walked through the hot dog shop called the Dog House, bypassed the long queue of Ben & Jerry's ice cream shop, and walked towards the observation deck of Pier 41. A scenic tourist destination is always full of street singers with folk guitars and microphone stands. An elderly black uncle stood in the northwest corner of the observation deck, leaning against the setting sun, singing for a few coins and the smiles of tourists. I have been sitting here quietly since dawn until nightfall. I watch the boats slowly sail in, and then watch them leave in the distance. I'm not kidding, Yaozhen. Policies are policies, and rules are rules. I can't violate them, and neither can you. Han Yi knew that he had to speak very strongly to change the mind of this stubborn girl. I'm very happy to work with you, and I'm willing to provide you with an opportunity to start your career, but all this must be based on fairness. If you don't have the basic conditions that a team member should have, then I'm sorry, you don't want me either? Seo Yuzhen's voice was very thin and light, but it exploded in Han Yi's ears like thunder. He turned around suddenly and looked at Seo Yuzhen, who was following closely behind him. Han Yi had never seen Seo Yuzhen show such an expression, like a deer trapped in a hunting trap in the forest, desperately dragging its still bleeding broken leg, looking at the ruler who was walking step by step with a shotgun in fear, and making a silent whine. Of course, this expression was fleeting. The moment Han Yi turned his head, Seo Yuzhen tried her best to return to normal, trying to keep her facial muscles stable. She folded her hands in front of her and even raised a soft smile that meant everything was fine. I don't mean anything else. Just to confirm, I left my home in Georgia and came to San Francisco alone. I don't know why I live. Good things seem to never come. Yuzhen, you. In the lyrics that fit the situation, Han Yi frowned and wanted to continue to say harsh words, but his heart was beating so hard that it hurt. But after a few seconds, his expression quickly turned into a soft look like the inner bay of the Golden Gate straight at that time. I'm sorry, I just want you to know how serious this matter is, and I also want you to know how ridiculous your decision to take it alone is. Do you know how much money I have in my bank account now? Seo Yuzhen shook her head and wanted to say something. I don't know. Before the girl uttered the first syllable, Han Yi spread his hands and smiled. This is the crux of the matter. For me, this tuition fee is nothing. I'm not doing my best, reducing my quality of life, or changing my career trajectory to help you. For me, it's like the driver in front of the drive-thru is short of a quarter, and I happen to have it. Do you understand what I mean? But, with you, it's not about money. Seo Yuzhen spread his hands flat, put them in a line, and raised them in front of Han Yi. I hope our relationship is like this, not like this. Seo Yuzhen said, raising his left hand and lowering his right hand. Why do you think that, if I lend you money, our relationship will not be like this? Han Yi also put his hands on the same level and gave her a warm look. Because I will owe you a debt. Seo Yuzhen answered seriously, economically, and in terms of favors. But Yuzhen, aren't human relationships built on debts? Han Yi explained in Seo Yuzhen's puzzled eyes. When we provide help to others, we may not have thought about asking for returns when we do that thing, but it does not mean that this debt does not exist. It is self-evident, implicit, and obscure, and even many times it is not properly resolved. Think about it. You introduced Billie Eilish and Phineas to me and helped me successfully sign with them. Just for this matter, do I owe you a huge debt of favor? But this is not. JIU. It's different. Holding the gun pads of the trench windbreaker draped over his shoulders with both hands, Seo Yuzhen stared at Han Yi, who was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Aren't you cold? I'm so hot. The sun is too strong. Wiping the non-existent sweat on his forehead, Han Yi continued. Think about it. If Billie becomes the #1 single singer on Billboard in the future, she can earn millions of dollars for one song. So, are you helping me and HMG more, or am I helping you more by lending you money to pay for your tuition? The most important thing is that this has nothing to do with remembering who has made the greater contribution or whose behavior is more worthy of praise. I just want you to realize that human relationships are closely connected, and all our actions will have a chain reaction on the people around us. Even if you don't want to, you have already subtly owed me a lot, and at the same time, I owe you a lot. The more you owe, the closer you are. The more you owe, the more you can't leave. Isn't this good? No. Although he was still shaking his head, Yuzhen's movements were much lighter than a few minutes ago. I don't want to leave. I had clearly made up my mind on that terrace to be independent, autonomous, and strong. To let him look at me straight, and even look up at me with admiration occasionally, and then, now, you have woven such a comfortable and cozy big net above my head. How can I continue to fly upwards? If that happens, I can't escape. The artists are all with you, Manager Seo. Han Yi shrugged. Where else do you want to go? I want to jump into the sea. Zhao Yaozhen walked forward to the end of the observation deck of Pier 41, holding the crooked wooden railings that were not in a straight line, and looked out at the magnificent sunset in the Bay Area. This is a wonderful experience that can make any experienced traveler hold his breath. The setting sun fell over the Golden Gate Bridge, and the sky turned into a bright color combined with champagne pink, amber orange and lemon money, painting a lingering glow above the water and the skyline. Seabirds with spread wings circled above the crowd, and the waves gently hit the clam-filled base at the bottom of the pier. On the slope not far away, the ding-ding car just now was slowly splashing crisp bells in all directions, climbing up the steep mountain road. Sea lions are an indispensable part of the San Francisco tour experience. These round and cute creatures play in groups on the floating board, placed by the city government between piers 39 and 41. At this moment, most seals gathered on the north side of the floating board group. Only two little seals who looked like young lovers were cleaning each other's wet hair on the floating board closest to Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen. I was sitting on the dock and wasting time. I was powerless to change anything. Everything in the world was still in front of me. I couldn't live according to the wishes of others, so I chose to stagnate in the same place. So cute. Zhao Yaozhen narrowed his eyes and looked at the seal couple who began to pat their bellies happily. They don't care about debts. Han Yi walked to Yaozhen and suddenly interrupted. You help me comb my hair, I help you comb your hair, and occasionally we catch some sardines for each other to eat. Okay, you. Zhao Yaozhen smiled and glanced at his companion on the right, and found that he was secretly sniffing his nose, pretending to be calm in the increasingly cold sea breeze. It's cold. Yaozhen poked Han Yi's arm and asked softly. No, it's hot. Han Yi turned around, facing Zhao Yaozhen, and drew a semicircle on his face. Look, it's rosy. Zhao Yaozhen carefully observed Han Yi's red cheeks and nose, and nodded silently. Then, she pinched the gun pad, opened it to both sides, and then took a step forward, closed her arms, and covered Han Yi in the trench windbreaker that originally belonged to him, including herself. I'm a little cold too, so we can both be warm. Both wearing sneakers, Zhao Yaozhen's chin can rest comfortably and naturally on Han Yi's shoulder. She tightened the windbreaker again, covering Han Yi's somewhat stiff back, and breathed sweetly into his ears. I cherish you, Yi. As a partner, as a friend, as my increasingly important family. I don't want you to feel like you're a trash can for my negative emotions. On the contrary, I want you to be an amplifier for all my joy. That's why sometimes when bad things happen, I distance myself, because I just want to show the best side of myself. Maybe it's too early to say this now, but you mean the world to me, and I'm so lucky to have you in my life. Hearing this, Han Yi's hands also firmly pressed on Zhao Yaozhen's back. Sitting here, motionless. This feeling of loneliness always refuses to leave me. After wandering for 2,000 miles, I finally found a place I can call home at this dock. In the gentle melody of Otis Redding's Sittin' on the Dock of the Bay, in the eyes of the surrounding tourists, a pair of young and energetic, passionately in love, sharing a windbreaker in the most silly way is reflected on the tranquil sea of the bay. The observation deck of Pier 41 is full of lovers cuddling each other like this. Maybe these two things are the meaning of my coming to you? Sharing joy and happiness is easy, but sharing each other's pain requires a lot of effort and understanding. I hope we can do more difficult but right things together, even if sometimes they seem out of reach or make one of us feel at a loss. But what does it matter? We can go through these ups and downs together, and become stronger on the other side. After the voice fell, Han Yi had a clearer answer to the speculation that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. She, not Billy, is the future superstar of the world music industry with whom he has a close and unbreakable cooperative relationship. The other side? Zhao Yaozhen's arm strength is stronger. Which side? The brighter side. After speaking, Han Yi's right hand moved up a few inches and touched the back of Zhao Yaozhen's head. Now, are you willing to accept my proposal, Eugene? Just like the artist advance payment, you will pay me back one day anyway. I'm willing to accept, but not in the form of an artist advance payment. Zhao Eugene left Han Yi's arms. In just a few minutes, the warmth generated in his chest was enough for her to sustain for a long time. Calculated according to normal interest, I will pay you back monthly. Let me see. The national average interest rate this month is 3.393%. Is it okay? Okay. Okay. Han Yi stretched out his hand. Take out your wallet. What for? It's free to apply for a loan. Oh. Zhao Yujin held back her laughter and pulled out a Goyard printed wallet from her jeans. First, a $20 application fee. Here. Loan processing fee, $20. Here. Loan handling fee, $20. A lot of items. Late payment fee, $20. Late payment fee? Zhao Yaozhen's eyes widened. I paid it all. When you gave the processing fee, you hesitated for a few seconds. Okay, then I'll give it all to you. Yaozhen childishly stuffed the entire wallet into Han Yi's arms and acted angry without any care. This is all the cash. The rest is in the card. Got it. Then swipe the card. Han Yi put the wallet in his trouser pocket very naturally and strode out of the dock. Where are you going? To eat. I'm hungry. Han Yi hooked his hand at her. The cheeseburger just now was thrown away before it was finished. Do you want another one? Yes. Standing there with her chin in her mouth, Zhao Yaozhen smiled happily and wantonly for a while, and then ran towards the man who was patiently waiting for her under the golden sunset. Chapter 125 Las Vegas. Chase account. S42H19 LLC deposited $450,000 to account 6102 on the 17th of May 2016. 11 hours, 43 minutes and 22 seconds PST, which exceeds the $2,500 limit in your warning settings. Chase free risk control information. Is a $450,000 just deposited your transaction? Reply 1 to confirm. Call the Chase service hotline and reply 2. Reply stop to stop subscription. Standing in the Arco gas station grocery store on H Street south of CA58 highway in Bakersfield, Han Yi was stunned when he saw the deposit notification he received on his mobile phone this morning. May 17th was already the 4th day of the group's journey. The first day was basically spent on the steep mountain roads of Big Sur, and by the way, I practiced the basic skills of ballroom dancing. The second day was a tour of downtown San Francisco, and in the evening I took Zhao Yaozhen to eat two uninspiring in-and-out meals. On the third day, Zhao reunited with the main group and joined the Napa Valley sightseeing tour. Although it was said that a day trip was arranged in Napa Valley, it was actually just a drive to the small town of Rutherford, an hour away from downtown San Francisco. Here, each person paid $45 to participate in the wine tasting tour at the most famous Redwood Forest Winery. Not only can you visit the 24-acre garden of the Redwood Forest Winery, but you can also choose 4 types of red wine to taste at will. For Han Yi, who does not drink, and Zhao and Yaozhen, who cannot drink, the actual experience of this visit can be imagined. But Linglan was very interested, because she specifically asked to go to Napa Valley to purchase goods, not to travel. Han's mother opened 2 tea houses, a restaurant and a 7-story 4-star hotel in Chengdu, all of which have a large demand for high-quality red wine. In the end, with the help of Han Yi, Linglan not only tasted far more than 4 kinds of red wine, but also reached a preliminary purchase intention with Redwood Forest Winery. The famous Napa Valley Cabernet Sauvignon and Chardonnay here will travel across the ocean and appear on the tables of Chengdu gourmets in more than a month. It's not a big deal, but Han Yi is happy to let Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen see it. After all, importing high-quality red wine for the family business can also help him better cover up the real situation at home. After finishing the planned work, Han Yi drove back along the St. Helena Highway for about 10 minutes and arrived at Yountville, another slightly larger satellite town in Napa Valley. Here, there is an important event that he, Zhao and Yaozhen have been looking forward to for a long time. What event? Of course, it is the same purpose as every gourmet who knows how to live comes to Yountville. Visit the first Michelin 3-star restaurant of North American celebrity chef Thomas Keller, the most prestigious food hall in the Greater Bay Area, the French Laundry at 6640 Washington Street. The restaurant is called the French Laundry because the French country-style building where it is located has been a French steam laundry opened by the wealthy businessman John B. Land since 1907. Thomas Keller, who bought the place in 1994 and transformed it into a restaurant, naturally used this landmark name that has become a century-old memory. The French Laundry provides a dining experience that may be unique in North America and is only common in Burgundy. Located in a small town with no supporting facilities and no village or store in front, in a small and cramped 2-story building, 17 tables are connected end to end, with no privacy at all. It is more like a family dinner in the depths of Napa Valley, opening its arms to welcome travelers. The stone cottage from the 1900s is surrounded on 3 sides by a carefully trimmed Latte Magliac-style private garden. The summer in Napa Valley is generally much drier than in downtown San Francisco. Even if it rains occasionally, it is short and the rainfall is not large. The warm and soft, sunny daytime makes this place a world-famous place for high-quality wines, and also gives a different kind of vitality to all activities related to life and enjoyment. Wine tasting, picnics, hiking and cycling. The French Laundry is located in the center of these colorful outdoor activities. Get up lazily from the lawn, pat the dirt on your skirt, and walk into the restaurant leisurely. In an intimate and warm atmosphere, you can experience a fusion of classic French techniques and modern innovative styles. Thomas Keller is now busy at Parisi in New York most of the time, and rarely returns to Napa Valley to cook in person. Moreover, Han Yi, who did not make a reservation too far in advance, could only book 5 people at 4 p.m. on May 17th. However, all these unconventional things did not affect the perfect experience of this star-picking trip. When Thomas Keller's signature dish oysters and pearls, which perfectly combines pearl tapioca flour, Island Creek oysters and white sturgeon caviar, went into his stomach, everyone at the round table chewed happily at the same time. Yee! Is this dish also available at Parisi? Zuiru couldn't help but exclaimed, pointing with a silver fork at the ceramic plate, filled with thick soup in front of her. It's really delicious. No wonder they open stores everywhere. It tastes exactly the same as Parisi, or even better. Han Yi nodded in agreement, but to be honest, I still think Parisi's bread is better. Although the style and salt are the same, the taste is different. Isn't the most delicious one the cinnamon bread ball? Zhao Yaozhen joined the topic with interest. Some people like croissants the best, but I do think cinnamon bread balls are the best. Han Yi connected his thumb and index finger together to make a circle, and described vividly, so you must save some space when eating Parisi, and you have to be a little hungry when the dessert is served. Have it with English breakfast tea, take a sip of tea and eat one. Oh, I can't stop. Why did I give birth to such a foodie like you? It's really delicious, Mom. Next time I graduate with a master's degree, I will take you to the East Coast for a trip. Having said that, Han Yi looked at the 2 girls sitting on his right with a smile. You guys can come too. Okay. Different accents, different voices, but the excitement soaked in the Northern California sunshine is exactly the same. By the way, I haven't seen Hamilton yet. How was the show? It's quite exciting, but I think it lacks musicality. The Book of Mormon is better. You only know your Book of Mormon. The chats between Han Yi, Zuiru and Zhao Yaozhen are usually full of academic atmosphere and all kinds of wild and unrestrained knowledge. With just a few words, they can jump from Hamilton to Alexander Hamilton's Federalist Party and Jefferson Republicans who are against them, then to James Monroe and his beautiful love era, and finally back to the green plant legalization movement in Massachusetts. Ling Lan graduated from Shancheng Medical College in the 1980s, worked in the provincial hospital for many years, and finally chose to resign and do business. The ideal image of a daughter-in-law in her mind does not have to be very good looking, but must be knowledgeable, temperamental, and ambitious. It can be said that, although she looks easygoing and cheerful on the surface, Ling Lan's standards are much higher than those of most Chinese mothers-in-law. But even she couldn't help but sigh that Zuiru and Zhao Yaozhen could completely circle the earth according to her standard line and come back a considerable distance. Han Yi, who was already quite outstanding, would probably have a guaranteed admission to Columbia University and Harvard if he married any of the 2 girls. Thinking of this, Ling Lan looked meaningfully at Zuiru and Zhao Yaozhen who were standing close together, with confusion in her big eyes. Logically speaking, they should be rivals with swords drawn, but Zuiru and Yaozhen usually behaved quite harmoniously, without even a hint of gunpowder smell of showing off. Don't they like Han Yi? How could an old man not see it? When they thought no one noticed, the 2 girls would keep their eyes on Han Yi for a while longer. That feeling was like the trust and attachment to the rag doll that accompanied them through the long dark nights since childhood. Moreover, every time they talked to themselves, Xiaoru or Yaozan always had an indescribable restraint and embarrassment. This behavior is not due to personality, but because he wants to see recognition and love in her eyes. It has come to this point. Why is it still? Linglan sighed in her heart. What she can do now is to continue to play the role of loving elders with Xian Zhangyan, so that the two girls can feel the warmth and welcome of the Han family. Let the young people figure out the rest. So, on the morning of May 17th, after leaving San Francisco's Union Square, Han's mother and grandmother continued their daily tasks for the past 2 days, applying hand cream to Xiaoru and applying a facial mask to Yaozan, taking care of the two girls like their own children along the way. And the real biological son Han Yi, on the contrary, became the one that no one cared about. Therefore, Linglan did not notice Han Yi, who secretly transferred tuition to Zhao Yaozan after dinner at the French Laundry, and of course she did not see him holding his mobile phone in a daze in the grocery store at this time. Transferring tuition to Zhao Yaozan was yesterday's thing. The journey to Las Vegas on I-5 highway was already halfway through when he received the reward in this corner of the store where no one could see. This is in line with the rule that they had emphasized to him, that if there is a possibility of being discovered, the reward will be delayed. Although Han Yi sincerely wanted to help Zhao Yaozan continue to stay at UCLA to complete his studies, whether he could get the reward and how much the reward would be were not within his consideration. But this exaggerated return ratio still made him a little dazed. He transferred $45,000 to Yaozan. The return was $450,000, a full 10 times. He thought that the reward multiplier this time would be very high, because after helping Zhao Yaozan solve a matter that had troubled her for a long time, Han Yi's surging positive emotions were an indescribable and rare wonderful experience. The last time he had such strong emotions, it seemed that Xiaoru was transformed into a Chinese princess in the Channel flagship store. But even that time, the reward was only 3 times. Is it because this consumption is more meaningful and valuable? Or is it because as the time spent together increases, the reward multiplier that people around can provide will also rise? Or maybe. In any case, Han Yi was looking forward to the upcoming trip to Las Vegas with a little more anxiety. The itinerary he had carefully planned for a long time would eventually give an answer. What are you doing? Zhu Yiru poked her head out from the other side of the shelf and waved in front of him. The company is going to pay Madison in advance today. I want to see if the transfer is successful. Han Yi calmly put his phone back into his pocket. What are you buying, Xiaoru? So much. I bought water and snacks for your mother and others. Zhu Yiru raised the plastic bag in her hand and said, Aunt and Grandma are so good to me. I don't know how to repay them. I can only try to do a little better in small things. Speaking of this, Han Yi turned his head and glanced out the window at Zhao Yaozan, who was leaning against the car body and quietly waiting for the Grand Cherokee to finish refueling, and her grandmother, who poked her head out of the car window and chatted with her with a smile. I met with my father the day before yesterday. How was it? Yesterday's schedule was too full, and there was no time for the two of them to be alone to care about Xiaoru. It's okay. He talked about his recent situation, I talked about mine, and then we talked about other things. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Yiru suddenly seemed to remember something, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Most of it was boring, but I got some very interesting information. What information? My dad told me about his other family, the situation of that woman. If you don't want to talk, it's okay, Xiaoru. Han Yi comforted him softly. I do want to talk. Xiaoru stared at Han Yi. Do you want to hear it? Of course I do. I know everything about you. His second wife is a colleague at Oracle. Zhu Yiru dragged out her voice and walked closer to him. Last name is Yin, Korean American. After the last word fell, Xiaoru just happened to be in front of Han Yi, raised her face, and looked at him with a smile. What a coincidence. I really had a brainache to ask this. Han Yi performed American Airijutsu on himself hundreds of times in his mind. It's too late. Han Yi pulled out his phone again and said seriously. Bacchanal's buffet is only 8 hours away from the scheduled time. We have to hurry. Han Yi naturally took the bag from Zioru's hand and walked out of the grocery store muttering to himself. Don't want to chat anymore? Zioru jumped to Han Yi's side, leaned down and looked up at him. There's no time. Look, there are still 7 hours and 59 minutes left. If we don't get on the road, it will be terrible. In the rest of the journey, Han Yi's words and deeds can be described as being cautious, except for occasionally inserting a sentence or two to bring back the topic. That is easy to reveal. Let the four women chat enthusiastically. He remained unmoved. From San Francisco, which is soaked in Yosemite, to Las Vegas in the heart of the Mojave Desert, 8.5 hours of wheel rolling is itself a unique panoramic experience of the west coast of North America. The Grand Cherokee drove eastward on the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, passing through the unremarkable Treasure Island, which looked nothing like its name, and entered downtown Oakland from the MacArthur Highway. As mentioned before, with the rise of Silicon Valley, housing prices and living costs in the Bay Area have skyrocketed. For most local residents who are not engaged in the internet industry, it has gradually become an absurd dream to buy a home and settle down in the West Coast represented by downtown San Francisco, Mountain View, Palo Alto and Cupertino. Therefore, a large number of highly educated urban residents, mainly white people, began to pour into Oakland, a traditional black settlement. Passing through the heart of Oakland, the gentrification movement has clearly divided the metropolitan area. Under the MacArthur Highway, the majority of houses are still old and dilapidated, and the impression of Oakland as dangerous and chaotic in the minds of Bay Area residents is mostly due to this. In sharp contrast, the North Oakland/Berkeley/Emeryville area on the left side of the highway is in sharp contrast. This area, called no by real estate agents, radiates outward from the University of California, Berkeley. Rows of newly built American retro houses, any one of which costs about $1 million, are one of the most cost-effective residential areas that the middle class in the Bay Area can afford. Discussing and sighing at the changes in the city, the car continued to drive south along I-580 and left the downtown of Oakland in less than 20 minutes. In the next 40 minutes, they crossed the Eastern Valley, entered the vast inland of California from Hayward Pass, turned right from Altamont Raceway, and drove down for about a quarter of an hour, which was the beginning of the journey to Las Vegas. Highway 1 is the world's beautiful fantasy of the California coastline, but every California resident knows that Highway 5, which is like a straight line across the heart of California, is the main traffic artery connecting the north and the south. If you want to appreciate the style of California in the shortest time, you can see it all by driving on I-5. At first, the scenery of Northern California dominated the view. On the right was the green pasture, which was naturally blocked by the continuous mountains, while on the left was the intensive farmland that California is most proud of. 69,600 farms support 11% of the primary industry output value in the United States. When the Grand Cherokee drove through the Wesley Rest area, the scenery on both sides of the road began to change. The grass gradually faded, the farmland was replaced with drought-resistant crops, and the ridges turned from green to yellow. Going deeper into the south of Fresno, almost all traces of green plants have disappeared, leaving only a desolate desert and a few desert shrubs on the roadside that have been eroded by dust and their original appearance cannot be seen. Like most state borders west of Kansas City, Highway 5 is so straight that driving itself has become a mechanical action. Driving on such a road will make people temporarily lose their perception of time and space. It seems to be moving forward, but it seems to be going nowhere. The four women who were traveling with him woke up and fell asleep and woke up again. Han Yi listened to doo-wop from the 1950s all the way to Beastie Boys. Only then did he see the left turn sign of 58 East on a cracked side road, which made his steering wheel useful for the first time in several hours. After refueling in Bakersfield, Zhao Yaozin volunteered to drive, but in the end it was Lin Lan who took over the steering wheel. Her Chinese driver's license can be used as an international driver's license in California without a certificate, and Yaozin had already taken the helm a few days ago. It was reasonable for her, as an elder, to step forward. So Han Yi finally got some time to rest. He leaned on the seat that Zioru had voluntarily given up in the back row on the far right, looking at the barren slopes that retreated behind him one after another, and soon fell asleep. When Han Yi woke up, the Grand Cherokee had turned to the National Highway I-15 heading northeast to Las Vegas. He had a lady's coat draped over his chest and a red beret on his head to block out the sun. Han Yi didn't need to distinguish, just by smell, he could tell that the hat belonged to Zioru and the coat was from Yusen. These two very different, but equally pleasant scents had just stayed on the tip of my nose for a long time 2 days ago, and it would probably be difficult to forget them in the short term. Are you awake? Zioru's smile under the bright sunshine was the best secret recipe for sobering people up. You can rest for a while. Through the gap of the passenger seat backrest, the light from Yaozen's peach blossom eyes was enough to teach people not to be attached to the beauty of dreams. I'm not going to sleep anymore. Whoa. Han Yi smacked his lips and sat up straight. The scene outside the window made him speechless. At this moment, the Grand Cherokee was traveling to an unknown high hill on I-15. The desert is like this. It is not the endless flat wilderness that ordinary people imagine, but is composed of waves of golden sand waves. Now they are on the crest of one of the waves. The high terrain allows a panoramic view of the ink-colored highway that stretches forward to an endless distance and the desert that spreads between the two wings and covers the edge of the world. This kind of wonder that seems to have come to an alien planet cannot be described in any language. Even if you take a photo, it is difficult to experience the incomparable shock of it appearing in front of you. The sky is high in the sky, and the golden sand is all over the feet. In the vast space between the two, Han Yi's second life is undefined, unrestrained, and unpredictable. Praise life, and praise living. Looking out the window infatuatedly, Han Yi's eyes flickered with a different kind of brilliance. I wonder what goals he has added to his future. After passing one after another casino hotels outside the city appeared in everyone's sight, along with various off-road tracks and racing tracks. Han Yi didn't know who would visit these affordable casinos on both sides of the road, but judging from the number of cars in the parking lot, there should still be a considerable number of people living a life that Han Yi couldn't understand. Putting aside these questions, continue walking forward for about 10 minutes, bypassing the hillside of the Southern Highlands, and Las Vegas appears in front of you. On the right side of I-15 is the famous Las Vegas Boulevard. Of course, this avenue is not all prosperous, at least not in the first 15 minutes of the city drive. Visitors have to turn off the ramp at West Hot Springs Road, drive onto South Las Vegas Boulevard, and walk another mile or two until they see the Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign, which was built in 1959 and has been standing here since the beginning of Las Vegas's rise. Only then can they truly enter the core area of Las Vegas. Every city in the world has a welcome sign, but Las Vegas is the only city with fabulous in front of its name. Las Vegas is a strange, completely man-made, rather than natural modern metropolis. For a long time, after it was founded in 1905, it was just an inconspicuous transit town along the Union Pacific Railway. In 1931, Nevada passed a bill to legalize casinos, and this place was the first to receive attention. But the real rise of Las Vegas had to wait until the 1960s when various capital hot money represented by Hollywood entered. The wave of sexual liberation swept this land that once belonged to the Puritans along with the Vietnam War, the hippie movement, and the hallucinogens that the Beat generation gradually began to take in large quantities. The entire federation is madly craving a Sin City without rules and consequences. Wall Street capitalists, East Coast gangs and the Las Vegas City Council have made good use of this. They built more gorgeous buildings, introduced more luxurious brands, and played crazier games here, making Atlantic City a thing of the past. It also made the slogan "What happens in Vegas will only stay in Vegas" the most popular city slogan in the 20th century. To this day, Las Vegas still exists only as a place for emotional catharsis. Whether it is a casino, a famous brand street, or a luxury nightclub, they are all places where people squander their wealth in exchange for a moment of pleasure. The single function of the city also makes the structure of Las Vegas very strange. Other communities only exist in the form of residential areas, and most of the commercial activities are concentrated in the middle of Las Vegas Boulevard, a small section of the hotel cluster called Las Vegas Strip. From the Mandalay Bay Hotel in the south to the Sky Tower in the north, this piece of paradise on earth with different themes and refurbished patterns is the source of the luxury of the Sin City. Each hotel has a built-in casino, nightclub, shopping mall, concert venue and even music festival venue. Their mission is to make you indulge in the magnificent palace with explosive oxygen content, and you will not know whether there is Han Dynasty, Wei Dynasty or Jin Dynasty until you can no longer afford the room fee for the next night. Of course, for 5 Asians who have no interest in gambling, staying in a hotel without moving is a waste of good time. In Las Vegas, each hotel cluster has a unique and distinctive landscape, as well as world cuisine, especially buffets. Therefore, in order to facilitate the movement, Han Yi, who is particularly good at travel planning, struggled between several options for 2 or 3 days, and finally decided on this hotel located in the absolute core of the Las Vegas Strip, Bellagio. No matter how advanced the facilities of the Aria Hotel, which was built only a few years ago, and is blessed by the Las Vegas branches of various Michelin restaurants such as Jane George's and Bar Massa, no matter how popular the Wine Hotel is with Generation Z for its amazing interior landscaping and room decoration, which has invested heavily in the resident agreements of hundreds of big DJs, the Bellagio, which is controlled by Blackstone Group, and operated by MGM International Hotels Group, and its giant fountain with 1,214 water nozzles and 4,792 searchlights, are the eternal symbols of Las Vegas. Across the street on the left is the Caesars Palace Hotel, where the Bacchanal Buffet restaurant that Zhao Yaozin has been thinking about is located. On the right side, walk on the pedestrian bridge and you can reach the Aria, where many big brands gather, in less than 5 minutes. Not to mention that opposite the fountain is the simulated Iron Tower of the Parisian Hotel, which looks more exquisite than the original. Standing in the hotel room on the first floor of the Bellagio near the fountain, especially in the top suite between the white Roman stone columns on the highest floor, you can enjoy the most breathtaking and magnificent panoramic view of the entire Las Vegas. When the lights came on, the fountain began to perform music, and the 490-foot high water column shot straight into the sky to light up the night. The Venetian, Caesars Palace, Flamingo, Parisian, Planet Hollywood, and Aria were lined up, forming the skyline of the gambling city under your feet. In the distance, there was a Ferris wheel covered with neon lights slowly turning the Mojave Desert into a beautiful dream of the 1001 nights. Han Yi had been looking forward to such a scene for a long time, and he didn't want to miss it when his family came to North America. Therefore, he had deliberately chosen an ordinary double bedroom in the previous few days. In Las Vegas, he maximumed out the configuration and directly booked a 2-bedroom luxury lake view suite on the top floor, which was connected to a luxury tower view room to form a 3-bedroom, 6-bedroom open and private space. We checked in a little late. Sitting on the brown sofa in front of the windowsill, holding the overly fancy purple pillow in his arms, Han Yi explained to Ling Lan, who was a little dazed, while Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen went into the room to pack their luggage. The king-size rooms were all full, so they arranged this one for us. Although it costs an extra $700, it's still a good deal for 2 days. From the rhetoric to the price, to the calm demeanor, everything was impeccable. In order to further improve the story, Han Yi paid for the king-size room connected to the 2-bedroom suite with a credit card at the front desk. He used his mother's card to avoid her suspicion. Every detail was covered up, and Ling Lan was already hungry and tired after driving for 4 hours, so she did not raise any further questions. Instead, after a short rest, she followed Han Yi to the Caesars Palace Hotel and started their first stop in the gambling city, the world-famous Bacchanal Buffet restaurant. For the sake of reputation, various hotel groups will desperately fill their business spaces with restaurants from famous chefs from all over the world. For example, Gordon Ramsay from Hell's Kitchen has 6 restaurants in Las Vegas. But everyone knows that these specialized restaurants that serve a variety of world cuisines will never become the protagonists of this city. In the gambling city, the core area of luxury hotels will always only provide one type of restaurant, buffet. The reason is easy to understand. In this city, where everyone indulges their desires to the greatest extent, ordering food on demand is far from enough. Everyone wants their lunch or dinner to be the same rhythm as at the poker table, in the shortest possible time, without moving, and eat as much as they can. greed, laziness and gluttony are the three pillars that support the prosperity of Las Vegas buffet restaurants for decades. Gamblers swallow their food here in a hurry, hoping to finish eating quickly and go back to kill everyone. Shoppers can't get all the luxury shoes in one net, so they take out their anger on the endless desserts on the counter. Of course, there are also some people who really love food culture and enter the store with their admiration for these buffet restaurants that are famous all over the world. For example, the outstanding representative of the sixth sin of our 7 deadly sins, Miss Ao Yaozin. Walking from the pedestrian bridge to the Caesars Palace Hotel, Yaozin almost flew up in joy when she passed through the slightly dim casino hall of Caesars Palace and came to the aluminum sign of Bacchanal Buffet. She had to hold Zhu Yiru's hand tightly and grit her teeth to prevent herself from cheering. If there were no one watching, she would have hugged Han Yi to celebrate the realization of her little dream. In Las Vegas, each hotel's buffet restaurant has its own characteristics. The buffet at Wine and Wine focuses on a high appearance. The entire dining space is surrounded by various beautiful flowers, and the most outstanding is the unique dessert table. Although the price of Wicked Spoon in the Metropolitan Hotel is relatively high, the food is quite exquisite and served in small iron pots, making people feel like they are at Hay-de-Leo with unlimited supply. Bellagio's buffet has a complete range of ingredients and dishes, and its business hours are extremely long. On weekends, it is open from 8 AM to 10 PM. For gamblers who rarely leave the hotel, it is not a problem to have 3 meals a day plus midnight snacks in the buffet restaurant. However, although every gourmet has different opinions on the ranking of the top 10 buffet restaurants in Las Vegas, just like Jordan and the NBA, Bacchanal at Caesars Palace is recognized as the undisputed #1 and the eternal GOAT in the buffet industry. Since its opening in 2012, this $17 million restaurant has been rated the best in Las Vegas for 4 consecutive years. From 9 AM to 10 PM every day, the Bacchanal has 9 kitchens and 9 completely different cooking teams firing at the same time, providing diners with different styles of world cuisine from China, Italy, Japan, Greece, Mexico, Nashville, New Orleans, etc. in the 25,000 square feet of dining space. Crab legs longer than half a person's body, impeccable high quality ribeye steaks, all you can eat Pacific oysters, and Cantonese dim sum made by Chef Mr. Chow. For only $59.99, you can enjoy 500 regular dishes and 15 chef specials that change every day. Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine that the only buffet restaurant in Caesars Palace Hotel is always crowded with people, especially at 7 o'clock on weekends. Even if you have reserved a seat in advance on OpenTable, you have to line up at the door with other guests, pay one by one, and wait for your number to be called. There is no doubt that Han Yi does not need to go through this. Olivia Rodriguez of Chase Private Bank will help him take care of everything. Arriving at the restaurant on time at 7 o'clock, Han Yi and his party walked into the restaurant under the envious or jealous eyes of 3 long queues, sat down at the most private round table in the northeast corner, and let the concierge manager take away the reserved by VVIP sign on the table. This is the pure power of capital and power that Han Yi has gradually become accustomed to. Chase Private Bank allows him to skip the queue process, and the LP co-founder status of Parkway Capital will prompt the 9 chefs to serve them special welcome dishes. As for the Carlyle Group, Han Yi estimates that David Rubenstein has the ability to move all the dishes of Bacchanal to his suite. If he is hooked up with Blackstone's Steven Schwarzman in the future, it is estimated that, if Han Yi is willing, he can directly book the Bacchanal and run it for him alone. Of course, this kind of exaggerated and embarrassing way of showing off is not Han Yi's character, and it is also contrary to his principles of doing things. For Han Yi, as long as he can skip those long and unnecessary queues, he can be an ordinary and happy tourist in Las Vegas. Mom, these 2 girls are not bad. When Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen took Xian Zhangyan to get up to choose the food, Han Yi pressed Ling Lan's arm and stopped his mother. I don't know why they like you. Ling Lan didn't give her son any face. I didn't say they like me. Han Yi was stunned. I have my own eyes. Ling Lan drew a circle in front of her eyes, then pointed at Han Yi and warned, I'm telling you, the 2 girls are very well behaved. Don't do anything to make them sad. Then I will have to protect you, because I'm your biological mother. and I'll tell you whether I'm right or not. What a mess. Hanyi frowned in amusement and patted the table lightly. What I mean is, they came out with us for a few days and took such good care of you. Shouldn't we pick a gift for each of them? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.